and here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
125! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be exciting and clear, correct?
Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome live from the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. We are NSF. This is our Starship Flight 11 launch coverage. I'm Jack Beyer. I'll be your host for portions of today's coverage, and I am in fact here at the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, and I have my camera set up on the roof as well. You can see, though, we have no shortage of cameras for today's launch. In fact, the field team and myself included in that have been working overtime to get as many cameras and as many good views as we can for all of you out there in viewer land that we possibly can. In fact, here are some other views that we have from the Rocket Ranch Outpost, the very closest viewing location the public can get. They're very good friends of ours, so thank you to them for hosting us and Max and some of our cameras. We'll, I think, be going to Max from the Outpost in a little bit, but until then, we're going to keep showing you some of the glorious views that we have. This one is here at a lot we called the Danger Lot. If you remember the minivan that got destroyed by concrete way back 10 flights ago, that's where that was. That's where these views are from. We are not messing around here at NSF, and we are excited to bring all of you out there the very best views. In fact, for this launch, we have none other than DYs out in the Florida Keys. This is a camera live from the Florida Keys. So we will have views downrange as well. We are not messing around, as I said. Speaking of the range, here's a range helicopter. But yeah, I want to thank the other hosts that we have on. I want to get the show started, and I just want to thank all of you for being excited about the future of spaceflight. This is the beginning of the end. Sorry, this is the end of the beginning for the Starship program. We're finally seeing it reach maturity, hopefully, and no matter how this launch goes, it's going to be a new pad in Starbase, it's going to be new pads in Florida, it's going to be a new version of the vehicle. So let's close out this era of the Starship program with aplomb. I was going to say with a bang, but no, we don't want that. But also, let's go through who's joining me. We have our ever-competent cohort of co-hosts, starting off with none other than Alex. Alex, how are you doing? Good buddy.
I'm doing fantastic, Jack. I mean, we are less than 3 hours away from liftoff. I'm really super excited about this launch. I know some people might say, oh, it's the same, it's just the same profile. I'm still excited. It's a Starship launch. How can you not be excited about a Starship launch, right? It's like, it's
Right.
the world's most powerful rocket.
Right, and, I mean, having seen Ship 38 roll out and having seen the gaps in the heat shield, like, is this really going to be the same? Do we really think it's going to make it all the way to the water? I actually have some questions, but we'll get into that. Speaking of questions, if you have any questions, you can at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF in chat. Ask your questions, we'll answer them. Speaking of answering them, Ryan, we also have around to answer and provide his lovely insight. Ryan, how are you doing, good buddy?
It's a wonderful time. I almost can't believe it's a Starship launch once again. It feels like the other one. The other one was almost 2 months ago. Feels like it was just yesterday. But yeah, it's kind of crazy the time compression that happens in Starbase. But it's great to be back. It's great to be watching another Starship launch. And fingers crossed we get a liftoff in 2 hours, 46 minutes time.
Oh my gosh, it is so frickin' soon. That is that's exciting. I'm glad that everything this morning has gone as smoothly as it has for us here at NSF. The whole team, again, I said, firing on all cylinders. I cannot sing their praises enough. It's been such an honor to see everybody working their butts off getting all of the cameras ready to be deployed and ready to go. But, oh man, where do we... It's hard to think where we should even start, but honestly, I think where we should start is we should talk about our special guests and panel that is coming up here shortly. We are going to have none other than Eric Berger on to discuss the state of affairs. We're also going to have, let's see who Kevin's going to show next, Christian Davenport to discuss his new book, Rocket Dreams, which I have been voraciously devouring in the last couple of days. It's so good. And, of course, to round things out, we'll have Ashley Vance on as well. So we have the three book guys, to say it in a really flippant manner. We have three very smart people who have been embedded, and we're going to talk to them on a panel. And then in a little bit, we're going to have Scott Manley on as well, who's also very smart. And we're just going to be bringing you non-stop hits with the guests and with the very best commentary that we can get you, in addition to the very best views that we can get you. So that's the state of play. Welcome to the feed. If this is your first time here, I know it's a YouTube cliche, but hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to see more rockets, you came to the right place, because we are an extremely dedicated group of extremely nerdy individuals, and you know what that means. We're good at cameras. So you came to the right place. Oh, man. All right, so I guess I'll throw it first to Alex and say, Alex, what is the state of play right now? I know the road is closed. I know they have moved the ring walls out of the launch site, which is a normal sort of last step. Is the tank farm spooling up? For our viewers out there that might not be familiar with the intricacies of the lead up to these things in the same way that some of our tank watchers might be, where are we at and what is the state of play?
Yeah, so right now we are just counting down 2 hours, 43 minutes ahead for the opening of the window. It's a window, so maybe they target the beginning, maybe they target a little bit in the middle, maybe they target all the way till the end, right? So we'll be counting down here on the final few hours of this launch countdown, so we'll see what they do. But if they are on track, hopefully in just a few minutes we should start to see the major vents that appear when they start the chill down of of what it is, the entirety of the tank farm, right? So you got the ground tanks with all of the liquid oxygen, liquid methane and everything, and they need to prepare all of that for the start of propellant load. So well before that propellant load starts, that tank farm needs to get ready for that. It's sort of like, I don't know, putting the key in the car, although now it's a button or something on most cars anyways. But you know what I mean, right? Like even before starting the engine, you gotta prepare, you gotta do the thing, right? And so that's sort of the part here where we're gonna see vents coming up. Yeah, I'm just trying to do a comparison, and I'm failing.
They're turning the tank farm on, basically. They're turning the tank farm from off to on, and that is an important step, obviously, because they need the tank farm to fuel the rocket.
Bingo. Yep, you're correct. So we're gonna see a lot of these vents coming up on the tank farm and whatnot. Especially there's one that we call the Pope vent, because it sort of looks like the white smoke thing that they put at the Sistine Chapel when they elect a new Pope. So it looks like that, and we call it the Pope vent. But yeah, that one is one of the biggest ones. There's another one, more importantly as well, sort of where they have this bunker with different control systems and whatnot. And there's like one particular vent that comes out when they start that tank farm, right? And so it's a very long process. It's going to take a couple of hours until they actually complete the fueling of Starship. So that's why they do it now, because they got to do it ahead of time, so they're able to be ready for launch.
That makes sense. Awesome. Well, we'll keep our eyes open for that. We have 2 hours and change to go. It still blows my mind, Alex, how rapidly they're able to fuel this vehicle, and this is just the first version of the ground support equipment and launch pad. I mean, version 2 we see being built right next door at Starbase is going to be able to fuel, we expect, the rocket even faster. It's just kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're sort of celebrating here, I mean, celebrating, I guess, is not the correct word, but it's like, this is the last launch from Pad 1 in its current configuration, right? And we repeat this, I don't know how many times, and I don't know how many more times we're going to say it across today's live stream, but it is truly the end of the beginning, right? Like passing to a new chapter on your book or something like that, right? Like, and it's bittersweet, but also we're gonna move on to really greater stuff, and that's one of the things that we really are gonna be seeing. Hopefully, after this launch over the coming months, we're going to see lots of testing, lots of vehicles going left, right, and center, and hopefully a launch of version 3 soon. But yeah, it's going to be bittersweet. Most of the things that we're seeing here, of like, oh, the Pope vent, the OLM vent, and all that, most of those will probably go away once we go to the second pad operations. There's going to be other indicators, though, that we might use.
Right.
But yeah.
It is kind of interesting to think we only know, this is the Pope vent, this is the tank farm spooling up. We only know all of these timings and things because we watch every single test and every single launch, and we figure it out. But when they change things, or when it's a new pad, things like that, we have to learn all over again. So there will be a period of that. The first launch from Pad 2 or the first booster static fire from Pad 2, we're all going to be scratching our heads a little bit. Like, okay, what exactly does this look like? And like you said, Alex, it's bittersweet, but it truly is the end of the beginning, and that's a good thing. I think a lot of us wanted to, maybe even expected to be done with the beginning part of this program by now. Like, if Ship 36 hadn't blown up, if version 2 hadn't gone through the hiccups that they had gone through, I think we would be a lot further along, and the beginning would already be in our rearview mirror. But as it is, we're just now getting to the point where the beginning is ending, and I hope people aren't rolling their eyes when we talk about that. But it really is, in so many ways. You can just see it happening. You can see the infrastructure at Starbase changing. You can see the way that SpaceX handles operations changing. You can see Starbase becoming an actual legit bona fide city. It's pretty cool. And I for one will miss the early days, but I'm excited for what this program is destined to become. I think we're all eagerly waiting for it. All right, I think I just heard the voice of Max. Max, do we have you live?
I believe you do, Jack. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, Max. Max, you are at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, is that correct?
Indeed I am. So the Rocket Ranch Outpost is stationed about 3.5 miles west of the launch pad and is in essence a front row seat for the public for any Starship launch viewing activities. And so that is where I am stationed right now. Have a great view over to the pad. The sun is behaving itself, or the weather is behaving itself nonetheless. And we have a great view over towards Pad 1 right now. So it is a front row seat indeed.
That is the view right there. That is just absolutely gorgeous. What a gorgeous day. It's bittersweet to see Pad 1 in its current configuration go away after this launch, but you couldn't ask for a more beautiful day for a send-off, right, Max?
You really couldn't, and especially with the current T0 of the window opening being so close to the sunset, it really is going to be a rather scenic display, especially for us here. And of course, Pad 1 is all we've known. We really don't know how the exhaust plume is going to behave out of the trench over at Pad 2. We don't know exactly what that vehicle is going to look like once it leaves the ground. Like, really, Pad 1 is all we know, whether it be the Block 1 vehicles or the version 1 vehicles, and of course now with the version 2 vehicles. So we're going into a bit of an unknown period, and especially with having to transition from Pad 1 to Pad 2. But we have a great view of it over here, I should say.
Fantastic. What's the crowds like, Max? Are people starting to show up in droves?
No crowds showing up yet. I believe busloads will begin to arrive with people in about an hour or so. I can't imagine you would want to leave a bunch of people out in the open sun for a long period of time, because there isn't a ton of shade over at the outpost, unfortunately. But the same can be said for really anywhere over here in South Texas, especially over here near River, and of course Outpost itself as well. So
it turns out not a lot of trees. They do have like some shade netting and stuff like that. And but yeah, I'm excited for you, Max, because being at the Outpost is a unique experience in that you are truly among the super fans. Like, I know not just you, like a lot of our friends are going to be there alongside of you. So just, everyone that that I know, just give them a big hug for me. I know I'll see them probably after launch, but sometimes people have places to be, and the only time you really get to hang out and chill is sort of the moments, those precious moments before launch. So please have a good time, Max, in addition to cooking and making amazing imagery.
Jack, I will certainly try, and having the view that we get over here is certainly a helping hand in that. So, fingers crossed, all goes well, and that they can get off the ground at 6:15.
Yeah, good deal. I think I'm feeling good. Like we got our remotes down this morning. You feeling good about your remotes? I know that's always, for those of us that place them, a big source of consternation. You have to place the camera in a designated area and take into all the variables into account for that, and they have to figure out a way to trigger the camera when obviously you're not there, because if a person was there, they would screw up the launch or die because the rocket would kill them. So,
which we have seen before.
I mean, the poor Antares frog is a legend in the space circles. But point being, it's a challenge. How are you feeling about your remotes, Max?
I don't want to jinx anything or put any bad juju out there by being overconfident. But you know what? Honestly, Jack, I feel pretty good. This being the last flight from Pad 1, I put cameras in areas where I have not had much success before in recent launches. But the wind is going to be blowing pretty much straight east. At least that's what the forecast is calling. At about 10 to 15 miles an hour or so, which may open up a window of viewing for some things that we have not seen before, potentially from the danger dune perspective, as we call it. And that's the camera closest to the rocket at the moment in the dunes, I believe. I think it's closer than Hopper Lot, I think. I could be wrong. But either way, yeah, just slightly. But either way, we have seen that camera take some beatings before and been knocked over more than once by the fury of all 33 engines running in sync at once at liftoff. So trying some new things, hoping they work out. I have the ones I have in the bank that I know should work, so I shouldn't be empty-handed. But no risk, no reward, right, Jack?
I mean, isn't that the name of the game? Isn't that just the name of the Starship program itself? you have to risk it a little bit sometimes in order to make leaps forward. And yeah, that's funny, Max. I don't think we even talked about it, but I also set some kind of wild card cameras. We'll see how they turn out.
I've heard you say before, Jack, you had to cast big nets to catch big fish.
Have I really said that? I don't think I've said that.
You have no. That was Flight 2. I remember that very specifically.
I'll take your word for it. I am known to say things. I am a quite loud person. But Max, I hope you have just an excellent launch. I'm so excited for everybody that's out here at South Padre Island or on Brownsville proper, or on the beaches. It's going to be a beautiful launch. Like, it just felt that way this morning. We're in that weird time period between seasons where we all actually get a brief respite from the horrible weather, either wet or hot.
Yeah.
So, like I said, what better way to send off this pad? Max, I think that's going to be it for you and I. Anything else you want to throw out there to the viewers?
I should be checking in a couple more times before liftoff at a couple of points, so I will talk to you guys then. But in the meantime, I know we have a pretty good list of guests on our stream today, which I hope the viewers enjoy. It is quite special. But for now, yes.
We do indeed. Cool. Well, that is coming up here shortly. We're going to have a quick playback talking with the crew about their excitement around today's launch, and then we are going to come back for a panel with Christian Davenport, Eric Berger, and Ashley Vance. I mean, wow, this is I'm ready. Are you ready? Let's go.
I'm so excited for today's launch. I've been saying this over and over again, so I hope it's not boring, but this is the end of the beginning for the Starship program. As Pad 2 and version 3 of Starship come online, and as pads in Florida come online, things are going to start moving very fast. And these doldrums from version 2 that we've been suffering through for the last year are going to go away.
I know this is something that we've seen 10 times already now with Starship and Super Heavy, but it is the largest and the most powerful launch vehicle flying in the world. So it's tough to say that really seeing that gets old, which honestly it doesn't.
Am I excited for today's launch? Well, if I wasn't excited, I wouldn't be here.
I actually can't put it into words. I will be in Texas right about now, watching it in person. So I'm sure I'll be over the moon. I'm already over the moon, and we're a few days out.
I'm very excited for Flight 11. It's the last of the Block 2s. I've been here since, I've been coming here since the beginning of this program, seeing Pad 1 built, seeing, everything going on, and knowing that all that's ending. It's kind of sad, but it's also exciting that we're moving forward, and this is the next step.
So I've been very, very fortunate to be able to see all of them up close and personal here at the NSF site. Always exciting for any flight. It's just an amazing place down here. If you ever get a chance to make the journey down to Starbase, I highly recommend it. You will not be sorry.
Yes, it's the final launch of Block 2, the final launch of this generation of Pad 1. It's an era in spaceflight that we'll always look back to, In a couple of years from now, we'll look back at this video and I could say that we were here.
We are moving towards a brand new design of launch mount and brand new design of vehicles. So I feel like we're exiting the very rough edge era of Starship, which is kind of sad, but every program goes through it. Falcon went through it, and I guess it's Starship's turn.
Today's launch will be bittersweet. We'll say goodbye to the part of the very first flight, of the very first catch, and of so many historic moments in the Starship program. On the other hand, they've got a much better part lined up to support a much better rocket. But let's be honest here. We're going to see a Starship flight today, and that is so exciting.
I'm pumped for Flight 11. Flight 10 showed us that yes, they can actually achieve it all the way through splashdown, even with some nail biting. So today I fully expect a much improved redo of all of that, even pushing it a bit further. And honestly, anytime that we blast a skyscraper into the sky, it's a lot of fun. So I've got my popcorn ready to go.
I am absolutely stoked to see Flight 11 because it's going to be the very first flight that I get to watch with my very own Mark 1 eyeballs.
I really want it to go well and see the last launch from Pad 1 in this configuration, and being able to see all of those different weird landing experiments that they're doing with the booster, 5-engine landing burn, all that, with the ship, the dynamic banking. I'm really looking forward to that. Even though a lot of people are saying, oh, it's more of the same, there's still a lot of interesting things that are going to happen from there. And it's a Starship launch. Who's not excited about that? It's the world's most powerful rocket. Heck yeah.
Guys, I'm so excited for today's launch. How could you not be? Seriously. Let's go.
So be excited, because I sure as heck am, and everybody here at NSF is firing on all cylinders, and we're excited to bring y'all the next step in getting humans multiplanetary.
No matter how many cameras you point at it, no matter how many photos or videos you end up taking, it doesn't get old. And I've seen over 300 launches at this point, and Starship is still in a league of its own. So it's always exciting.
All right, we're back at the pad, and the Pope vent has started. That is exactly what we want to see at about this point in the flow here. So with that, we are going to ratchet up the level of excitement and the level of commentary here. Joining me for a panel is none other than Christian Davenport. Christian, how should I refer to you? A writer with the Washington Post?
Yeah, you can say that. Although I did take a buyout from the Post, I'm going to stay on through the end of the year to finish a series, and then on to new things, including I have to actually rush downtown in Washington, D.C. to CBS to help them cover the Starship launch. I'll be contributing for them.
Uh-oh, we lost our host.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you back, I think.
All right, sorry. I guess I had a little bit of an internet hiccup there. All right. I heard Washington Post, so I don't think I got it too super wrong. But your new book, Rocket Dreams, is fantastic. I have been devouring it voraciously for the duration of the weekend. And I got to say, it's especially surreal to read, listen, audiobooks, to listen to the book while trudging around Starbase. It's quite... I don't really know how to describe it other than to say it's surreal. But thank you for writing it, because it's an interesting listen while you're here.
Oh, well, thanks for saying that. That means a lot to me. I'm such a huge fan of everything that all you guys do. You're a huge resource to all of the people trying to cover it. And, of course, SpaceX is helpful with going on, half hour beforehand with the launch. But you guys are doing it all day. And for journalists, it's great when you can get down there to be at Starbase, which is an amazing place. And if you haven't been, I highly suggest going down there. But if you're not able to be there, I tune into you guys. So thank you to everything that all you do. Seriously, it's a public service.
It really means a lot. It really does mean a lot. We put our heart and soul into it, and we're just trying to carry forward that shuttle heritage. Back in the day, even back into Apollo and those early missions, just having that round-the-clock, full coverage that it deserves. Because, hey, this thing's going to space. All right, let's keep rolling through the panel here. I don't want to bog anybody down with my stupid thoughts, but Eric, you're used to my stupid thoughts. Eric Berger, also another spaceflight reporter, and with Ars, right, Eric? Is that your the right outlet?
Yep.
And also has written 2 excellent books about the state of affairs. Eric, maybe tell our viewers who might not know who you are a little bit about you.
I'm just a longtime space journalist. I've been writing about it for a couple of decades now. I've written a couple of books about the past of SpaceX, and just really trying to immerse myself in all the things that are happening now, because there's so much happening, and trying to stay on top of it.
It's so hard to stay on top of it, but luckily the internet exists. I don't know what any of us would do without it. Speaking of, Ashley Vance, also an author. Ashley, you're with Core Memory now, right?
I am. I launched my own media company. Especially since you guys are on YouTube, we got our YouTube channel. We got to make a lot of videos going all around the world, seeing technology. We got a podcast channel on YouTube, and then a Substack. And so I'm still covering space, but kind of covering just about everything. That
every now and then YouTube will serve me one of your guys' videos. I think there was Fusion one lately. Either way, I'll see one of your videos pop across my feed, and I'm like, ooh. So quality stuff. Make sure you check out Core Memory. But you've also written 2 books. When the Heavens Went on Sale, and sorry, what was the first one? It was the Musk one, right?
It's this Elon Musk guy. You might have heard of him. I wrote a biography on Elon.
Right. All right. So I think that gives our viewers who might not be the ultimate space nerds out there a sort of setting the table. This is who you're listening to, and this is who you're talking to. It's not just weird guy with beard and camera. It's some actual incredibly knowledgeable reporters and authors. So let's jump right into it. Christian, how do you think Elon's vision for space contrasts with Jeff's? And do you like one or the other better? I know Elon's like, let's go to Mars, humanity multiplanetary, whereas Jeff is more like, Earth should be preserved, O'Neill cylinders. Is there a better one? Do you think they're both good?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So yeah, Musk is like the von Braunian, right? He wants to build the big rockets, go to Mars, and Jeff is an O'Neillian, as you said, which is a physics professor named Gerard O'Neill, who had this concept to build these huge space stations. When you say huge space stations, they're like the size of cities, and have people live on those forever. And the thing, Elon gets a lot of attention. Obviously, SpaceX is the force in the commercial space industry, and really, the entire international space enterprise. But I don't feel like people sort of understand Jeff, as well, because Blue Origin hasn't done any, nearly the same. Well, they haven't had the same progress, but he's also much more like conservative and quiet. But I really do believe that space is such a huge passion of his, and this concept of like living in these O'Neill cylinders and like taking all the heavy industry off of Earth and going to space for like all of humanity's energy needs. Like he gave a speech when he was his high school valedictorian, and it was the same speech. That's what he was talking about when he was 17 or 18 years old. So it's not like, I think people look at Jeff and they're like, oh yeah, Blue Origin, I've sort of heard of them, but he's incredibly passionate about it. He just hasn't had anywhere near the success. As to, which one is better, I don't know. It'd be amazing, of course, to be able to go to Mars and, to have a city on Mars and to have that dream finally realized. I do think it'd be kind of cool, though, to live in one of those space stations and be able to return to Earth, like for the weekend, right?
You live on, like, have it be less of an arduous thing to get back to Earth rather than like a multi-month journey, right?
Right, and the radiation exposure and just all of that. I mean, I think Mars would be amazing. You'd have to be really, really adventurous.
Hi.
Well, there you go.
Oh, I someday maybe. I just have to live long enough, right?
Yeah. Well, what does Elon say? I want to die on Mars, just not on impact.
Yeah, that would be nice. One way or the other. Eric, do you have any thoughts on the Bezosian or Muskian visions that have been proposed? And if there's another one that I'm forgetting, like if Peter Beck has a grand vision that I'm forgetting, I'm sorry, Peter Beck. But this goes to any space CEO.
So I think, I think on the first principles, they're both aligned. Like they both see before you can do anything, you have to, Elon or Jeff says, build a highway to space. Musk says, rapid reusable launch. I mean, they're both thinking the same thing. Like the only way to unlock the future in space, whether it's on the moon or needle and cylinders on Mars, is through, rapidly reusable launch vehicles. And so they both put a lot of effort into launching and landing rockets. People forget that Bezos was actually the first to land a booster with New Shepard, and then SpaceX followed a few months later, back in 2015. But once you get past that, they diverge pretty quickly, and you can really think of it pretty generally. Like Elon sees no value in the moon, and Jeff sees an enormous value in the moon, and so it's really going to come down to who executes, because Elon is participating in NASA's Artemis program. I would not say he's fully committed to Artemis. He's much more interested in Mars. Whereas Bezos, I think we're going to see him even commit more fully to Artemis in the coming months. And it's going to be kind of interesting to see how that goes. But basically, Elon is a Mars guy and Jeff is a moon guy. And we'll see what happens in terms of who can execute on their vision over the next 10 or 20 years.
Always kind of boggled my mind that, I am not a rocket scientist, so I don't know the delta V calculations and everything, but like the moon's right there. Seems like a nice orbital refilling stop for Starship, no? But, I'm not a rocket scientist. Ashley, thoughts on vision, maybe Bezosian versus Musk, or you can take that wherever you want, but that's where I wanted to start this off in my little note stock here.
Yeah, I think, it's awesome to be on the podcast with all you guys and
yeah,
some
dude.
of my favorite writers right here. And I agree with what the guys were saying. I think he's always benefited from setting these super, super lofty goals with all of his companies. That's what creates kind of the religion around them and gets all these people to come work there. And so, Mars has been, from the second I started reporting on SpaceX, people used to think it was completely nuts that he would even talk about this. And I guess as the years go by, it starts to feel a bit more and more realistic, but it's still a very lofty, audacious goal. I think Jeff, when he describes the stuff, he's just more practical. And in some ways, I think it's maybe it's like less sexy to talk about building industry in low Earth orbit and moving stuff that spews a lot of pollution on Earth into space. But to me, that is probably going to be the real story of like the next 10, 20 years. I just feel like we're heading in that direction. I think it's been harder to take Jeff as seriously as Elon for the last 20 years because Blue Origin has struggled in a lot of ways to keep pace with SpaceX, but that's kind of like starting to change. And I feel like we're entering like the second inning of all this, and SpaceX has this massive head start, but a lot of very interesting things are going to kick off. And then just lastly, I think we're kind of lucky in some ways that, Jeff and Elon have kind of alternated as richest people in the world off and on for the last, whatever it is, 6-7 years. And they just happen to both be really interested in space. The richest people in the world could be interested in anything. And they're both private companies. It would be very hard to do what either of them are doing as like a public enterprise. And so you just happen to have these two weirdos who are into this stuff and are willing to spend all this money. And it's fun to watch.
It is. It really is. I couldn't have said it better. All right, well, let's keep rolling on. Christian, and this is going to go to everybody as well, but we'll start with Christian. In your book, Rocket Dreams, which just came out and is fantastic, you talk about a party that you went to that was off the record, that Bezos threw, that you could talk about because Lori Garver mentioned it in her memoir, which you didn't talk about it. You just said what she said. Anyway, all that is to say, what is, like, I understand a small degree of what it's like to be around these sorts of people or be around the companies, but like, you three all get ridiculously good access. You're embedded in these intimate moments. You're talking with the CEOs of these companies. What is that like? I mean, and how, like, not necessarily how do you do it, but how do you manage that? Like, is it challenging to stay objective?
Well, it's a great question. Obviously, Jeff owns the Washington Post. That makes, life a little tricky, but, we treat him, without fear or favor the way we would treat anyone else. I actually think Elon likes the fact that I would write, critically about Blue Origin and Jeff and hold them to account. And for a while there, particularly during the HLS lawsuit, Elon was using my Twitter feed to sort of jab at Jeff now and then. And like I say, I tried to use it, to be honest, to get better access to Jeff, and have only been, limited success with that. I did interview him for this book. I interviewed him for the last book. But, the thing is, he's really smart, and he really understands space, and he's really passionate about space. He loves talking about space. It's a lot of fun, actually, talking space with him. Eric Berger and I, was it like 2016, went down to Blue Origin for the first time with a small group of space reporters and toured around the factory in Kent, Washington, south of Seattle, with Jeff and at the time Rob Meyerson and some others. And what was so amazing was on this tour of the factory, there was sort of a subject matter expert, like for avionics or propulsion or, the welding techniques they were using, materials experts. And they would have that subject matter expert sort of talk about whatever it was their subject was. And then Jeff would kind of go in and translate because he speaks that language and he really understood it. And I just don't understand why he's not out there more talking about it, and Elon's obviously really accessible and understands this stuff too. But, I think it would do Blue, and you're seeing them be more public and you're seeing Jeff get out there maybe a little bit more, but it's fun talking to him. It's fun talking to Elon too, when you're talking about space, because obviously, you start following his mind, and you're like, you're talking about some pretty crazy stuff within short order. But it is kind of nice to and I will say too, it's a little bit hard to keep up because they're both very smart, but they're also, I think, smart in the way that they can speak to a large general audience for the most part. I mean, I think they're actually pretty good at that.
Which is so important, right? Like, how you need to be able to communicate the message and get people fired up. Eric, thoughts, good buddy?
Yeah, so I would echo what Chris said. They're both a lot of fun to talk to. They're both very knowledgeable and passionate about space, and it is a genuine interest. It's not a grift for either of them. They are both in this for the reasons that they want to move humanity off-world in a meaningful way.
Who's the most fun to hang out with of all space CEOs? All right, we can move on.
I'm going. Well, back in the day, I could promise you that Max Polyakov was the most fun to hang out with.
I was sort of expecting that. Yeah.
I always found him hard to understand, but yeah, he could be pretty off the cuff. I would like to sort of say also, and I can't speak for Chris, but speaking for myself, it's not like we have extraordinary access to these companies. They're not inviting us in for monthly meetings or quarterly chats with the CEO or regular interviews. Like, I don't have carte blanche to SpaceX or Blue Origin, but I do have a network of sources who know what's going on. And I think the leadership of both Blue Origin and SpaceX respect that. And so they want to make sure we have accurate information. But, it's not like we're inside these companies on a daily basis. We're talking to people who are inside or know what's going on. So, it's not really trying to balance things for me. It's just trying to sort of report what's really going on and trying to share that with people. And if it's great, report great stuff. And if it's not great, report that report that as well. And it's really sort of, I have found over the years, if you report quality information and show passion and interest and write intelligently about a subject, people will come to you with that kind of information.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't disagree. Ashley, you've been embedded with Astra. You've been embedded in a variety of situations, and obviously the biography on Musk as well. You had to be around him a lot. I mean, any thoughts here? Just like, are these just regular guys? Are they truly extraordinary? What's going on?
A bit of both. I mean, it is fascinating. I mean, if you talk about Elon, Jeff, Peter Beck, I mean, those are the three that are jumping to mind right away. It's like amazing the depth that they can talk about on these subjects, and then their obvious passion. I mean, most CEOs, I guess you would hope, would be like competent to speak about the business that they're running, but I would not say that most that they can all go sort of like to the technical depth, depending on what type of company they run. And then I think for some people, it's a job. I'm sure they're passionate about it, but I would say all three of the guys that I just ticked off, it's like we said, I mean, this is like their life's goal, and that, that's not the same for every CEO, and all of that comes through. When the heavens went on sale, I mean, you're lucky if you can kind of catch the companies at a bit younger days. I think you have more freedom to run around and follow them. Then as they get bigger, it always gets harder and harder. And as things get more serious, it gets more difficult to like have the same sort of access. And so that part's tricky, but yeah, I mean, the technical depth that all three of those guys can talk to about, I see sometimes, everyone always wants, lots of people want to take shots at Elon they're like, oh, he doesn't really know anything about aerospace or what. I mean, I just find some of that is just comical to me, because these guys are,
because he clearly does.
Yeah, I mean, they're extremely well versed on does this mean they're like flawless and they never make bad decisions? Definitely not. But the depth of all three of them is just really impressive, and it's fun. It's fun to cover people who are like passionate about what they do.
I would just add to what said there by Ashley, is that these are not regular guys. Like in my opinion, especially when you're around Elon, like he's pretty intense. There've been a few moments when I'm around him when he's been unguarded. And sort of much more human, but a lot of the time it's like pretty intense. And in one of my books, like I quote Zach Dunn. Are we allowed to curse? Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay. So he was describing the meetings around the first Falcon 9 failure, when Elon would have these meetings, and he said you had to be, fucking on your A game around him. You had to be perfect, because otherwise he was just going to jump you. And like in talking to Elon, it just seems like he's on a different plane sometimes. And so you really have to like be 100% dialed in, and it's not a casual conversation. I feel like Bezos is a little bit more casual. I think if I could go to a bar and have a beer with Jeff Bezos, I'd feel a little more comfortable, because he's a little bit more relaxed. And Ashley's had a lot more interaction, I think, with Peter Beck than either of us had, and I'm not quite sure how he would be in that setting.
Like Peter's incredibly nice. I would say he's similar to Elon in that you're going to have the most luck if you're like talking rockets, as opposed to just blabbering. Like while you're having a beer, you need to be focused about what you're talking about while you're having that beer. I have like the least experience with Jeff, but my sense sometimes is that he seems a little more conversational and can go different places. But to echo Eric's point, I mean, Elon doesn't he's not like super easy just to, he's like never the guy I would imagine like going to a baseball game with and just sitting there hanging out. You gotta be a little dialed in and sort of pushing things forward.
Right. Makes sense.
There's no small talk. Sorry. No small talk.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. We should probably talk about Starship, given that it's flight day and we're like 2 hours and change from the opening of the window. So, Christian, we're going to come back to you. Do you think Elon and Gwynn might sort of regret not going for a more middle-of-the-road approach versus this highly iterative approach that they've taken with Starship, given where we are now and that they still haven't reached orbit?
I don't think so. I think that they are experimenting in ways where they're, the payload is the data, and that, they're stressing this thing repeatedly. And the failures, I'm one of those guys. I feel like the failures are good, and there's no right now real customer that's depending on Starship on a day-to-day basis. Like when they were flying Falcon 9 and iterating at the same time, going to Block 2 and Block 3 and all the way to Block 5, they had customers that were watching and doing that. So even while they were iterating, I don't know that they could take the risks that they can take with Starship. And the fact of the matter is, it's an incredibly complicated vehicle. It's just massive. And unless you go down there and see it, we can see it right now on the screen. It looks like a rocket on the stand. It looks like a big rocket on the stand. But until you stand next to it or watch it launch, you're just like, oh my gosh, like there's nothing like it. And the fact that it's fully reusable, and the fact that it's going to return to the launch site and do the belly flop and have heat shield or that tiles that are going to be rapidly reusable. The fact that it's going to have to dock and do propellant transfer. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that they're learning and they make breakthroughs every single time they fly.
I'll tell you who has regrets, Jack, and that's NASA.
Go for it.
They have serious regrets about this process. And Chris said that no one's relying on it on a daily basis, but the reality is that the Artemis program is absolutely relying on Starship, and it's the country is at serious risk of losing the race back to the moon to China. Extraordinarily embarrassing, and at some point there will be a reckoning, as a result of all that. Yeah.
What do you say to people that say, but we've already been back to the moon, it's not a race?
Yeah, so first of all, like the U.S. government has framed it as a race, and the acting administrator Sean Duffy is running around saying we're not going to let China beat us back to the moon, and so like we have defined that as the end goal, getting back to the moon before China gets there.
Right.
And the reality is, from a geopolitical standpoint, it would be an enormous loss for the United States' prestige around the world, and it would be a singular moment China could point to. When they're trending up on all of these other different metrics, and economic, political, and just in terms of their standing in the world, that it could be a singular moment where they could point to and say, look, we have passed the United States as a technological superpower. So,
but doesn't that
stakes are very high.
That ring hollow, given that we're going back with they're accomplishing what we did? I'm not saying it wouldn't be a geopolitical upset. I think it would, but does it not ring hollow because they're going back with a smaller lander like we did initially, and we're going back with a frickin' behemoth? I don't think
it gets framed that way. I think it's like, why hasn't the United States been back there for 60 years? And why can't they get to the moon if China can? And I just think that it's going to be very difficult to frame it that way. And I agree, there's certainly an argument to be made. And I much prefer the U.S. approach to leaning into sustainability, in space refueling. Like, these are the right ways to go about it. I'm just saying there will be serious consequences for losing. And so, when you talk about an interim step or a different design, one could imagine a Starship that is 1/3 the size of that vehicle, that requires maybe 2 or 3 refuelings, and it's easier to land on the moon. But that's not the vehicle SpaceX wants to build. And so that's not the vehicle NASA is going to get.
Ashley, what do you think with the whole iterative development cycle on Starship? Do you think there was a quote? I forget where it was. What reporter got it? I'm such a terrible person, but it was a quote from Gwynn a while back that if they weren't flying crew on Starship faster than they did on Falcon, it'd be a quote major company fail. And I think that timeline was 6 years, and we're past it. Do you think they expected to be further along by now?
I imagine, yes. I think this is probably taking longer than they thought, and has kind of looked differently than they would have liked. I was thinking about this a lot this morning. I went back and I looked at like the Project Corona launches. You know, they were putting up a rocket like every couple of weeks, blowing things up left and right. I mean, there's an element to this which is that it's like really unusual in rocket history to some degree, that this is all taking place on a live stream out in the open, and you get to see these failures. So you know, the failures and the successes just right in front of your face. And there's obviously a world where if SpaceX was a public company, this wouldn't be tolerated. I'm sure there would be so much pressure to do things a different way. I hear everything Eric's saying. You know, I mean, this is like, obviously, I think NASA and the government have no one to blame except for themselves for even putting themselves in a position like this. And you know, to the extent that China gets there first, it's more of it's less of a knock, I think, on our technological expertise and more of a knock on how bureaucratic and sort of pathetic we've become in some ways of like doing important things. And you know, it's also this is like the Elon Musk of it all. I mean, this is a guy who wants what he wants. That doesn't always line up with what the country wants and what the politicians want, and they're now at his mercy as a result of that. I think Eric's right that I think the optics of it would be bad for sure in the short term, even though we have been there before. However, in my head, SpaceX is still so far ahead of everyone else that, you know, if you really were able to pull off something even more spectacular in relatively short order, I suspect we'd get over what China had accomplished on the moon and kind of move past that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I hope. This is a crazy timeline. I'll refrain from going down that rabbit hole in my mind. Let's go to another question. This one is from a viewer. What are y'all hearing? Speaking of the situation we're in, being NASA and the bureaucracy's fault, y'all hearing anything about Jared Isaacman potentially getting renominated as we watch this fuel truck leaving here? I know there's been some chatter of late, and Jared was so gracious when the nomination was rescinded. We'll come to you, Christian. I was joking on the flame trench we did this week. Like, I want to pull the excitement lever. I want to be very happy, but I'm cautious. We've been burned. Like, are you hearing anything?
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting that there was a report in Bloomberg saying that they were talking. I thought it was interesting that Jared was at the White House. Was it like a month ago, 6 weeks ago? Relatively recent with a lot of other tech executives. I heard also that he actually flew Sean Duffy at the Oshkosh Air Show.
Oh, no kidding.
Like MiG-29, so that they were talking. But I also hear that Sean Duffy wants to stay, likes it, told the president that he can do both. So I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people in the community are eager to have Jared renominated. You know, I do think it's interesting, just to tie it to the China question. One thing that's been fascinating to me as someone who's based in DC is here you have Sean Duffy and the Trump administration and Ted Cruz talking about, you know, China getting there first. And yet Mike Pence, you know, talking about that, you know, in the first Trump administration. But you also had Bill Nelson talking about it, you know, the Democrat from Florida when he was NASA administrator. So it's almost across party lines that there is this real concern about China getting back. And I totally agree with Eric. And just one quick anecdote, you know, because people, I don't know that they take China seriously because they're like, we're NASA, we did it. We have Elon, we have Jeff, we can do it. Well, China, you know, they're really now just 2 flags on the moon. And all of the Apollo flags that were laid during the Apollo era have essentially been, you know, bleached white by the radiation environment of the moon. But when China went a couple of years ago, they built a flag out of composite materials for one of their Chang'e missions that would withstand that harsh lunar environment. And then for this Farside Sample Return mission, on their last lunar mission, they built a flag that they unfurled near the South Pole made out of basalt. I mean, essentially volcanic rock that they found on Earth, and they melted it and were able to extract these threads with which to weave a flag. So in other words, in situ resource utilization, they were using resources that can be found on the moon to build their flag, which is up there right now. So I think that to me sort of symbolizes their intention. And whoever the NASA administrator is, it's going to find themselves in a very politically precarious moment where both sides of the aisle are saying we have to get back to the moon before China can get there. And it's not clear that that can happen. In fact, it's probably likely that China gets there first.
So I
think I don't like it. Go ahead, Eric.
I think Ashley made a great point earlier. Like, it's not SpaceX's fault that we're going to lose the race to China. It would be SpaceX's win if we're able to make it back before them. The reality is that there's been 20 years of pretty terrible space policy dating to the loss of Space Shuttle Columbia, and it's just a real mess. And all of the people who are saying that this is terrible and that there are problems, and like the Bill Nelsons, the Ted Cruzes, these are the people who kind of got us into this mess. So it's now sort of for them to have concern. And what's frustrating to me, I guess, and I'm coming to the Jared Isaacman question you asked, Jack. What's frustrating to me is that they're not actually doing anything to fix the problem. And like Sean Duffy, seems like a nice guy. Talks well, wants to do good at NASA, but he's got to manage the Department of Transportation. And NASA needs a lot of fixing. Like, there are lots of things that need to be done at the space agency to get it on track and to really get the Artemis program moving forward. And if beating China back to the moon is your goal, there are some changes you're going to have to make. And there's just no recognition of that, right? Duffy, mostly what we see Duffy is him going on Fox News, sometimes the other networks, and talking about how we're going to do this and that, and it's great, and Artemis is great, and we're going to land, and the Trump space plan is going awesome. And you know what? It's not. And I'm not seeing much evidence that Duffy's really rolling up his sleeves or has the technical knowledge to fix the changes. Like when Jim Bridenstine came in, he had really been looking at these issues long before he became NASA administrator and thought about trying to make systemic changes and had a strong ally in Vice President Mike Pence. The reality is that Duffy has no real ally in the White House to counteract what Russ Vaught at the Office of Management and Budget is trying to do. And so Duffy's making lots of television appearances, but the changes that need to be made are not there. And so I'm a little bit concerned. I'm hearing, just like Chris, that he has told President Trump that he wants to be the NASA administrator. I think that's because he sees there's a lot more good news to be had as NASA administrator than there are, with like air traffic controller strikes at DOT and things like that. So that's kind of why he's pushing to be NASA administrator.
I imagine it's more fun to be NASA admin than Secretary of Transportation. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
So you need someone, whether it's Jared or not, in there to really push NASA forward and be giving it their full time. And Duffy seems more interested in it for the television appearances and sort of what it does for his image than really fixing the systemic issues that need to be addressed.
Got it. It's so frustrating. It's like watching a 20-year-long train wreck. And like 20 years ago, everyone was like, oh no, don't do that. And then it's just the trains for 20 years just very slowly crash into each other.
And if Artemis goes next year, if Artemis 2 goes around the moon and it's a big success and you've got these great astronauts, everyone's going to be cheering, Sean Duffy's going to be cheering, but that doesn't really bring us any closer to landing on the moon.
Nope.
Yeah, and the Jared
Ashley,
thing.
go for it.
Well, it was such a sad fallout, from Elon and Trump's personal squabble because that was the first administrator I felt sort of excited about in a really long time. I still don't even know. There's so many parts of NASA I still admire and am into, but I just don't even know if it's fixable and what that does to help us in this in any sort of race in a meaningful amount of time.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. All right, well let's be a little bit more.
Now we're all sad.
No, it's all right. You gotta have highs and lows in life, right? We can be hopeful that Jared does get the renom, or if he doesn't, we can be hopeful that SpaceX absolutely kicks butt today and with future versions of Starship coming down the line, because one way or another we're going back. And a matter of
who gets there first, frankly, I mean, I care because the headlines are going to be annoying, but I don't really care. Like, let's just go. Let's start doing work on the moon. Let's figure out what that's like, and let's, do some science. Let's learn more about our place in the solar system. It's going to happen one way or the other, thanks to Starship. But yeah, politics. Am I right? But yeah, let's keep chugging along here. I do think we have an update really quickly from Alex for a status update on the stack. Alex, are you there?
I'm here. It's always nice to hear these conversations. They are very much needed. But of course, we are still keeping track of everything that's going on here at Starbase with Flight 11. They are already starting that chill down of the tank farm. We can see there the famous Pope vent, as we call it, right? And so that's just part of the chill down. They need this whole thing has been basking on the sun, if you will, right, for a long time. It needs to go down to all of those cryogenic temperatures. So they're loading the subcoolers, getting ready for propellant load, hopefully in less than an hour from now. They're getting everything ready there on the tank farm for that propellant load. Again, it's not started yet. Don't get ahead of ourselves here, but it'll start in hopefully 50 minutes from now. Here at the roadblock, you can see there's still those two transporter those transport stands there still waiting there, and of course we have also the road closure here closer to the river lot. Just you can see a lot of people already piling up there to watch the launch. It's really exciting to see that so many people are interested in this launch. And of course we have here from Rocket Ranch, shout out to them as well, from the outpost. And yeah, everybody's getting ready. It's getting close, man. It's less than 2 hours from now.
All right, the hype train is sailing. I think we also have something from Ryan.
I'm going to do a weather report. This is going to be the shortest weather report in your life. Weather looks good. Back to you, Jack. Just kidding. The winds are pretty much perfect. The sun, pretty much perfect. The clouds, there's barely any clouds to be seen. We've got a little bit of moisture we're looking out for, but it's really nothing of concern. This is like the exact opposite what we had on those first two attempts of Starship Flight 10. There's no pesky anvil clouds. There's nothing of that. It's looking good. I'm confident, and I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, gents, let's talk Artemis some more, because I do agree that come Artemis 2 next year, in some sense it's like big whoop. It doesn't get us any closer to landing on the moon. I do think though that a lot of people in the public will become acutely aware that this moon program actually is a thing and exists. What's interesting to me is Blue, as we talked about at the start of this segment, is generally less communicative, more secretive than SpaceX, and yet they've really been pumping the gas on various Blue Moon lander, updates and hardware videos that they've been posting, things like that. Updates on engine testing, and SpaceX is like, I don't know, dare I say, conspicuously silent or quieter than Blue. Christian, do you think this is indicative of SpaceX sort of, and Musk really not caring about the moon as much? Do you think Blue's trying to steal the moon?
I think Blue would love to steal the moon. I don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, they've flown New Glenn once. Whether they can now fly something all the way to the moon with people, land safely, dock with another spacecraft in lunar orbit, do all of that, I think remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, Elon, it's all about Mars. You walk into Hawthorne, you see all the Mars pictures. Mars is why I founded the company. I see, the HLS contract as a way to get money for Starship. The technology maybe is not that different. It helps you get a lot of launches under your belt. It allows you to, do the testing and the design on the reusable heat shield, on having a fuel depot in orbit, which you're going to need for Mars as well. Do a landing on another celestial body. And then really, I mean, Starship is to, the next generation of Starlinks, which fuels the whole Mars vision. So I think it did surprise me, like going back, was it 2017 at the IAC conference in Adelaide? Clearly you could read the tea leaves and see that the incoming Trump administration was going to be focused on the moon. And that's when Elon, talked much more. Like the year before in Guadalajara, it was all about Mars. And then at the IAC in 2017, he starts talking about like Moonbase Alpha and saying like, why haven't we been back to the moon already? So I don't know. I think it's a way to get money and contracts and experience for SpaceX. But for Jeff, I mean, the guy famously recovered the F1 engines from the Saturn V rocket that flew, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins to the moon. He got those, and they're now on display at the Air and Space Museum here in Washington, D.C. So yeah, he's all about the moon.
Eric, what do you think? Does Blue have a chance to land a lander on the moon before SpaceX gets an HLS lander on the moon?
Yes, they do. The Blue Moon Mark 1 is almost ready to go. It's going to come to Houston here in just a little bit and undergo some testing.
You have to chop it up first. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
No, don't get me started on that nonsense. Talking about moving the shuttle. So it's got to come here for atmospheric testing, and then it will go back to the launch site in Florida, and they're hoping maybe to launch it in January. I don't know if they're going to meet that deadline, but it's coming soon, and it's a huge lander. And as I reported a couple of weeks ago, now there is an internal plan at Blue Origin to use multiple Blue Moon Mark 1s for a human landing. And they think they could do this maybe within the next 4 years. Now, as Chris said, that's a big ask for a company that's launched one orbital rocket and has done none of the in-space stuff that SpaceX has done with dozens and dozens of Dragon missions. However, using Blue Moon Mark 1s with that architecture would not require in-space refueling, right? And so that's a big deal. And I think that if you're the Trump administration and you're interested in, a second pathway to basically, put humans on the moon before China, you ought to be exploring that Blue Moon Mark 1 option, because Blue Moon Mark 2, the human-rated lander, much larger, is not going to be ready for a long time. I mean, that's right. Just going to take more time. And so that's really the only realistic option, I think, to Starship. And I think you could create a competition where you would spur both of them forward and maybe hold SpaceX's feet to the fire a little bit more on their lunar program, which I think we all agree is not really the priority of the company.
I mean, there was that moment. Ooh, look, the nitrogen boil off from the subcoolers is starting to make its way across the mud flats there. That's a great sign. The tank farm's coming to life. Oh, man. I don't even remember what I was going to say. I'm just lamenting the fact that SpaceX doesn't care about the moon as much. Go ahead, Ashley.
Well, I mean, I think if I remember right, when you were first kind of asking your question, there was an element to like how the public would feel about all of this. I'm curious of like what you guys think. I wonder if I kind of wonder if the average American cares if China puts a human back on the moon before we do or not. I'm not totally convinced. I sort of feel like I think the public,
a lot of them,
despite all the many words that we all write, I think is sometimes kind of confused about what's actually happening in space. I think when a lot of the takes that I see on Elon's so polarizing that people will like seize on SpaceX sometime as some kind of like point of weakness, which it
makes people dislike space, which is disappointing, but it is what it is.
And there's just elements to this that are like hilarious and sad, because if SpaceX didn't exist, like our entire conversation would be about how China is dominating space and the U.S. has nothing, to do about it.
We are lucky. We're very lucky to exist, like we've talked about, at this point in time where the two richest guys in the world actually do care about space.
I don't. Sometimes I think we get fixated on this, and the politicians do, but it could be a big waste of time in the big picture.
To answer your question, Ashley, I do think the general public will care if and when China beats us back to the moon, but I don't think they know that they will care necessarily. I think they'll only care after the fact, when it's like, when the sucker punch hits you in the face, it hurts. but you might not always be looking for that sucker punch. And I think a lot, like in the same way, the opposite happened when we did Falcon Heavy, or when we had, Bob and Doug headed to the ISS for the first time on an American rocket from American soil. I had people, friends, family, old high school friends, people messaging me because they know what I do, saying, "Oh man, that was the coolest thing! Like, I can't believe we're still this great." And it's like, yeah, we are. So hopefully we get that version of the timeline, and not the other version where my friends and family who don't follow this stuff closely message me like, "Wait, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I could talk your ear off about it." So I don't know. Hopefully things go well, but
I still think the Tesla Roadster was still the biggest thing that
was a good one.
People paid attention to. Maybe we should just focus on something like that.
I don't know, man. I got to disagree, Ashley. I understand what you're saying, because the public interest in space is a mile wide and an inch deep. Like, they don't care. It's that's the reality. It's like most people are not paying attention to any of this stuff. But when you get video of a Chinese astronaut planting a Chinese flag on the moon, and releasing a statement and kind of dancing on the grave of the United States, I mean, that is going to be extremely powerful. And I think Americans will care, and there will be a very significant political price to pay. If we look back, what happened, with their first moon race, it's still geopolitical significance is huge. And you know better than I do, Ashley, like the what's happening in China in terms of their economy, in terms of their technology and investment in all sorts of areas, from green energy to nanotechnology. I mean, they are making the kinds of investments oriented to the future. And so but a lot of that stuff is below the surface. You don't really see that on a day-to-day basis. I think this is a moment that could really break through. That would be like, this is the passing of the torch from the United States era to the Chinese era. I think that's how it can be framed.
Maybe it's the wake up call we need. We seem to let the supply chain stuff and the advances here and there, like high speed rail. We see what's happening. California doesn't move any faster. I don't know. Maybe that would finally be the thing that cracks through and people would wake up.
But Jack, you're exactly right. Like, if you take SpaceX out of the equation, like the United States in a lot of ways, from military space to launch, is behind the Chinese space program at this point.
It's pretty wild when you think about it, but I'm definitely glad we exist in a time where Falcon 9 and also Starship exist. It's pretty wild. I mean, Christian, in your book, you talk about how GPS is a public utility, and I really enjoyed that part in particular because, hey, guess what? If you out there use GPS, it comes from space. And the military gave that to the general public. I want to say for free. I mean, we paid for it. It's kind of ours. But point being, Starlink is actually enabling internet around the world to people, and it's not a free public utility. I wish it was like GPS. That would be great, because more internet around the world, more better. But what do you think is the end goal here for Starship? Is it just Starlink? Is it just Mars? Do you think that we're going to see, HABs built into these things, or is SpaceX just going to do the bare minimum they can do to get to Mars with this vehicle?
Well, I think they're all interrelated, with Mars obviously as the end goal, right? That's the point of SpaceX. That's the point of Starship. And, you see those animations SpaceX has of, the Martian surface, with all of these starships, and then the dome, the habitats parked all over it. But just to talk about China in a minute, it's astonishing to me when, I'm going around on the book tour now, and a lot of people have no idea. And these are people who are coming to a book event about space. They don't know that NASA is about to launch a crew of astronauts around the moon. And I think that there will be interest in it when they do that, but I think it will be fleeting, particularly in today's media environment where everybody, their attention is just so fractured. And even in 1969, people got bored of the moon, and were, wanting NASA to sort of move on. And I think, it'll be a flick for a moment when Artemis 2 happens. So I agree with Eric that China landing on the moon will be a big deal. But it's interesting, though, because part of me, I keep wondering why the Trump administration now is casting it and putting all the chips on the table and saying, we're in a space race with China and we cannot lose. when the fact is that the chances are they are going to lose. But I don't know that there's going to be a political price to pay, because the chances are they may be out of office by the time China lands on the moon. It's like the next guy's problem, which is illustrative of all of the issues that you keep having, with America's space program that, by the way, China does not have, right? Because they don't have Republicans and Democrats and changing administrations. And there's no like, oh, this is a military space program. This is the Pentagon. This is the CIA. This is the NRO. And this is NASA. And they're separate. Like, they're all intertwined together in a way that I think is problematic, from a democratic point of view, but can make them maybe move a little bit faster.
All right. I think we should talk about Starship some more. Maybe a happier subject. It's launch day, am I right? The thing today being tested is the last version 2 ship and the last version 2 booster. Let's just put our chips on the table. How do we think the ship is going to do today? There's a whole bunch of missing tiles. I know they're doing less material testing, but there still appears to be quite a lot of missing tiles on that heat shield, perhaps for some intentional stress testing. Ashley, how do you think the ship's going to do today?
Oh dear. I think, I feel like we've been still seeing progress. I don't know. I feel good. I was digging around on the heat shield stuff a little bit the last couple of days, but I don't know. This one feels well, I don't want a Debbie Downer, this exciting moment. It feels like a little bit more of the same, doesn't it? At least to me. Yeah, I don't know. I feel confident in SpaceX's progress.
I think the fact that this is the final launch from Pad 1 in this configuration, and the final launch of a Starship stack that looks like this, makes it a little bit extra special. At least for me, from like a content creator point of view. But you're right. It's a similar profile. It's still suborbital. So I get it. You're not Debbie Downer. You're Donnie. Whatever the opposite of Debbie Downer is. Eric, what do you think, man? How's ship going to do today?
I fully expect it to be successful. And if it's not, then that's, not to be Debbie Downer. Sorry. I think that's a really, a step back, because they've had all these teething pains with version 2 of the ship and booster, the ship particularly. And if they sort of, this one, fails, then that's a step back. And the reality is we're kind of all in the Starship V3 waiting room, because the key to unlocking everything is getting to a semi-stable configuration of Starship and then just popping those things off one after the other, because you've got to get lots of flight experience. You've got to get, the refueling test, and you've just got to start refueling vehicles, and launching Starlink. So, it kind of feels like, look, it's a Starship launch. It's going to be super exciting. It's incredible to watch. And you're right. Standing near the pad, looking up at that thing, it's incredible. They're massive vehicles. But this feels like, all right, let's get past this and see what Starship V3 can do. And let's see if we can really start jumping that cadence up.
Absolutely. Christian said it himself. You cannot get a sense of scale for these vehicles unless you're there in person. And even being in the dunes, looking at a full stack, even then it's very hard when you're standing on the property line. You can look up at it and be like, wow. I think the only true way to get a sense of scale is when they roll past you on the road and you're literally like, okay, if things go south, I need to run that way. It's a really special place, Starbase. Christian, how do you think ship's going to do today?
I think it'll be good. I think we're going to get some cool views of it re-entering, like we always do in the plasma buildup, which is one of my favorite parts of the mission. But then the question is, okay, then you go to V3, and it's like, all right, it seems like they solved the problems on V2. They got the ship going. They had those mishaps, and then are there going to be some growing pains with V3? And then is the sort of general public going to be like, oh, I thought they had this down. They're going to have more problems again, maybe not realizing that they're dealing with, a pretty significant upgrade and some new systems. So I'm not saying that V3 is going to have some growing pains, but I think it's entirely possible that
Right.
they do. When I was trying
Seems
to get
plausible.
yeah, I mean, when I was trying to get Elon, I was messaging with him. This was in January to talk to him for the book, and we ended up just sort of going back and forth a little bit about V3. And his quote to me was, version 3 converges to greatness. Which, as Eric said, I think you really need version 3 to unlock all the things to be able to get to the moon and to Mars. But again, we're talking about a huge upgrade, complicated vehicle. The first 2, 3, 4 flights may not be perfect, and then it's all of a sudden we're like, oh, the headline may become, well, SpaceX is struggling again, when they're just sort of working out the kinks of a new system.
I think, and all this like goes back. It goes back a little bit to some of the stuff we talked about earlier. I mean, I think SpaceX, when they were doing all the grasshopper stuff, I mean, it was happening out in Texas. We didn't see it as much, during like the most of their like reusability early day trials. And then I think they just like convinced us all in our head that they're almost flawless, for this big run. And you just get so used to them doing everything kind of faster and better, especially when it comes to aerospace, where everything is always late and worse than you thought. And SpaceX kind of trained you to think a little bit differently. And so, yeah, I find some of this hard to just wrap my head around, just simply from like the way SpaceX has kind of imprinted their modus operandi in my head. And then I find the whole thing, this gap. This is, I don't know, we talked about it earlier, I suspect this has gone slower than SpaceX had thought. It's definitely gone slower than I had thought in my head. And so this like gap of opening up space for Rocket Lab against the Falcon 9, for Blue Origin to sort of make progress on different fronts. We saw Stoke Space raise a ton of money. I mean, Eric Schmidt's come in with relativity. All these things are just, I think we're preparing for like a really interesting couple of years when sort of the Falcon 9 competition landscape might change while all this is going on. So I don't know. It's fascinating from like a spectator point of view, if nothing else.
It really is. Sometimes I wish I had a fast forward button. It's as fast as things are moving. Sometimes I'm like, oh man, I'm 37. Like, oh geez. Like, okay, well, how much of the show do I get to watch?
There's no better time to be alive and interested in space than right now. John.
And right now,
I'm convinced this is a more exciting time than even the Apollo era, I believe.
I mean, you couldn't go to a public beach in South Texas and barbecue and have a fire pit and drink with your friends like 300 feet away from the world's largest rocket by a factor of 3 in the Apollo era. Like, no shade to the Apollo era. I wish I could have been there and seen humans walk on the moon. But yeah, we truly are extraordinarily lucky. So version 3, do we think they, I mean, we talked about this just a little bit. Do we think they're going to go through some of the same teething pains? Eric, I'll throw it to you first. I mean, we've seen a lot of component testing being queued up in the form of a bunch of different test tanks getting assembled, which is not necessarily something we saw as much for version 2. I'm optimistic that there won't be growing pains, but I do think it's entirely plausible that there will be. Sort of, what are you expecting from version 3, Eric?
First of all, I have no idea on the technical side of things how long it's going to take. I do think before this started, if you had asked me if we're on flight test 11, still wondering whether the ship is going to get to space and it has not gone orbital yet, I would have not expected that. I would have said that's pretty far below my expectations. But what I struggle with as a reporter in trying to convey to readers and to people is just how much of a quantum leap forward Starship is compared to every other rocket that's been designed and built before. It's not just the size.
I don't think people really understand, because it's not just that they're trying something hard. They're not trying to just go fast. They're trying to go fast and do something incredibly hard.
Yes, incredibly hard, and trying to bake in reuse into this monstrous vehicle, and especially the upper stage reuse part of it, which obviously has been a real challenge to them, is just it's people need to give SpaceX some grace, right? with their expectations and for what they're trying to achieve. And so I think on one hand, you can question whether this is the right architecture for humans to go back to the moon, right? Because it was not really developed for that. But I don't think it's really makes too much sense to question the vision behind what Starship is, because this is a problem that Elon and the smartest aerospace engineers have now been trying to tackle for 20 years. And so I think if they've decided that this is the optimum design of a vehicle to unlock rapid reusability and super heavy lift, then I suspect they're correct. And it's just an enormously difficult problem to solve, and it has never been solved in history before. So it's maybe going slower than some of us would have liked, but clearly they're making progress. And we can only really stand on the sidelines and watch and hope for the best with version 3.
We'll definitely all be cheering version 3 on in the same way that we'll be cheering the last version 2 ship on. An hour and 25 minutes to go. Christian, how do you think version 3 is going to go?
Again, it's so hard to say. Are there going to be growing pains? Yeah. But the SpaceX way is there are growing pains. They test, they fail, they innovate, they come back, and they figure it out because they're that good. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say from the outside without inside knowledge of and not being an engineer. But as someone who's followed it for a long time, I mean, actually, I have. See if I can find this. This is if you could see this. This is the mission patch for the 4th flight of Falcon 1 that someone within SpaceX gave me years ago. And it's like, you think about SpaceX, you think about that down to their last flight. If that doesn't go, they don't exist, right? So I think now I bring that up to show that I think ultimately it will be successful. Whether that's on the first flight or the 8th flight, it's hard to say.
Got it. Ashley, version 3?
I don't think I'm going to top any of that, and I don't have such a cool mission patch to just pull out. What do you have that just at your fingertips, Christian, man?
I have all my mission patches.
So when Sawyer's on, he often will flex and show like a piece of shuttle hardware or like talk about astronauts he's met. I think we just got our first Christian Davin.
When Ashley when he was talking about early days, I was like trying to like when I went off camera, I was sorting through my mission patch pile.
I'm jealous now, man. That's a good one.
Well, I'm jealous for the title of your book, When the Heavens Went on Sale.
I should be back. Am I back?
It's an amazing book, as is Liftoff and Reentry. Amazing books. When the Heavens Went on Sale, amazing book, amazing title too. I just
thank you. Everybody hated it that I wrote about. mostly the planet guys. They thought it was too crass and capitalistic. But then now here they are.
I mean, if everybody likes
public company.
Have you done your job?
No. I was really happy with it.
I can't hear anybody.
I can still hear Christian.
So I have a Falcon 1 patch. It's on my shelf framed. The Flight 4. It's the first one with the
testing. Somebody
before the clover.
We're talking.
We're talking, Jack. But
we can definitely hear Jack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about the different design philosophies and things like that, and that's one of the things that we're looking at here, right? This is the final launch of this version of Starship. We're sort of turning the page, and you guys have books, so I guess that's an appropriate expression, right? And so now I guess we should turn the page and sort of try to like what is your thoughts? What are your thoughts for today's launch? Because we've been talking about all the politics and everything and all that. I want to hear your thoughts. Like, do you think it's going to go great? Do we have that dynamic banking thing? I don't know. Maybe Eric, you can go first on that one.
I fully expect success today. This is like the 5th flight of version 2, 6th flight. I'm not sure. They've flown it a lot. It's a very similar profile to the last flight. And so you would expect that they have learned. And if the rocket is changed, they've only made improvements to it. So I would expect and hope for success today. A pretty clean mission.
Yeah, and Christian?
I agree. I think at this point, early on, it's trying to push the boundaries, doing different things. If you fail, the payloads of data. I think on this one, they want a good last flight. I think, obviously from a technical and engineering standpoint, they want to do it as they go into version 3. Also, I think from a PR standpoint, not that that's necessarily what Elon cares about.
Yeah.
I don't think he's being like, oh, I want NASA to look at this and say like, all right, they're back on the ball and I got better headlines. I don't think he cares about that at all. But I think it is now part of the narrative. And, just being realistic that from a PR standpoint, a launch would be good and a failure would not.
And you, Ashley?
Well, I'm not going to be the one who says it's going to blow up on the pad. That would be really sad. I think it'll
Let's
do
hope
well.
no.
No, I think it has to do. I think it's sort of like I fully agree with what Eric was saying a bit earlier. I just think it would be massive step backwards if it doesn't do well, and you want to carry some momentum into all these things that they have to accomplish that are coming up, and so some of it's is psychological. I think I think the company could kind of use heading into V3 with a win behind it.
Yeah, I hope so too. I really hope we get through all that. I think Jack, speaking of recoveries, I guess,
Hey,
Jack is
who
back.
let you take over?
You went away.
Had a bit of a Wi-Fi hiccup there.
Are you on Starlink, Jack, or what's going on?
I am not on Starlink.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, it's my fault. It's my bad. Wow. Okay, that was a really good discussion. Thank you all so much. I think we're getting very close to wrapping it up here. Really quick though, Christian, what's your optimistic prediction for the next 5 to 10 years in space flight? Where do we end up in, say, 2030, middle of the 2030s, if all the good levers get pulled?
Yeah, I think multiple. I mean, just take the moon for example. I but landers on the moon, crewed and uncrewed. Given all the companies from Intuitive Machines to Blue Origin to SpaceX. But since we've talked a lot about international, not just China, but India as well. I mean, nobody talks about India, but they've got a huge, robust space program. I don't know. I think by the middle of the 2030s, the commercial space stations are viable as well. I think those are some big things. And the thing too about Starship, to end it on sort of an optimistic note, if that's going. Think about the science, the number of telescopes that can be launched on that thing that don't have to be folded up like a piece of origami to fit into the fairing, and the discoveries that we can make about the solar system and the universe when you're able to have that kind of access to space could be extraordinary.
Absolutely. Ashley?
Man, I'm trying to be realistic here. I get excited when we get to middle of the 2030s. I think middle 2030s. I think we're talking about Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, and SpaceX as the dominant American space powers. I think finally, I've been waiting for this the whole time I've been covering this. I think we have like a new idea, something that's in low Earth orbit that is doing something interesting beyond communications and imaging, and somebody's like cracked the code on that, and it's been inspired by Starship and the economics and the weight that it can carry to space. I think it's been inspired by having multiple companies that can get to space on a regular basis. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I try not to get too excited, but I think by 2035, going way back to the start of our conversation, I think we're in a new industrial era in low Earth orbit. Yeah, I'm buying into that. I'm sticking on that.
All right, I'll take it. Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a phenomenal point, Ashley. Like, if space is really going to open up, we need to have some kind of economic use case for space beyond sort of what's happening in communications, observation, and transport today. And that we don't know what that is. And we're all hoping that once launch becomes ubiquitous and cheap and access to orbit really opens that up, and we find those use cases because beyond sort of government contracts. So I'm eager to find that as well, hoping we do. 10 years from now, I'd love to see launch be a commodity, cheap, much more like airport-like operations, the vision Elon has been pushing for forever. He's getting there with Falcon 9, so I'd love to see that with Starship, eventually New Glenn, Stoke, Rocket Lab, hopefully, other companies perhaps. Hopefully we have like months-long sorties on the surface of the moon with astronauts, and we're finding meaningful things to do there economically, because if it's just flags and footprints and there's not really meaningful economic things to do on the moon, then I'm not sure what we're going to be doing there long term. Hopefully we've sent some cargo missions to Mars. I just don't see humans on Mars within the next 10 years. And I'd love to see like an asteroid return to Earth with platinum or other rare earth metals. I think it's possible to do some asteroid mining and get at least small amounts back within the next decade. So there's lots of potential. I think all of it, though, hinges on unlocking some kind of economic benefit for these space activities, because if it's just governments, it's not going to enable kind of the humans as a multiplanetary species that all of us on this panel, I think, want to see.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I think,
well, go ahead, Ashley.
The asteroid mining I used to think was just totally nuts, and now I'm here for it, and I think it's feasible, and I want to see it.
Yeah.
Right. I really hope we get to that point. Ashley, thank you so much for being on. You have written 2 books, one about Elon Musk and also When the Heavens Went on Sale, which just came out. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you guys so much.
Also, Eric, you are a legend. You're all 3 legends. Eric has written Liftoff and Reentry, and they're both absolutely worth reading, as well as Ashley's. Eric, thanks for being on.
It's my pleasure, and it's great to be on with Ashley. He wrote the definitive biography of Elon more than a decade ago when he was
you don't need that. You don't need that other Walter one. Just read Ashley's.
Yeah, he got all this information when it was impossible to get, and it was just really an inspiration for me as a writer myself.
Thanks, man.
And Christian, thank you so much for being on. You wrote Rocket Barons and Rocket Dreams, Space Barons and Rocket Dreams. And thanks so much. Everybody should read all of these books, and then you will be the most informed of any one of your friends about this stuff.
Thanks, guys. That was so much fun. Really appreciate it.
We should do a value pack.
A value pack? Yeah, we should. That's actually a really good idea. See, always thinking. Oh, yeah, and Ashley's on Core Memory as well. Check them out on YouTube. Gentlemen, this has been an honor and a pleasure, and I look forward to doing it again sometime. But in the meantime, we have a launch day to do. So we'll see you all sometime soon.
Good luck.
In the meantime,
Good luck.
Say what?
Good luck.
Thanks. We'll need it. In the meantime, I do believe we have a playback about Flight 11 explaining where we're at. Let's go take a look at that.
With every new Starship launch, it means we get to know what's new, and while in general the flight profile is similar to the previous flights, there are some interesting differences to note for this launch. As you probably already know, Flight 11 will be featuring Ship 38 on its first and only flight, and Booster 15 on its second. This would be the second reuse of a Super Heavy booster, and as you can imagine, a good number of its engines are being reused as well. In particular, SpaceX says 24 of the booster's 33 Raptor engines are flight proven, although we don't know if those flight proven engines were also flown on B-15's first flight, or if they're a mix from other previously flown boosters. Just as with the last couple of flights, the booster will not be recovered, and will in fact be trying new experiments to gather data for future generations of boosters. In particular, this booster will have a different landing burn profile than normal, and it's one that will be used on version 3. The landing burn will start with 13 engines as usual, but instead of directly down selecting to 3 engines, it'll down select to 5 engines instead. According to SpaceX, version 3 Super Heavy boosters will use 5 engines during the section of the burn that's responsible for fine-tuning the booster's path. That's basically the really scary part of the landing, where the booster has slowed down a lot with the 13 engines, and it's now flying itself over to the launch tower for the catch. This, SpaceX says, will add additional redundancy for spontaneous engine shutdowns. This is something that seems logical, considering that this is the point when the booster starts its flight over to the tower, and with 5 engines they'll have way more control if one goes out than if they have only 3 engines. Another benefit that SpaceX does not point out, but that may be part of this new plan, is that this burn would be more efficient with a lower propellant consumption. It seems counterintuitive because there are technically more engines firing during the landing burn, but it also means the booster has more power to counter the force of gravity while it slows down and swings over to the tower. The net result is a shorter landing burn that's more powerful and overall more efficient, as there's less wasted force to counter gravity. This efficiency gain can be confirmed by the fact that the planned landing burn duration will be 4 seconds shorter than on the previous flight, or in relative terms about 20% shorter. We're not fully sure which 2 engines from the middle ring of 10 engines they'll use to go along with the 3 center engines, but we'll find out soon enough on flight day. That being said, the landing burn will not end on those 5 engines though. For the final phase of the burn, the booster will be down selecting to the center 3 engines as usual and finishing the landing burn high above the water like on flight 10, which will result in the planned explosion of booster 15. That's right, a planned explosion. I can already tell you, it's not meant to survive that plunge from high above, no matter how much we want it to. The entire reason for the plunge is to ensure that no big pieces of the booster survive and stay afloat for several hours, drifting into Mexican waters. You get the point. That's the plan for the booster, but of course, there's a ship up above which will also be doing its thing. Much like on Flight 10, Flight 11 will again feature the deployment of 8 Starlink simulators from the ship's payload bay. Ship 38 will also do another in-space relight of one of its Raptor engines, and there'll be another round of heat shield tests. But unlike on Flight 10, there won't be as many heat shield tests. From what SpaceX has posted on its website, we should only expect the usual missing tiles experiment that they've run on previous flights, but it doesn't mention anything about new materials or anything like that. One important detail they did add about these missing tiles is that several of these will be in locations where the tiles are bonded to the vehicle, that is, glued instead of pinned, and have no backup ablative layer. This means Ship 38 may very well come back with some holes in those places as a result. On previous flights, most of the tiles that had been removed were in places where the tiles were pinned to the vehicle instead of glued, and therefore there is a backup ablative layer behind the tiles. This meant that, despite there not being a tile, there was at least that ablative material protecting the ship. It'll definitely be interesting to see how the ship fares after going through re-entry in that way, and I'm sure SpaceX is even more interested in seeing that, given that's what they're planning to do. Finally, Ship 38 will also fly a path closer to what future ships will take when returning back to Starbase. According to SpaceX, the final phase of Starship's flight trajectory includes a dynamic banking maneuver, and it will test subsonic guidance algorithms prior to the landing burn. Given this language on its website, it seems to imply that this dynamic banking will happen during the belly flop part of the flight. I certainly have no idea what that would look like, but I'm very excited to find out. The ship's landing burn also seems to occur a bit earlier and might be a little longer based on the times from the planned timeline for Flight 11 on SpaceX's website. It'll be interesting to see if the ship also tries to simulate as if it were landing on the chopsticks, which could explain the longer burn time this time around. What's interesting about this flight is that despite the majority of it being similar to the previous flights, the landing of both booster and ship will give us a glimpse into what we'll see next year with version 3 Starships. It's probably going to be a few months until that happens, so we should really take in everything we can about this flight and enjoy the show. That way, at least the wait for Starship's 12th flight won't feel as long.
And we are back at Starbase. Well, I'm not there, but the rocket sure is, and we are just keeping an eye on things. I'm Lon Seidman. I'll be helping host the NSF stream here for a little bit, right through the launch and the cruise and the landings and all of the things in between. And I want to say hello, first of all, to my friend Alex, who's joining us. And we're going to have a more up-to-date status update soon. But what's the quick update you can give us right now for launch today?
Yeah, we got that rundown of what to expect on Flight 11. And of course, before any of that happens, we are about an hour and 7 minutes away. We have now seen the chill down of the propellant lines to the tower. Those are the ones that run up and sort of connect to the ship. It's like a really tiny vent going on right now on the tower, but that's a great sign. I'm also seeing some of the other camera views as well. Some of those propellant lines on the launch mount are also getting frosty, so we should see the launch mount vent coming up. It's a little bit later than we are expecting, right? We usually expect these things T-minus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So maybe we'll see a 10-minute delay. I don't know. We'll see. Definitely, once SpaceX gives us some more updated information, we'll relay it as soon as possible.
But we have some room in the window, so these things can happen.
Yeah.
And my experience in hosting these things is they don't wheel me out here on NSF until the staff behind the scenes is confident that something's going to happen. So I'm usually a good omen. We'll see if that continues today. And we'll have a much bigger update in a few minutes when we get to the top of the launch count with 1 hour to go. And before we do, though, Alex, we got a lot of folks in the queue here we want to thank. Tim Riley here with a $100 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Luke Ortiz, a $2 super chat. Greetings from Germany with €5 from Vanessa there. Thank you very much for that. Bidford with a $50 super chat. Talking about the fact that this is kind of a milestone, Alex, right? We're seeing the end of V2 and something new after this, right?
Yeah, the end of Pad 1 as well as we know it right now. That's why our patch is sort of featuring that iconic donut shape. You can see there already the OLM vent, that launch mount vent that I was mentioning here, and some of those lines getting frosty there on the top there. So yeah, great to see. We should savor this and take it in as we are getting ready for the final flight with this hardware here. So yeah.
And it's not just the rocket hardware, it's the ground hardware too. We're going to have something different to look at with the new launch pad.
Yeah, lots of new things, new pad, new... The tower looks a lot like the first one, but it's got a lot of new and very interesting upgrades that we're going to see once it comes online. And so I'm really looking forward to all of that. I'm really, really excited.
All right, and it looks like we have another OLM vent.
Yep. It is currently ongoing. That's part of the chill down, as I was saying before. There are these propellant lines that go to the launch mount and that go to the tower. And those were just essentially at the temperature that is at Starbase right now. And you've got very cold liquid oxygen, very cold liquid methane, right? So they flow this, they let it, boil off and everything. They have this vent that you can see a little bit more active. It'll get a lot more active over time, but that is essentially where we are right now. Just preparations ahead of loading all of this propellant on board Starship.
Great, and thank you to Mark Fetco for his super chat there. And we also have some love for Jack here, if I can find it in the queue, for conducting that great discussion we just heard with all of those great journalists here on NSF talking about the future of the space program. And we're kind of seeing that future today because so much of NASA's plans kind of rest on what we're going to see today with Starship, Alex, right?
Yeah, this is a critical moment. As I was saying, sort of it's turning the page, right? It's the end of version 2, version 3. We have already seen hardware for docking ship to ship. We're gonna have that in space refueling demonstration, hopefully HLS down the line, Mars missions as well. Like that is what's going to be enabling some of those missions as well. There's going to be future upgrades, of course. This is not going to be just version 3 and done. There's more upgrades down the line, but it's the first one where it's like, okay, now we're getting serious, right? So yeah, it's a really important mission today.
And Waco Jones with the super chat here, praying for a good flight, as are we, because we want this mission to succeed, because this is how things move forward. We had a great one on the last mission. And Alex, too, this seems like a much faster cadence now between Flight 10 and Flight 11. Is this the fastest cadence and turnaround we've seen so far in the Starship program?
Not yet. There's been at least one turnaround that's been faster, but this is the second fastest if it launches today. If it launches tomorrow, it will be the third fastest, because things with Starship, I don't know, it's 48 days. There was another one that was 49 days. So if it delays to tomorrow, it's going to be about the same time. So it's going to become third fastest.
Got it. Well, it's funny, when I first got into this space coverage game, I was following the initial launches of Falcon, and there were some very long spaces between launches, and of course, there was many delays. In fact, I was there in Florida as the countdown got to 0, the engines lit for a split second, and that was it, and I went home without seeing a launch. It looks like Starship, once they get going, it gets off the pad just about every time here. Eric, super chat for $40 for supporting all of our efforts here. There's a lot that goes into these streams. It's amazing seeing how all the different components come together for one of these big streams, and NSF has been doing tremendous work here, and I really appreciate everybody who is contributing to make that happen. Mark Jones here. In this new space age, we have the end of only, yes, that's true. it seems like we're never going to have the end of first phases, Alex, right? This is the new space age where, we're going to Mars and maybe beyond, and there's always a next phase. So this is exciting stuff.
There's only more and more phases. And once, you said it, right? Like Mars and then beyond. What is going to be beyond? We don't know. We'll get there when we get there, right? We'll see what we do after that. Maybe, the asteroid belt, the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, whatever, right? Like, that's many decades down the line, but still, it's a possibility in the long future.
Warp drives and wormholes. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Ooh, that's a long way to go, but yeah.
You never know. It happens quick, right? So there you go. Paul Boyle from just in Ireland, just back in from Ireland from Florida, who went to his first launch. And Alex, you finally did get to see a launch coming to visit us a few years last year, I think it was, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things that nowadays launches are so common that if you go to Florida to the Cape, you're bound to see, even like for a week, you're probably going to see 2 or 3 launches. Nowadays, this past couple of weeks though, you'd been in a very bad luck streak because the weather has been horrible, and so a lot of launches have been delayed. But any other time of the year, as long as there's no hurricanes offshore and things like that, it should be good to go for launches. So yeah, it's really amazing.
And we're about to hit the 1 hour mark, and it's amazing how fast, when I host these things, how fast that hour goes by. So what can we expect here in the next few minutes? I know we have a big update coming up once we hit the top of the countdown hour here.
Yeah, we're seeing those vents on the OLM, on the tower, just continuing to track here. I would say if there's no delay, that'd be interesting because that will be a rather quick chill down. This whole thing, as I said before, right? Those are very cold cryogenic propellants that are being flowed through these pipes, right? And so these lines, all of these propellant lines, they need to be at the right condition, at the right temperature ahead of propellant load. And so that's one of the things that we should be. I just saw. Apparently, the SpaceX clock has entered a hold.
All right.
And
that
was the thing that I was waiting.
Right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because some of these timings were not sort of on track with what we had seen before. But I must say, so for people that might be doomering this in chat, it's probably not going to be for that long because the timings, as I said before, it was like maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes later than usual. So that means it's not going to be for a long time. So, and this is something I think what you were seeing this kind of playing out. How long is the launch window here, though? We have some buffer, right? Yeah, the window runs for 75 minutes, and if it is indeed about 15 minutes or so of delay, they will still have another hour. So that's plenty of time to use there on the launch window. And that's one of the things that these test flights sort of gives them, right? Because once they start doing tanker flights, those are instantaneous launch windows. They need these windows to have more opportunities.
All right, everybody. Well, just to give you an update here, this is Lon Seidman on behalf of NSF. I'm joined by Alex Romero here, and we are covering the launch of the Starship Test Flight 11. There's been 11 of these, if you can believe that, and every one of them is spectacular. It never gets old. We've got a pretty big update here for everybody to know what's going on. So we're at basically the 1 hour mark at this point. Alex, to start off with, we just got an announcement that there's going to be a hold. We don't know for how long. What's going on?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're sort of looking at here right now. We seem to be in a little bit of a hold. The OLM and tower vents are going, so that's good. Like it's a hold that is just to give them a little bit of time, right? It's not that suddenly we're not doing a launch today. No. This is just that they need a little bit of more time. And as we said, this is a 75-minute window, so they have plenty of time. And so they just need that little bit more, right? And that's what really is important about this. As I said before, these vents are just part of the preparations for propellant load. That propellant load starts roughly at the T-minus 54-minute mark, and so they need to do all of these chill downs and everything, and they need to go through their poll. There's a go, no-go poll, and that sort of clears out at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. And so once we have the go for propellant load from SpaceX, that'll be the final confirmation that we are indeed into propellant load. But just to say, if they had actually gone to propellant load right now, those vents, at least the one on the tower will be like dying off, and then it sort of comes back on. We've seen this so many times that we already have it sort of timed, or at least guessed down to like 5-10 minutes of uncertainty, right? So just from the timings that we have seen, we think that it might be like 10-15 minutes or so of delay. So we'll stand by and see what SpaceX says, but still we have not gotten any official confirmation about them actually going for propellant load yet from that go no go poll. So we'll stand by for that.
And so, and a hold like this does not mean we're in any kind of issue here. It's just that they have time to do things correctly, and they may need a little bit more time to get to that decision point. All right, well, also joining us for some updates here is our friend Ryan Keaton, who's joining us as well. So I believe on my notes here that you are handling the air and the sea. So what's the air and the sea looking like right now insofar as the conditions for launch today?
Well, I turn up and then they tell me to put things behind me. But we've been keeping an eye on how things are looking. We saw, if you joined us with our stakeout stream earlier on, we can see those range helicopters coming in and out. That's always wonderful to see. So those are the only assets we're seeing right now for the in terms of the airspace. Nothing of concern in the sea space right now. And as you can see by this wonderful view, the weather's looking pretty good as well. And it's looking so good, in fact, that SpaceX has just verified that they are go for the countdown sequence. So fingers crossed everything proceeds smoothly from this point. It clearly doesn't look like that much of a delay, Alex. Looks like maybe, 4 minutes or so into the window, but like it's a 75-minute long window. They've pretty much got all day to launch Starship.
Exactly. This is the kind of go that, again, we should have expected like by 15 minutes ago, right? So it sort of tracks with what we were saying before. We'll probably get a new T0 soon from the SpaceX website, but that's sort of where we are right now. These things, again, we have been tracking this for so many flights, so many tests, that it's already down to a science, I guess. So when it comes on like, oh, it's like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, you already start to see those things. But yeah, one of the things that I'm looking forward to right now is that tower vent should have like its activity sort of dies off at one point, but that is not the indication that it's going to go into propellant load. It's actually when it comes back again, because it sort of comes back again really powerful. It looks like, you see there that there's like a cape behind the tower. It gets a lot more active. It's going to look really, really cool. And once that happens, it's sort of the trail off. It's sort of the end portion of that conditioning of the tower lines. And that's when we go into that propellant load of the ship. There's also going to be a lot of activity, for example, on the tank farm area. There are these things called subcoolers, where they are essentially cooling down the propellant, both the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane, below their boiling temperature, so they are denser and they can pack more of that onto the tanks. And so one of the things that happens is that the subcoolers for the liquid methane are going to become really, really active once liquid methane load starts on both the ship and the booster. So those things are going to give us the clue as to where we are in that propellant load sequence, but we are getting very, very close.
All right, we're getting there, and it looks like we don't have a new T0 time, but things are not being delayed here, at least in a way that would result in a scrub so far here. So things are looking positive, again, which is why they usually roll me out right before launch time here. And I guess while we're waiting for the new T0 time, and I can let either one of you kind of tee this one up, for the people watching who maybe watched a few of these things casually, this launch is not going to look all that different than the last one, but there are some things happening here that are significant, that are going to push this hardware harder than they did last time. So maybe, Alex, we'll start with you. What should we be looking for that's different than the last mission?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to the return of both the booster and the ship, right? We always mention that it's really important for them to be able to bring those back, because this is supposed to be a fully reusable rocket. And so they're testing new things. They're testing a new landing burn profile for the booster. They're testing this thing that they call dynamic banking maneuver during the entry portion, the latter portion of the entry on the Starship. So it's like, I really want to see what that looks like, because we have not seen that, right? And so we're gonna try and get to see all that when they return.
All right, and I think we're going to have a weather report from the field here in just a second, so we will get an idea as to what the weather is looking like. It looks great, and maybe we'll turn it over to Adam now if he's ready to tell us what weather's looking like.
Well, I'm sure everybody always asks for the weather reports, and if Adam's not coming on here like every 10, 15 minutes giving a weather report, normally that means the weather's normally pretty good, because I'll go on the back channel and tell people, 80, 90% chance that favorable weather. And so there's not a whole lot to talk about, but there is a little bit to talk about. So the graphic that you see here is a weather balloon. So when I give my forecast, it's always a model run. So it's a model forecast. It's predicting what it thinks the wind could be. But to make sure it's correct, SpaceX is going to launch actually more than one weather balloon. They normally launch 2, sometimes up to 3 weather balloons a little bit before launch, about 2 hours before launch, and they collect the data to verify that what they're going to send the rocket into is favorable weather conditions. And that's what this little plot is this is actually one of the SpaceX weather balloons. Circled in yellow, I have the winds aloft. So from the bottom of the graphic to the top of the graphic, that's from the ground going up really high, surpassing pretty much where the air is in the atmosphere. The rocket's going to go further than that, but the region that we have to worry about winds and wind shear, I'm not seeing anything. Up a little bit aloft, there is a little bit where the winds go from like 5 knots and all of a sudden it goes up to like 20, 25, 30 pretty quick. That's still within limits. I'm not seeing anything tracking anything like wind-wise conditions like that would be anything. Now, another thing is we also have to think about, yes, it's getting launched from here. They also have to have the ship splash down in the Indian Ocean. I checked that area. That area seems like it's favorable to do a landing. There is a little bit of wind shear actually out there, but it still seems within limits. And we also have to think about splashdown, because splashdown's off the coast. There is, if we can pull up the satellite, there is actually some clouds, low clouds that I've been talking about that are trying to filter in. That's really not going to have a major impact on anything. Just viewing conditions, there might be a few of those small little puffy white cumulus clouds around. But the good news is there is some rain showers that are further east out in the Gulf where you can see those thicker clouds just due east. But those rain showers will be getting closer to where the splashdown of the booster will be. But so far, I've been looking at a lot of lightning data, making sure there's not a lot of electrical activity in those, and there is not at this current time. So it's something they're probably monitoring and watching just to verify, that we don't start getting electrical charged clouds. Luckily today, though, we do have a cap inversion. So there's warm air aloft that's actually helping suppress a little bit of the upward development of these showers. So these showers aren't able to get up there really high like last launch, like Flight 10, where we got the big anvils that were spreading over, and that could be electrical and causing the scare delays of possibly not being on the launch. So we're not going to have that, because we do have a suppression that's kind of putting a lid on those clouds. So luckily for that, conditions look favorable, not tracking anything that should cause any delays weather-wise. So other than that, I'll bring it back to y'all, and hopefully we have a great launch.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Adam, and great to hear the weather is looking good. A lot of different places where you have to check the weather, given where Starship needs to leave the atmosphere and then come back in. And of course, we also have the booster, which we'll talk more about what we expect to see in a few minutes. Alex, we've got some good news, I hear.
Yeah, we have, as we expected, the launch time has moved a little bit, but we're now counting down, as you can see up there on the clock. It's weirdly, it's like 23 minutes past the hour, so it will be 6:23 p.m. Central, but it's like with 41 seconds. So it's not like right at the top of the minute, which is quite interesting. But indeed, we are now rolling the clock there. So in a couple of minutes, we should start to see that start of propellant load. We can see now what I said before, that the tower vent there has died off. It's like it's now very slow, very just a little bit. It'll come back. and once it comes back, that's sort of like the end portion of that chill down, and then it'll go away, and that's our clue that they are going into liquid oxygen load on the ship. For the liquid methane, which is the first thing that's going to come up in the timeline, that should be with those subcoolers, as I was mentioning before, on the tank farm. They're going to become really, really active. So we'll stay tuned for that. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm having all of the feeds here on my other screen.
All right, and Ryan, I'm told we're going to be hyped up here because we've got some hype-worthy video here because we are go for prop launch, and I believe, Ryan, there's a video that we have to point to at this point.
Yeah, edited
but we
by
need
yours
everybody
truly.
to be hyped.
I'm hyped.
Everybody, we can't play the video unless everybody is hyped enough to play the video. You know, that's how the hype video works. You know, chat. We need to be hyped. We need to be excited because in 55 minutes' time, we are about to see the final ever launch from Pad 1 in its current configuration of this version of Starship from Starbase. It's bittersweet, but we can still be hyped for it nonetheless. We're going to see Booster 15, Ship 38 going and doing its thing, flying off into the Indian Ocean. Fingers crossed it'll make it. I think we've teased it long enough, Kevin. I think we can probably roll the hype video.
The hype meter is charged. Roll that tape.
Let's go!
Ship 36 just blew up.
Oh my God.
Here's ignition.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Booster engine cut off.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly. Let's go!
The booster is no go for a catch.
All right, we are back monitoring activities at Starbase in Texas, awaiting our launch of Starship test flight number 11. And this is Lon Seidman here on behalf of NSF. I'm joined by Alex Romero and Ryan Caton today, and we've got lots of things to share with you. But before we do, we have some super chats to bring to your attention. Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine here. Don't want to breathe that stuff in, but we do appreciate your super chat.
Nailed it.
I nailed it. I got it. How about that? So just wanted to wish you all good luck. We're all counting on your coverage. Jokes aside, thank you as always for your streams and insightful commentary. Let's see some 11s in chat along with that hype to send off Booster 15 and Ship 38 on a successful 11th flight test. And Bidford is coming in with a $10 super chat to get that hype going. Lots of chat hype here with UK Hudson also joining in on the fun there. So good stuff. And we'll be pointing out some more of these super chats as we go here, including this one from Patrick. So thank you all for your super chats, including let's see if I can get this one. Dahanjay Anand, DJ. So thank you very much for your support. So we are counting down here. We have about 51 minutes or so left in the count. We had a hold, but that hold has lifted, and it looks like we have propellant loading going in. And I think our next order of business, gentlemen, is to talk about the tank farm and what's going on there. So I don't know, we'll start with Alex and then turn it over to Ryan.
Yeah, you can see there on the top left view on your screen, you can see those subcoolers, exactly what I said there, those sort of sideways vents that they have, and they become really, really active. That is confirmation that they are indeed now loading fuel, that liquid methane into the ship. Liquid oxygen load should start in about 5 minutes from now. We'll keep in track of that tower vent, which if you remember, I said, oh, it's going to die off, it's going to come back, and when it comes back, it's going to be a lot more active. It is indeed, it's now quite a vent, if you will. I was trying to do a pun, but it didn't work. And so about 5 minutes after liquid oxygen load on the ship, we'll get to the booster side of things. So it sort of starts first with the ship, and then and then goes to the booster. And so and then for each one, they start first on the fuel, on the liquid methane, and then they do the liquid oxygen. Remember, in space, there's no oxygen. I mean, there is, but it's not something that you can really get into your engines, right? Like, you really need to bring your own oxygen. So most of the rocket, it's in fact like 80% of the mass of Starship is actually liquid oxygen when it is fully loaded with propellants. So, you know, it's a very essential thing that they need to load onto Starship. So yeah, I mean, going well, man. It's this I'm really, right now, my heart is racing. Words.
It just never gets old. It's amazing. We've seen this is going to be the 11th one of these that we've covered, and it just keeps getting that heart rate going. Ryan, how are you feeling right now, and what do you think things are looking like down there?
I'll be honest with you, I had a high heart rate alert on my watch halfway through that guest panel segment we had. Nowhere near the launch, so I don't even want to look at what it's reading at right now, to be perfectly honest with you, but I'm sure it's high. Under 50 minutes to go. I mean, it's always wonderful to see all of the vents going at the tank farm. I mean, this is a mechanical system that literally comes alive, you know? The materials are contracting and expanding as the fluids flow through them. This thing is just, you can hear it creaking as it comes to life. And as I said, this is the last time, fingers crossed, that this is going to happen with this specific infrastructure in this configuration, yada, 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 right? So, boy, we are at the end of a very exciting 11 flights of an era, if that makes sense. But yeah, ever since Flight 1, this good old orbital launch mount literally got destroyed. The concrete got shredded to bits, and it came back for Flight 2, and it's, you know, performed flawlessly, shall we say, ever since.
It's amazing how resilient it is, and you can hear that venting going on there and everything coming alive. And one of the things I always love to talk about when we talk about spaceflight is that this is not just rocket science. This is civil engineering. It's plumbing. It's all the things that go into just about any kind of engineering task that you might have is something that goes into this mission. And all of those pieces have to come together to get Starship off the ground. And we are seeing some questions in the chat about what we can expect visually during this launch. So one thing we can guarantee is that there will be explosions today. What we are hoping is that the explosions are not rapid, unplanned disassemblies or RUDs, but rather RAD, which are rapid assumed disassemblies, where these rockets will. Is that good? I'm trying to bring in the 80s,
that was good. That was
the 80s vernacular, or perhaps rapid authorized disassemblies. So the first one that we're going to see is after the booster separates. It's going to come back down, and of course we've been seeing some of these boosters get caught by the Mechazilla there, but that's not going to happen today. So that booster is going to be sent into the ocean for destruction, but not before they test some new landing maneuvers. And Ryan, maybe you could fill us in a little bit. They're going to be doing something different as that booster is coming back down again.
Yeah, so we saw on the last flight, Flight 10, they were doing engine experiments there as well. So I'll just quickly run through the kind of different landing configuration we've seen. Ever since Flight 5, with the boosters, when they've come back in for a catch, they've lit all 13 of the inner Raptor engines, or at least the ones that are working, that is, as it comes back down for its landing burn. And then it's down selected to the 3 super middle engines, right, as it then kind of slides over into the chopstick arms. On the previous flight, they were testing a new configuration to prepare if they ever had an engine out. That's a Raptor not working on that middle ring of 3 engines. So they used 2 of those middle 3 engines and then 1 Raptor engine selected on the 13 engine ring, that middle ring, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. This time, however, they're testing an even newer configuration. They're going to start with those all 13 of those gimbaling Raptor engines, but then they're going to down select to 5 Raptor engines. That's the 3 center Raptors and then 2 engines from that middle ring of 13. We're not exactly sure which 2 they are, but it's going to be, you know, one of those 2 engines which is symmetrically placed apart, we can assume. I think that's pretty safe to assume. And then from that point, it'll then down select further to those 3 middle engines. And that way, the landing burn can be slightly shorter, and even though they're technically using more engines, it's actually more efficient because they're going to be using those the additional thrust outweighs the additional propellant use, if that makes sense.
It makes sense, and this booster was one of the boosters that was caught successfully before. We did have a big debate about whether it's being landing or if it's being caught. So you can choose.
It's both.
It's both, right? So, but this one did get caught and landed before, and it's been refurbished and is going back up again. So this is the second flight of this booster. It will be the last flight of this booster. And of course, it will explode spectacularly when it hits the ocean, and hopefully not before all of those mission objectives are accomplished. And then from there, Starship continues its journey. We're going to see those dummy Starlink simulators get deployed from its little cargo bay there, a rather large cargo bay there. And then the Starship will return. And I expect, Ryan, that we're going to see, just as we saw before, stuff melting off of the rocket here. Hopefully things not exploding like we saw last time, but they will be doing more tests of the heat shield and really pushing that thermal protection system.
Yeah, exactly. And first on this booster, I was fortunate enough to be in Starbase for Starship's 8th flight test, and this is the booster that flew on that flight, booster 15.
Oh, cool.
So, you know, a little bit of sweet for me. The booster I actually saw get caught with my very own eyes. SpaceX is just throwing it into the Gulf like it's your average Monday. Not too happy about that. But anyways, on the ship side of things, yeah, we have seen SpaceX removing patches of tiles from various locations around the vehicle. They're not doing materials testing like they did last time. You might remember they were doing some different materials or individual tiles. This time around, they're all the normal material, but they're actually just ripping off tiles in particular places. They're also testing those aft flaps we can see there just above the ship quick disconnect, which is also going to be something to keep an eye out on. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Ship 38 holds up with those bigger patches of tiles missing. I want to be optimistic. I want to say this thing is a big honking bit of stainless steel that's been built in, you know, South Texas in the sun. There's something about vehicles built at Starbase that just make them so resilient to anything you can throw at them. I mean, we saw with Starship's first flight, they tried to set off the flight termination system, but the vehicle was so strong that the flight termination system wasn't strong enough to actually destroy the vehicle. So my fingers are crossed it'll make it all the way through. But yeah, those tiles, missing tiles, that is definitely something to keep an eye on.
And again, we may see things melt away that they are kind of aware that they are going to melt away just because they're testing the thermal protection system here. And then, Alex, I believe you're back now. Are we going to see some different maneuvers in the atmosphere too as Starship comes down to the ocean?
Well, as for what might be different, we heard from SpaceX about that dynamic banking maneuver that they called, right? Mm-hmm. Getting ready for when Starship comes back to Starbase and they start catching ships, right? And so we don't know what that might look like. My whole sort of own theory, if you will, is that it will probably be sort of like a combination of pitch and roll of the ship and try to align itself with the direction of where the tower is. Because when Starship launches from here, from pad 1, the launch tower is facing east, right? So when the booster comes back, it's coming back to a tower that is facing it directly. When the ship comes back, if it comes to pad 1, the ship will be facing, because it's going to be coming west to east, so it's going to be facing east, right? So no problem with that. But future ships will actually be caught on pad 2, because it's the one that is currently with a hardware that's sort of compatible with ship catches. So when that happens, the ship needs to have a way to be able to sort of face south, right, ahead of that catch. And so my guess is that probably this dynamic banking maneuver is both a sort of like a roll in a pitch, so that it can sort of reorient itself to face south and be able to do that flip and landing burn in that orientation. Now, I have no idea. That's a theory, right? That's my own theory. So I just want to see this. I just want to see this, SpaceX. Let's go.
Right. and we have to get through the entire coast phase here. We have to get back into the atmosphere in mostly one piece, and then we can see exactly how that maneuver is going to go. But it's going to be something to watch, and that's one of the things that we'll be looking for today. So we will, again, not see a catch. We're not going to see a landing this time, or however you want to describe it, of Starship. But what we should see is a good test of the booster on the way back down. We'll see it hit the ocean, that RAD, the Rapid Authorized Disassembly, although we have Alan in the chat here who says maybe we should call it RAPID, Radical Anticipated Planned and Intentional Disassembly, so we can come up with the proper acronym for that. Followed by, of course, Starship going through the motions there. And one of the things that is amazing, and I hope everybody sticks around for this if you're just tuning in for the first time, is that we're really for the first time in history seeing a spacecraft re-enter the atmosphere and have video live from that spacecraft for the entire way down. And that's due to the Starlink terminals that are on Starship, Ryan, right?
Yeah, I mean, Starship is literally so big that it can transmit through its wake with Starlink connectivity. And, you know, there's thousands upon thousands of Starlink satellites in low Earth orbit right now. SpaceX can communicate with them. With Starship, it has Starlink terminals built into it. And you can see these vents just going here at the tank farm. Wow. I mean, if this doesn't get you excited, I don't know what gets you excited, right?
It's going to be a lot.
I was saying,
finish your thoughts, sorry.
As I was saying with that reentry plasma, I mean, Starship is literally so big that its wake is big enough that the Starlink terminals can transmit through them, and they can transmit that live high-definition video back to the Starlink constellation, even though traditionally, you know, even if you think of like the movie Apollo 13, that, you know, that gut-wrenching moment of like, will they come out of blackout? Starship doesn't have blackout because of Starlink. It's honestly, it's incredible.
And they're getting telemetry too, right? It's not just the video images, but they're able to keep track of its telemetry, collect data, because again, we're going to be basically ditching it in the ocean. So they're collecting all that live data on the way down. I'm sure it really informs the entire process of getting Starship ready for its upcoming missions. Now, booster prop loading is confirmed, Alex. And, you know, I don't know about you, but I mean, we've watched this a million times, but it seems like the venting is more significant than I remember it being recently. What's going on the pad there?
Yeah, and speaking of venting, we just had the shut off of the OLM vent, so that's confirmation that all four main tanks on Starship are being loaded, both of the main tanks on the ship and both of the main tanks on the booster, because, you know, we had the update from SpaceX that they had started propellant load, but the propellant is both methane and oxygen, right? And so the last thing that we were waiting for was the liquid oxygen load on the first stage, and that is currently ongoing. We can see already some of that frost building up on the liquid methane tank of the ship. That's the one up top. And so, yeah, all of that activity, all of those vents that you can see there down below above the ticker, those are the subcoolers for the methane side of things. So those are the ones where the methane is currently like flowing through crazy and everything, and it's getting subcooled. that's why they're called subcoolers. Subcooling is essentially, instead of being at boiling temperature, right, instead of boiling off and everything, it's just being cooled down even further so that it's denser and they can pack more in the same volume, right? And that's one of the things that enables some of this performance that Starship has to be able to do all of the stuff that they want to do. And that's a liquid oxygen on the ship side of things. But yeah, it's gonna get more frosty, more venti, because as they load propellant, you know, the tanks were empty, right? But there's a gas inside. It's not like they're completely empty. There's a gas. So as you fill up the liquid, the gas gets compressed because you start occupying with the liquid more and more of that volume of the tank. And so you need to release that pressure. And so we're going to see all of these vents coming left, right, and center on the ship, on the booster. Things are going to get more active everywhere. It's just going to be bonkers.
I love bonkers, and I don't think people realize the scale of this thing. I haven't seen one in person yet, but you really have to go and see this, because we're looking at about 30 feet in diameter for this system here. It is enormous, and of course, it is multiple stories tall, the size of a small skyscraper that will be lifting off the pad shortly. And Ryan, you know, this activity of fueling Starship, they've actually fueled this system far more times than they have launched it.
Yeah, because back in the earlier days, they would be doing testing of all of each individual component, or rather vehicle, each booster, each ship, it goes through cryogenic proof testing, which is essentially when SpaceX loads these tanks with cryogenic fluid to make sure they can retain that fluid at those colder temperatures. So every single vehicle that's flown has gone through that process. They've also done several wet dress rehearsals. They haven't done a wet dress rehearsal this time around with this particular stack. You know, they literally rolled out the ship barely 2 days ago and stacked it overnight. So They haven't done any full stack testing with this particular full stack. However, this is the 11th launch and final launch from this pad configuration, so my bets are definitely with SpaceX on this one, considering that they've flown Booster 15 before, right? They know how Booster 15 works. They've tested Ship 38. I think they've got it in the bag.
Yeah, and once they start fueling, what we've seen is that things typically kind of run on the schedule here, and provided there's no weather or some errant boat or airplane entering in the restricted area, they tend to go. And we're about 35 minutes away right now from liftoff. So this fueling happens very close to the T0 mark here. So they basically fuel up and they let it rip. And we also don't need a fuel gauge necessarily to see how far along the fuel is, Alex, do we? We can just take a look on the side of the ship and see see that frost line growing.
Yeah, other rockets, they have insulation on their tanks and things like that. Starship does not have any of that. Falcon 9 does not have either. So when we want to know where we are at with the propellant load and everything, we just look at the frost. There you can see. That's the methane tank on the booster, right? For people that might not have seen this before. And so it just tells us that it's a little bit loaded right now. And as we count down, that frost will rise, because it's so cold. These propellants are so cold that the humidity in the air just turns ice, right? And in fact, it's one of those. I mean, you've got there liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is like oxygen is like what, 20%, a little bit over 20% of our air. You literally have part of our air liquefied inside of Starship, right? So like it's a kind of propellant that could liquefy the air, literally.
And what's really cool, if you haven't seen one of these before, is that as fueling is continuing, we've got some overlays here of the prop load process. We get this cloud that kind of goes all over the ground of all this condensation and venting going on. It looks really cool. So what are we looking at here, gentlemen?
Yeah, those are the tanks on the tank farm. There's liquid methane, liquid oxygen. In between, there are liquid nitrogen tanks. Of course, you wouldn't put next to each other liquid oxygen and liquid methane tanks. That's why the liquid nitrogen is sort of in between. It's an inert gas. So between liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen, you've got there literally liquefied air, right? And there's no surprise that SpaceX is setting up their own air separation unit in the future, probably less than a year from now. Here in this view, we're probably going to see that because it's being built across the launch site. So we're going to see that being built. They're going to take the air. It's got nitrogen. It's got oxygen. The nitrogen is used for a lot of this venting that you see there, the subcooling, etc., etc. A lot of the chill downs and tank farm activity is related to the use of liquid nitrogen. And then the liquid oxygen, of course, is being used on Starship for that. They'll also have this purification plant as well for liquefied natural gas. They're going to bring that in and turn it into liquid methane. So really, this launch pad a year from now or even 2 years down the line is gonna look so much different. So savor it as it is right now, because it's not gonna last.
And so Alex, what I'm hearing from you is that SpaceX is basically going to get into the chemical engineering and gas business. Is that what you're saying? That they'll be doing some of this on site?
Yeah, normally this is the sort of thing that you will see them actually asking other companies, because there are obviously vendors that, air separation units and things like that are really common. It's a very common industry because a lot of people need oxygen, a lot of people need nitrogen across the world, right? So these are established systems and established companies. So SpaceX just goes to them and they're like, hey, we want this amount of oxygen and nitrogen, and we want it in 5 hours, right? It's like, so instead of having to go to these companies, which again, they are used to supplying all of this, but they're not used probably to the amount of oxygen and nitrogen and all this stuff that they need for Starship.
They need all at once, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's like 5,000 tons of propellant that Starship consumes, right? And so they need that for every single launch, and it's only going to get even more propellant for launch once they start stretching these vehicles and everything, right? So the thing that they want to cut is the middleman. Instead of going to a company and saying, hey, we want this, they're just going to do that themselves. And so that's great.
And we have these cameras in Florida, I believe, are coming up here.
As the sun is setting here in Starbase, it's actually more setting in Florida, further east.
And that's one thing about NSF that's amazing is that we have cameras all over the place.
Look at that.
And look, that's beautiful. And as much as this is a space nerd operation, it is also a video nerd operation. I happen to be both. I think many of us on the NSF team are as well.
They're
and
waving
look at
at
these beautiful
us.
shots. Yeah, there we go. Stia's there, and we've got live cameras all over the place that are transmitting 24/7. So it comes because of all the support that we have from all of you watching here. So, for example, let me see if I can get this name right. Muahaha Alpha Tango Scary, who came in with a $63.63 super chat. Pointy end up, flamey end down. Let's go. That's definitely what we want to see here. Magic SND, probably about our discussion earlier, wants to know what about the dilithium crystals, and I think that will come when we get my my warp drive. Right? Is that how it's going to work? Some matter, antimatter, dilithium crystals, and all that. But one day, mark my words, they already got it. You know that. So Harry Camaro, $19.99. Thank you for your support. What a wonderful day. I wish there were. Wish I were there like last year's. Godspeed Starship V2. So thank you very much for that. Muaha also donated 50 Red Team memberships along with Troy Rupert, and those memberships get you into a lot of our 24/7 live streams that you can check out. So thank you everyone for your support. Now I've got a question here that one of you might be able to answer from Toby, who wants to know on a $20 super chat, the aft flaps, 1 meter forward from the lip of the engine skirt, getting it out of the chaotic wake and potentially sparing it damage from re-entry plasma. So was there some movement of the aft flaps? I don't know which one of you might know the answer to that question.
Might be related to what we saw on Flight 10 at T plus 47 minutes, right? That they had a bit of an oopsie there. I'm not sure that's the reasoning. My thinking is related to the Raptor engine chill lines, which, by the way, we should see that sort of activity comes up in about 8 minutes from now, or 9 minutes, I should say, actually, math. but yeah, that's one of the things that it's really important to take into account, that with the damage that we saw on Flight 10 might actually be related to those vents coming off, literally where the flaps sort of melt, I guess, if you will. There we go. That's the event, and boom, there. That was not good. There's like an arrow cover there. Oh, we can see here.
Right.
You can see a little bit of venting. That is not entirely because they are engine chill right now. It's happening later, but because of the engine chills, they're loading liquid oxygen onto the ship, and so those engine chill lines are getting filled up. But they're still not doing the sort of, flowing that liquid oxygen through the engines just yet. That's going to happen in about 9 minutes from now.
Interesting. And then some Norwegian crowns are being donated here from Jared Elgvin. Thank you very much for your support of the channel here. If I can get your super chat up there. Keeps the cameras rolling. Yeah, absolutely. We got cameras everywhere. And as some of you may recall from the first launch of Starship, we had a van, too, that got a bit pummeled by concrete from the first launch of Starship. We called it Danger Van. So that was quite a scene. We'll have to get that footage up at some point later in the show here. So, Ryan, I know you're keeping an eye on things. What are we seeing at Starbase right now?
We are seeing propellant continuing to flow, those frost lines continuing to rise. I mean, just look at this. Everything is getting absolutely frosty and wonderful. Oh, this is what gets you excited, right? We can also see, I believe, that engine chill line going now as well, just out of the aft flap there. And you can see all the way across the mud flats there, the clouds starting to form, starting to flow across. Fingers crossed they don't block out our dune camera that we have there. We have a couple robot cameras in the dunes there. Fingers crossed they stay away. But especially when they did those early morning launches. I mean, I'm glad they don't do the early morning launches anymore, to be frankly honest with you. But when they did do those early morning launches, yeah, when they did do them, it was just, so beautiful, so cinematic. But I'm sure SpaceX is going to have some beautiful views as well, as do we, coming up here shortly. And some other beautiful views you can get are some items at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And you can get our beautiful patch, which is now shipping, by the way. It's not a pre-order, it's an actual thing you can buy, and it will actually come to your house in a swift moment of time, because thanks to the way this flight has landed, well, you know what I'm saying. Due to the way that this flight has come up on the schedule, we managed to get this patch done in the nick of time, get it designed, get it produced, and it's now shipping. So if you want the patch, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get it on anything. I've got it on my shirt. You can get the patch. You can get is it on yes, it's on a mug. It's on a hoodie. I mean, you can literally get the patch on anything you like. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There you go.
And I hear that the patches, there's only about half of them left. They're selling out. So you got to get in. Once they're gone, right?
Yeah, we only order a fixed supply of those, just simply the way that the economics work. I'll stop pretending to know what I'm talking about now. But yeah, we have 50% of the patches remaining. So yeah, once they're gone, they're gone. They don't come back. I know we've said that 11 times at this point, but some people still ask,
right.
I really want one more just to finish out my collection. Sorry, guys. Once they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone. And I've got my NSF polo on here. It's held up quite well. It's really high quality stuff. So definitely check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we are still keeping an eye on things down at Starbase. You know, it's amazing as we've been covering these. This is now the 11th test flight that NSF has covered. And of course, NSF has covered all the other stuff that SpaceX does ahead of these things. Every launch, it seems like the pre-launch components become less and less eventful, in the sense that things just kind of move along their usual processes here. The propellant is getting loaded in as we speak. The frost line is growing up the side of the rocket. Alex, what is SpaceX doing right now as all this is happening? Because clearly when you load this much explosive propellant under pressure into the world's largest rocket ever, you've got to be keeping an eye on things, because even though they make it look easy, this is not easy.
Yeah, it's a lot of propellant. I mean, one of the things that we always put into context is that when they load Falcon 9, it's about 500 tons of propellant, a little bit under 500 tons, and they load it in 35 minutes. This is more than 10 times that amount of propellant, and it's been loaded just 20 minutes, a little bit longer of duration, right? It's 50 minutes or so. And so it's a huge amount of propellant. And one of the things that they're probably doing right now is checking out everything. Because now they're loading the propellant. Everything is getting, ventings and everything, the valves, the pressurization systems and all that, the tank farm systems, the propellant systems, like all of the things are going on right now. So this is the best moment for them to start going through and looking at all of that data and making sure that everything is going well. One of the other things that's going to happen really soon, in about 4 minutes from now, they're going to start chilling down those Raptors. There are 39 Raptors on Starship, 33 on that booster, 6 on that ship. It's a lot of Raptor engines, and they need to get conditioned ahead of liftoff and ahead of any burn in general. We'll see probably some of those engine chill vents as well being very active once the ship goes into space and all that. So really a lot of things, and it gets even more active in the final few minutes of the countdown. For example, one of the things that should happen right around now as well should be those hold down arms on the launch mount. Those clamps open, and then the booster and the ship, they are just being held by the pedestals, the arms. They are resting there, and they're not lifting off until those engines ignite and the thrust is higher than the weight. They're just going to be held down by their own weight, which is always cool. Then we're also going to have a lot of things in the background, like flight termination system gets armed. They're going to have, switching into internal power. A lot of things that happen in the final few minutes, and, guidance computers. So many things that go on in the background. I don't know. It's always a miracle, right? It's almost a miracle that they can fly this thing, and this is the 11th time, and not only fly it up, but also try to come to make it come back. It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's also amazing just how much of a beating it takes. It's getting burnt up and tossed around, and the last couple it's managed to get back into the atmosphere. Here's a fun question. I'm trying to get more of these questions from the chat here. This one came from Andre Lapointe, who wants to know, what is the thickness of the frost just before liftoff? And I would imagine probably towards the bottom it's maybe thicker than the top because it's had propellant in longer.
It's probably not very thick.
Okay.
Because it just the frost itself becomes an insulator, right? The frost is just humidity from the air that gets
right. So it's not
that gets in contact.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, it gets in contact with the wall of the tank, and then that sort of insulates as well, because it's like the outer portions of the frost prevent the heat or like the cold to keep transmitting, right, and going through the frost. And also there's just so much frost that you can actually have right before it just falls down, because there's so much accumulated there that it just cannot stick together, right? It's sort of like, I don't know, like clouds making rain, right? It's like you have little droplets, they come together, and there's a point where it's like it's so big that it just comes back down, right? And so that's sort of the process here as well. I don't think it's too thick. It's probably like maybe less than a finger thick, like maybe less than an inch or something like that. It's probably
right,
not.
So we're not talking
not
big
that
blocks
much.
of ice here.
Yeah,
So-
probably not
so-
that thick.
So SpaceX can't open an ice business with all the ice that falls off of it. Well, they do. There's a good amount. There's a lot of surface area, but very thin. Here's a related question, and I don't know if Ryan may know the answer to this one. Does Starship shrink at all given the temperatures that we're exposing the ship to? This comes from Noxon in the chat.
I'm sure there must be a little bit of change in the dimensions, just simply because this is, at the end of the day, this is stainless steel, right? If you heat it up, it expands. If you freeze it, if you make it really, really, really cold, it'll condense. So we do see some shrinkage. I don't know if that's the right term, but we do, and that's the reason why vehicles like Starship, you hear them creak, right? And that's simply because these fluids, which are so cold, they're literally making the materials change around them, which is where those noises come from. So yeah, but it's something
alive,
which is exactly. And of course, this is something which is accounted for, right? These vehicles are designed to have a little bit of leeway because SpaceX engineers, they're smart people. They know how to build rockets.
That's right, and the right kind of stainless steel, right? Stainless steel is not just one thing. There's a lot of different formulations of it. So, next question here, real quick from Herman Wong, was the black dots that are on the wings there, the flaps. Have we seen those before?
I believe we've seen similar, not to this extent, I don't think, trying to remember back, but we've seen patches before. But I don't recall, Alex, seeing anything like this before, because there's literally, I'm not going to count them now, but there's at least 15, maybe 20 tiles attached on the wrong side of each flap.
Yeah.
What on earth are you doing, SpaceX? They're on the wrong side.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, but yeah, it sort of looks like it's a bit sick. Starship is a little bit sick. It just it has those spots, but yeah.
Mark Fetko here says he's videoing the rocket launch from Cedar Key, Florida. If the audio picks up your cast in the background, is that okay to use? I'm sure it's fine. We don't like to be the type that strike down everybody for background audio. We deal with our share of copyright issues here on this channel and my channel also. But definitely take some video. We'd love to see it and send it in. Let us take a look at it after it goes up. One thing that I love to do, sometimes we have a family vacation every year in the Bahamas, and I've been very fortunate to be right under the flight path of a couple of Falcon 9 rockets, and I was able to live stream from the Bahamas back to NSF headquarters here for some of our launch coverage, which was pretty cool to see the rocket coming from a different direction. So that was neat. I even saw on the horizon one of the Falcon 9s landing on a barge, but I missed the shot, unfortunately, but I did get to see it. Mark Jones here with a $9.99 super chat. Launch day is like Christmas morning. It does feel like that, doesn't it? Like we got the anticipation, and we're gonna open a gift of a rocket launching and parts of it exploding on schedule. So that's pretty exciting, right?
Exactly.
And the holiday season's coming up, by the way, and that's why shop.nasaspaceflight.com is a great place to visit, because if you got a space nerd in your life, I guarantee they will have something for you there.
We even have the snow, if you will.
Yes, that's right. It is always like Christmas when you're underneath Starship. So there you go. And Oliver gifted 10 Red Team memberships, so thank you very much for that. And yeah, some good stuff, some great support out there. Lots of folks watching the stream today. All of us anticipating this eagerly. So we'll keep an eye on things as we're getting ready to launch here. And just so everybody knows, we're about 16 minutes and 30 seconds away from the T0 mark. We are not going to see a catch or a landing, depending on how you define it. But we will see some pretty strenuous testing of systems here, because this is kind of like the bridge step between operational Starship and testing Starship. And Ryan, this is a mission where they're going to push the hardware harder because they can.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, with the rest in pieces of Ship 36 a few months ago, all the way back in June, believe it or not, yeah, that kind of upset the SpaceX plan with the final V2 Starships. So ever since that point, they've basically been throwing the boosters into the Gulf, and they have been testing things out to prepare for version 3 boosters while they can. Yeah.
And Alex, when we get to the more operational phase here, at some point, Starship, instead of going into the Indian Ocean and exploding like we'll see it do later, it will on purpose. That's right. Remember, there's 2 on-purpose explosions today, which is why you should tune in for the whole thing. But as Starship in future missions comes back around to land or get caught, at some point, that booster, which is going to be caught first, has to get put aside, and then they're going to land Starship in the same spot?
Or even better, once Pad 1 is reconfigured, I guess, with the new design of both the tower and the launch mount, then they can start catching boosters and ships on both towers, right? Like, you've got maybe the booster coming back on one tower and the ship coming back on the other.
Right.
The ship
Yep.
can also loiter in orbit, right? It's going to stay in orbit. It's going to do its thing. Maybe it comes back the next day, right? Maybe the next day, that's probably plenty enough to be able to have the booster move away from the launch mount. There's going to be plenty of flexibility once they start having multiple towers online. Remember, Florida is also going to be coming online soon, so that's really exciting as well, because that's more towers, that's more launch pads,
right.
And so many more places where they can bring those ships back to look at them and then refly them again. It's going to be really, really exciting.
And I've had the distinct honor and privilege to help NSF out with a few launches at Cape Canaveral, and it's amazing when you look across all the launch towers there. Of course, you've got 39A and B, which were the old shuttle launch sites, and 39A still has most of the infrastructure, at least from the height of its tower for Falcon 9, that we had for the space shuttle. They refurbished it a little bit. And what's crazy, when you look just to the right, when you see that tower for Starship, it is so much higher, even from 3 miles away where we typically sit at the press site. So it's just a monstrous system that I don't think you can appreciate until you see it in person, right? It's insanely big. And Alex, you haven't seen a Starship launch yet, have you?
I have not. I plan on doing that next year once B3 starts launching and whatnot. There's also a bunch of things that I'm more valuable probably here for now on studio, right? I'm not super duper useful in the field, if you will, but I do plan to visit at some point and be able to watch a Starship launch myself. So yeah.
Well, I am glad that you got to see. I am glad that you got to come down and see one, which was great, because you've been doing this for so long with never seeing one launch, and you also got a bit of an experience, I bet, with the mosquitoes at Cape Canaveral, which can be quite feisty, even with Sawyer's bug spray there. So Ryan, we're about 12 minutes and change from the T0 mark. We're not hearing anything. This has been, not that it's bad that we're not hearing anything. If sometimes no news is good news, right?
Yeah, well, no news is pretty much always good news, and this is something that has been so unsettling. I would admit, from the NSF perspective as well, we haven't had any major problems, which is kind of unsettling, because usually there's some problem that crops up exactly when we don't want a problem, right? So NSF's operations have been pretty smooth, SpaceX's operations have been pretty smooth, and we are approaching T-minus 12 minutes and counting. That's the important part, still counting. I don't believe we have heard anything, any rumblings of any holds or anything like that from SpaceX. So yeah, fingers crossed, everything continues to go smoothly.
And this is the last time, in the next 10 or 12 minutes of this flight hardware's life, it will go through a pretty sizable set of tests in a few minutes. But this system, even though it looks like the prior launches, this system is its own unique rocket. Of course, we did see the booster come back once before, but both will be purposely destroyed, as we call it, a RAD. So be on the lookout for that already as things go.
A lot of people really don't understand that the whole purpose that we expect them to blow up, it's not because it's a failure, but because, like the booster, right, after it's done its landing burn, if it splashes down in one piece and softly and everything, it's gonna be bombing on the water. And that happened already last year on Flight 6, where Booster 13 did this divert, right, to the water, because the tower was not ready for catch and whatever. So they had to divert the booster. It landed softly on the water. It broke off into pieces, that's true. But one of the pieces, the liquid oxygen tank, remained bobbing in the water for too long. And in fact, it drifted south to Mexican waters. So it was a... It was an ordeal, right? So they do this this planned maneuver where it's like the landing burn ends at altitude, so that the booster just plunges to the water and breaks off, and it breaks off in multiple pieces. It's better than, you know, a soft splashdown where it's like, well, it may stay intact, and you probably don't want that. As many bits as possible, and then the ship itself, once it splashes down, it'll probably sort of, you know, tip over, right? And that tip over, it's not meant to survive any of that. I mean, once they catch ships and things like that, no ship is designed to survive a tip over as much we want to survive, right? Hey, if it does, I'm all for it, right? We'll see what they do with that. But it's a boom that we should expect there, right? No matter how soft or how gentle that landing burn is for the ship.
We're going to call them RADs, Rapid Authorized Disassembly. That's what I'm calling it. So maybe we'll coin a new term here. I think I did do some research on this term before I introduced it tonight. There were some folks on Reddit talking about RAD before, although not authorized. So that's our spin on it. Hey, while we're counting down here, we got 9 minutes and 28 seconds left, and I want to just acknowledge a couple of super chats that are in the queue here. Brock Bowers, a $500 super chat tip. Thank you very much for your contribution there. Shout out to the team in the field and all those behind the scenes. And he's wondering if KMR got his, or Kevin got his new Linus Tech Tips screwdriver. I don't know. So we'll have to have him let us know about that. Space Pope, $400 tip. Thank you very much for that contribution as well. Bless this test and this team. Thank you very much. I know everyone's working incredibly hard. I have the easy job here. I'm in my basement, but there's a whole crew of folks who are out and about at Starbase bringing these images to you, and it's not easy. So definitely thank you for all the contributions that help keep the lights on and the cameras rolling here. So Alex, we have some news from,
and that was
from
big
the pad
support
here?
as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we are. I mean, right now the word from SpaceX is that everything is really good for launch right at the time that they are targeting right now, and so we are just a bit over 8 minutes away from that liftoff time. So far, you know, the weather is good, range is good, like everything is green, everything is good to go. They're still loading propellant on the booster because the booster is still not fully loaded yet, but it's really already there. Like, it's just a few more minutes away from that. The ship main tanks are loaded. They're just trying to wrap up liquid oxygen and liquid methane load on the header tanks, the two little tanks at the top of the ship, right? Those are the final ones. There's a lot of things going on right now, of course, as they close out all of the propellant loads and things like that. Reminder that at T-minus 3 minutes 20 seconds, that's when the ship propellant load is complete. T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that's the booster propellant load complete milestone. So just 5 minutes away from ending propellant load. And boy, my heart is racing.
And you know what's funny is just how fast this hour goes by. You think about, oh, it's an hour. How it's going to take forever. But it's amazing. Like here we are, 7 minutes away. Now, granted, we've been chatting the whole time, so maybe that's helped pass the time. But I remember being at some of these NASA launches where it's like, oh, I got an hour, and the next thing you know, it's 5 minutes out, and you got to get moving to get all your cameras into position. So I'm sure that the team is out there working hard to make sure everything is ready to go here. Ryan, you know, I wanted to bring you back in. This is the last launch of this variant of Starship and its booster and its ground system. We talked a little bit about some of the changes on the ground earlier. What's going to change visually on Starship after this launch, if anything?
the vehicle itself is just going to be huge. If it wasn't huge already, it's going to get even taller. So even just being on the ground,
it's going to be huger.
It's going to be huger, exactly. Even just being on the ground, it's going to be incredible to see. In terms of going through flight, it's going to look pretty similar, but it's going to have 3 grid fins on the booster in a T shape. I'm still not 100% certain on that grid fin configuration to say, but you know, we're approaching 6 minutes here. I think I can let the T-shaped grid fins out of my head for the next few minutes, and we could just enjoy this final, you know, nice grid fin configuration, let's say, with this version of the Super Heavy booster.
Right, and wait for the next one. And by adding that grid fin, that all comes from the data that they collect on these missions, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're collecting data every step of the way, and when they can iterate, they can. And if they think this design is going to be better, even if it looks cursed, if it works better, then I suppose it's the better design to go with at the end of the day.
Right, and in 5 minutes and change, we'll see how much they've learned as this goes along. And Alex, you know, there's some big changes coming. This is still the old hardware. I'm guessing there have been improvements made to this ship that they've learned from prior missions, but the big changes are coming up in the next round.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited about the next version of Starship. We're going to see Raptor 3. We're going to have a much more improved booster, right, with more power and more efficient systems, if you will. Lots of things that are going to be coming online there. The ship will also be capable of docking to other ships as well, because that's the big thing for unlocking going to everywhere with this ship, right? Being able to dock to another ship and being able to transfer propellant and refueling in orbit, that's the major thing, that's sort of, the key to this program, if you will.
That's right, because what's going to take to get to the moon is we need a Starship that can land on the moon, and we need to fuel it, which means that you have to send up multiple missions of fuel, get these rockets back, and send up more. So Florida's going to get pretty busy here with those fueling missions, and that's just one of the things that this program is going to be producing. And this is why this mission is so important, is to get all of these flight dynamics figured out. There's a lot of complicated systems here. They're also doing some commercial activity here. They're not launching real Starlinks or deploying real Starlinks this time. We haven't really talked about this yet on the stream, but they will be deploying some of those dummy Starlink satellites like we saw last time, because if they can start dropping off Starlinks as they're testing future Starships, that can help pay for the bills here, Ryan, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think in the background there for a moment we heard Jack shouting, check, check, check. Jack, your microphone works, just so you know.
All right, Jack is ready to go, and I am just about ready here to turn things over to Ryan whenever you're ready, because we're getting into the critical phase here.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. We have pulled the ticker away. That means it's game time. You know it's time for business when the ticker gets pulled away. We can see Starship 38 there sitting. The chopsticks are open. Ship quick disconnect still connected for the time being, but expect that to disconnect quickly. That's where the name comes from, in just over 3 minutes time. Things still getting frosty.
Ooh boy.
Very frosty.
Should be seeing the tower vent coming back as they finish load onto the ship. We're getting ready for that.
You don't need a fuel meter for Starship.
Yeah, exactly. We are continuing to watch that frost rise under
there
T minus
is the tower
3
vent.
minutes now. There's the tower vent coming back on. Everything continuing to look good. We're getting a beautiful sunset right now. South Texan sunsets, there's just something about them. I don't know what it is, but it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Rocket ship golden
must be
hour.
Exactly. I think it's something magical that just happens in South Texas at this time of day. And I can't explain it, but it's unlike anywhere else in the world. And we're continuing to count down. Under 2.5 minutes now. Things are starting to get real. Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths.
Deep breaths. Just imagine being the folks in the control room that have to push the button here. Or rather, it kind of goes on its own. But
yeah. I mean, even you could hear on the control loops from the first
looks
run
like
of Starship.
booster propellant load is ended because OLM vent is back. So propellant load has been completed on Starship. And this
exactly
thing
what
is
we
still ticking down. I'm only hearing good words. Looks like everything is ready to go. No expecting any holds or anything at the T-minus 40-second mark. Whew. And it's going to fly through,
Alex.
right?
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths.
Yeah. So for those that may not know the process, at T-minus 40 seconds, they go through that gate, right? That T-minus 40-second hold point, optional point. They don't expect to take that. Then they'll fly through. At T-minus 25 seconds, we get the detonation suppression system, this mist of water under the launch mount. Then the deluge system kicks in at T-minus 10 seconds. Engine ignition a few seconds later. Liftoff. The booster will head east over the Gulf. We're going to get, hopefully, that max Q vapor, right? That vapor cone. And hopefully we get through hot staging at T plus 2.5 minutes. Boy, we're getting there.
There's a lot going on. And I know we got a minute left here, but the hot staging ring will not be a feature in the future. Is that right?
Well, they'll still have that hot staging ring, but it'll be integrated into the booster's design, so it won't be jettisoned. It'll be a reusable part of the vehicle. It's not a reusable part of this vehicle, though, however, because unfortunately for Booster 15 and Ship 38, it is the end of the road for these two vehicles. We are now going through that T-minus 40-second point. We should be moving through, of course, those updates that Alex is listening into.
We are going for it.
Here we go, under 30 seconds now, and SpaceX confirming we are going through that hold point, approaching 20 seconds in the count, and SpaceX is go for launch. We're go for launch. Everyone in chat, you've got to be go for launch. Keep an eye on the orbital launch mount, because for one final time, here comes that detonation suppression system, and here comes the deluge. Should be flowing up out of the plate. Here it comes. Here's ignition.
Oof.
And as we pass through 60 seconds into flight, we can hear the roar of 33 Raptor engines rolling across South Texas, arriving at our microphones. That is a beautiful final ascent from Pad 1 at Starbase, and we are pitching downrange, rolling as expected, headed to hot staging of Booster 15 and Ship 38, and we are now starting to see the vapor expanding off the exhaust of Super Heavy. As the vehicle gets higher, the atmosphere gets thinner, there's less pressure pushing in on that Mega Mark diamond, and that's why the exhaust starts to expand. I mean, just look at this beautiful shot from, I believe, the Rocket Ranch, approaching 1 minute and 40 seconds, a beautiful ascent, continuing to push towards hot staging. Just beautiful, beautiful final ascent.
Absolutely
we
perfect
should
this time.
see. Yep, we should see now the roll for hot staging. They roll sort of heads up position for the hot staging. Remember that when the booster flips, it sort of flips up, right? And it flips back for that hot staging. So any second now, we should see that maneuver. And
About 10
it is currently
seconds
underway.
away. Here we go. Rotation
Rolling for
of the
hot
vehicle.
staging.
10 seconds away. Just over 2 minutes and 20 seconds into flight, and we should see the flames flowing through the hot staging ring. Those will be the Raptors igniting on Ship 38. Standing by for hot staging. We should see that momentarily.
There we
Here it
go.
goes.
There it goes.
Shutdown of Super Heavy and ignition of Starship. Another clean separation. Up flips the booster. Here comes the boost back burn. Thank you, Booster 15. That's now coming back to the Gulf for this new experimental landing. 13 engines, 5 engines, and then 3.
one engine out on the booster right now, by the way. So actually 12. It seems like one of them did not relight for the boost back burn, but it's okay. It's one of those things with Super Heavy, right? Where it's like, it's got plenty of maneuvering, I guess, and margins.
And we can see
With
there that
13
appears to be
engines.
one of the Raptors on the 13 ring of Raptors. So fingers crossed that doesn't impact the landing burn too much, because for the time being, at least, fingers crossed, those Center 3 Raptor engines continue
And
running as expected.
Looks like boost back burn might be wrapping up.
Some great work here by the
them.
NSF team too.
Exactly,
Yeah, these are
beautiful
ground
tracking
views.
shots. There we go. We can see
There's
the
shutdown.
shutdown now of that boost back burn.
And the hot
Approaching
staging
4
ring
minutes
should
into flight.
separate.
We're standing by for that separation of the hot staging ring. It's
Yeah.
so small on my preview. Has it jettisoned already? I'm trying to see.
Yeah, you have to look at it closely from the ground, but there is that clearance on the top of the booster.
And the booster and the hot staging ring will actually kind of fly in tandem for a little whiles here, but until it gets to the thicker parts of the atmosphere, the two very different aerodynamic styles of these two vehicles, they will become quite apparent, because the hot staging ring will continue kind of floating through the air for a little whiles. The booster, however, will come shooting straight back down through the atmosphere for its landing burn. A reminder, we're not coming back to the launch pad on this final flight from Pad 1. We are going to the Gulf. That is exactly what we are expecting. Booster 15 flying for the second time, done pretty much everything perfectly so far, and is now descending back down towards the Gulf for this new experimental
Hot
landing
staging
burn.
ring.
We can
Yep,
see a
there it
very
is.
clear separation now of the booster and the hot staging ring, but very shortly
Yeah.
expect the booster to start flying past the hot staging ring.
And the vents that you can see there from the booster, those are planned vents. They're dumping a little of that liquid oxygen remaining on the main tank. They're not going to be using a sort of remaining tank that they have just for the landing burn. So all of the liquid oxygen remaining on the main tank, they don't need that, right? So they're dumping that and getting rid of that. So that's the venting that you can see there. Also, a lot of venting from the booster's own vents, right? That it uses as sort of reaction thrusters to be able to maneuver. And so we're now about to see that entry of the booster. It's coming in hot. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, just
Great
about
tracking
20
today,
seconds
too.
to go. And we now wave bye-bye to the hot staging ring for the final time. It's going to be
Wow.
integrated hot staging rings from here on out. The booster getting toasty, very, very toasty indeed in the engine bay as it descends through the thicker parts of the atmosphere, literally using friction to slow itself down. Under 10 seconds to go until we should see 13 Raptor engines igniting. But remember, we had one out on the boost back burn.
Let's see if it works.
We're getting close to the ground here. I can see the trees.
Trying to track
Looking
it
through the foliage.
down. Okay,
Looks
keep on
like-
the track.
Here we go.
Looks like the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel has a better view, but that is a successful boost landing burn ignition. And we seem to have down selected
All 13
now,
engines
slowing
lit
down.
up.
Wonderful news. We're going to see that hover over the Gulf and then a shutdown of those Raptor engines. There's the hover.
It's
and
with
here
3
comes
engines
shutdown.
there. Wow.
Whoa.
That's an incredible shot. Here comes an explosion.
Boom, as
Boom.
advertised. and there is your rad, because that was planned, everybody. That is not
Exactly.
an unexpected outcome. So successful.
Booster 15, thank you very much. A beautiful clean ascent, a beautiful expected explosion in the Gulf. Thank you so much for your service. The last Block 2 booster to fly. And fingers crossed things are still going well with Ship 38, just over 7 minutes into flight. SpaceX, it would
Yeah.
be great to see the ship just being
Everybody
honest,
at
but,
SpaceX celebrating, of course.
Yeah, on board with Starship, we can see 6 Raptors still running on Ship 38. This
Still
is looking
ongoing.
good. Fingers crossed it's another repeat of what we got last time around.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that all of the 13 engines lit up for the landing burn. Then it transitioned into those 5 engines, right? Successfully. Now we know those 2 engines that it used from the middle ring of 10, and then it transitioned down to the 3 center engines successfully and did that hover. We saw that from our ground tracking, but telemetry and everything. It looked great. It was amazing. It's so weird seeing the booster hovering there above the ocean.
Right. Especially given how big it is, right? This is not.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a building that is just hovering in the air. Remarkable.
Yeah,
And
we
some
should
great,
be-
some great video, obviously up until right this
Well-
second, but some great video of, this is why like launching at this hour is just so great for photography, right? You've got that setting sun. Spectacular.
I wonder if we'll
Yeah.
have a successful tracking from Florida. I'm wondering. I'm keeping D in my thoughts right now. Speaking
It
of,
looks like we do, a little speck of light on the horizon from Florida.
There
Thank you
it
so much,
is.
DYs, rolling out. I think, is that a little bit of a jellyfish? We're getting a little
It
bit of
is
the
a little
venting
bit.
there
Look at
from the
that.
RCS. Oh, this is absolutely spectacular from Key West
Wow.
in Florida, looking over the Caribbean on the horizon, Ship 38 burning.
ooh, that
And I
looks
think
like RVAC shutdown.
we can see this beautiful formation of the gases. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah,
That is beautiful.
and that looks to me like ship engine cut off, and indeed confirmed. Woohoo!
It's like a nebula in the sky. Ship 38. Look at this. Just look at
Wow.
this. Absolutely a beautiful final send-off for this type. There's DYs doing the tracking, by the way. Huge shout out to them. This is just absolutely spectacular footage. A beautiful final send-off for the final V2 from Pad 1. It can't get any better than this.
That's amazing.
So I'd say we're
Wow.
off to a good start.
Yeah, and you can see that on board with Ship 38, it is into its trajectory. Next stop is the Indian Ocean, Lon. I'll take a deep breath and hand it back over to you from here. 10 minutes into flight.
All right, so we are 10 minutes in, and yeah, we'll let you collect yourself there. Some ice coming off, but that's to be expected. So it looks like they're doing some tests of all the entry activities here as they're getting ready for shutdown in a minute. So, wow, Alex. So Dee's got it again. Look at this. And this is what we do here, right? We get everybody out in the field to deliver some amazing shots. And something just popped in the engine bay.
That's just the venting. They're dumping remaining liquid oxygen, just like they did with the booster, and that's what D is seeing right now, because that gas is oxygen that is being vented right now. That's what we're seeing here, illuminated by the sun. But as the ship sort of goes into the shadow of the Earth, right, it's gonna disappear. So just saying, we're probably gonna be losing it soon, because it's part of the whole thing. We're seeing it because the sun is shining on Starship, but at some point it will stop shining on Starship.
It's going to go beyond the where the camera can see it, but just amazing shots coming out of Florida and Texas, and great work by the team here to get everything in. So Alex, what's the next milestone? We have to burn for a little bit longer here, and then what?
Yeah, right now. Oh, look at that. That is gorgeous. So yeah, just
Orbital-ish
waiting.
sunset.
Exactly, sunset, yeah. So next major milestone should be in about 7 minutes. They're going to be doing that payload deploy demonstration, right? So the ship is slowly turning into the correct orientation for that. Wow, I mean, this is amazing. But yeah, we're going to see that payload bay door open, the Starlink simulators will be deployed and things like that. So stay tuned for that in just a few minutes.
All right, very good. So we'll keep an eye on things here. And one of the things I'm curious about, because we talked about this on Countdown to Launch the other day, was that the prior Starlink deployment mechanism, by SpaceX standards, was extremely complex for SpaceX, who likes to minimize all the extra stuff down to the core of the essence of the engineering challenge. Do we think this Starlink deployment mechanism will be different than what we saw last time?
It's the same for this flight, and for the for next version we've already seen the PES dispenser. I don't see any sort of major difference at the very least. So it seems like they're just gonna be using the same. It worked, right? It worked on Flight 10, and if it works, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying. Sorry, my brain is overloaded right now.
That's okay. We've got a lot to process here, so our computers are hitting their limits, but we have some help. We're going to distribute the workload a little bit, Ryan, because the man who taught me how to get to the moon, that's moon with a U, on Kerbal Space Program, is joining us right now. I'm a big fan, but Ryan, why don't you go ahead and introduce our guest here who's going to help us look at the rest of the coverage today.
Oh, of course, it is the wonderful Scott Manley joining us for the coast phase of the final flight of V2. Scott, how you doing this? We've seen a wonderful, beautiful sunset ascent. How you doing?
Oh, well, that sunset was absolutely beautiful. Yeah, the colours changing on all that. It's much better than the weather I've got here. I almost had my house flooded. But yeah, it looks like we've had a great launch. So everything's looking good so far. And we're now just basically going to be cruising on through the night, which is a shame that it's night because there's a really cool storm in the middle of the Atlantic that we would otherwise fly over. But it's going to be dark. So, yeah, we got a bunch of tests on this flight, I expect. But, yeah. What do you guys think? Do you have questions? What are we going to talk about for the next hour or so? Well, 45 minutes.
Well, yeah, just vibing right now, but there's a lot of things going on, right? Lon?
Right.
Yes, there are quite a bit going on. And let me ask you, Scott, what are you looking for with this mission? I mean, obviously you know what's going to happen, but what's the importance of today? Like, why is SpaceX repeating a lot of what they did last time?
Well, I mean, I think they're repeating a lot of stuff that they did last time simply because this is the last of the V2s and they don't see any sense in pushing further. So what they're going to do is demonstrate an engine relight again because they need to be really, really certain that the engine relights are consistent if they're going to commit to it for an orbital mission. So if they get this one, the V3 debut, that would be 3 in a row. That would be pretty good odds of progressing to a full orbital launch. So I think that's like the most important thing for this to demonstrate. They're going to be pushing the limits again on their aerodynamic entry. Again, this is something that SpaceX pretty much developed on their own. So they're really they're being test pilots here. You know, there's no pilot on board, but they do have to fly these different things. So it's, you know, you're test flying the vehicle through larger ranges, trying to make sure that it matches predictions, and if it doesn't match predictions, trying to make sure that, you know, you've got your bases covered for all the range of operations you're going to expect. So I think those are the two things that we're really going to see in this. Now, we have missing tiles. Some of these are the adhesive tiles, which may not have the ablative backing. If we end up with a big hole in the nose, it'll be interesting to see how it handles. Like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong there. And I'm wondering if they'll continue to provide feeds from the payload bay if they end up with holes. I doubt it.
What's amazing is how many holes it can develop and still manage to get itself into at least a somewhat decent reentry profile. So I'm curious to see what kind of abuse they're going to put it through this time.
Right. I mean, the spacecraft the spacecraft basically continually evolves its ability to fly. So as, for example, if you remember, big chunks of fins start going missing, that changes the performance. The spacecraft is adapting. So as holes are appearing in this, it's modifying the aerodynamics. It's adapting, right? That's just basically modern technology that the computers can measure the responses based upon their inputs and update them, whereas older spacecraft would have all this literally hardwired. I guess I see we get some views of the bay. Yep, some dumplings. Do any of these have cameras? Probably not.
Yeah, look like just a bunch of weights like before. What I'm looking for is whether or not they're going to bump the door on the way out. Because that was something we all noticed last time, that they were kind of bumping into the wall there on the way out the door. So let's see how.
Yeah, it wasn't the most stable departure. No. You could also see some flows, like air flows inside there. That was always an interesting thing to watch. You know, basically, as they reduce the pressure, you're going to get any moisture in the air is going to condense out, and you're going to see clouds inside the bay. That's just. Oh wait, the door's already open, huh?
Yeah, and we saw we saw that moisture leaving real quick, right?
Yeah,
that was
right
before they cut. And it looks like,
did you see a lightning storm there? Have you seen? Yeah, that's cool, because I guess they are actually flying over this hurricane in the middle of the Atlantic. So that would make sense.
Cool. And what's neat about that shot that we just saw was that the lights inside, you can see that door illuminating from the outside. Which
from the
it looks so much better.
Yeah.
Like if it would look, you know, what would look amazing was have some cameras on those things. I mean, we saw Blue Origin throwing out their 360 camera during stage separation. Right. It would be so easy. Like, literally, they have a Wi-Fi on their Starlink. They would just need to throw a camera out the side.
Well, let's see. Maybe we'll be surprised. They often like to kind of show us at the last minute when they have some new thing for us.
Yeah, that would be pretty special if we got it. But yeah.
And what looks different about them? This mechanism looks pretty similar to the last one we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at them side by side.
But, do the Starlink sims look a bit different than last time, or is it? Oh, are they going to be showing the live view from the flap cam on the right?
Oh, looks like
that would be nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
But I just hear a few things like, does that look like one of them has wires?
It's really hard to tell.
Or is it just me?
Maybe they got a little wired camera on there. That might be kind of neat.
Wouldn't that be
great? Yeah.
A very long Ethernet cable.
Come on, we have Wi-Fi. It's amazing how much paperwork and licensing it requires to use Wi-Fi while in orbit.
That's right. That's right. So these have a wire. They don't have to go through any of that.
Well, that would be a terrible way of failing things.
Now, what we're looking at in the inset window here, I think, is from the last flight.
Last flight.
Oh, that's the last flight. Yeah.
Yep. So this is what it'll look like if this kind of gets pushed
now
out
hopefully
the door.
we see it live. Oh, it's moving.
Oh, yep, they're moving up and down.
Just squint.
Yeah, right. Now,
As we
Scott,
all lean into the monitor.
Oh, there it goes.
Come on.
There we go. Sliding out.
First one out the door.
It does look like one of them might have something different. Like the very top one, the final one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some wires up there.
Yay!
Yay.
All right, first one's deployed.
Go off to join its friends in Valhalla, right?
Right.
Oh, it didn't go all the way back. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
On the previous flight, the one on the back went all the way back. Ha! That's how they solved the
bump problem.
The bump. Yeah.
You think?
It went out
Now
a
we
lot
should
more stable, right?
Yeah. So far.
I mean, the SpaceX engineers, they sounded very happy with their achievement there with all of the cheering.
Yeah.
So it seems to have worked.
It's got to be amazing to watch something you built on the ground operate in space like this. It's got to be an amazing feeling.
Yeah. It's like I see a little arm fold up in the thing on the chain just as they brought the extra set down. Either that was a video glitch. I'm just sort of looking at I'm looking at the mechanism lagged here, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now, Scott, how many of these Starlinks do they plan to deploy when they're operational?
All of them. I mean, look, we're talking tens of thousands of these V2 full-size Starlinks, and these are the not these ones, but ultimately the real things. We've been launching the V2 Mini, which are like heavier than the original V1, and those are the ones that have the direct to cell. There we go.
Yep.
And it goes nice and straight this time.
Yeah. Just the right amount of momentum to get it.
There is a small amount of rotation in that.
Yeah.
Also notice that they are launching these things forward along the orbit. Right? You see the orientation of the spacecraft in the bottom right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has the top of the spacecraft pointing along the orbit slightly. There's another one going.
That's half of the satellites deployed now.
Yeah.
Much smoother than last time.
Yeah. But yeah, the V2 are they're adding more frequencies to cover like the direct to cell, and because they're larger, they can have more antennas on them, so they can actually, in theory, cover more patches. They could, with the V2, because they're closer, because the satellites are larger, they can shrink their cell size and handle more traffic per area. That's where they're going on this.
It's very zen, isn't it?
It is. They've got plenty of time.
They do. They do. I'd love to see the
you
shot
don't want to
from the
shoot
outside.
these things out too quickly. They could end up hitting each other in real time. Right. So like the real launch will be, they'll have a bit of time.
We've got time to fill here, so this is great.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there we got one. We got an
There we go.
outside view.
Yeah.
From the
Let's see if
flap.
you can see it. Yeah, let's see if you can
Yeah,
see it
flap
popping out.
cam. Beautiful.
That light there is the inside through the door.
Yeah. I mistakenly thought those were city lights on the previous flight, but now I can. It looks a little bit clearer this time. It actually,
It's
yeah, I
definitely
can now see
clearer,
it's the
yeah.
payload bay.
I think they adjusted the camera gains and stuff to account for this.
And that's 6.
Yeah, there we go. Another outside one.
Yeah.
They should have put like lights on them or something so we could see.
Yeah. Have them blink or something.
Navigation lights. But yeah,
Now,
that last one seems to have something odd. So I'm wondering if we'll see something.
You'll get a little surprise.
Well, we get another layer to go before we see that.
Right. So I did get into the beta and tried out this Starlink direct to cell. I couldn't make a call, but I was able to send a text to my wife.
Yeah, nice. I mean,
And
I've been using the Apple, like, you know, with Global Star for a while.
Right,
but
yep. Mm-hmm.
It'll be nice when this comes to everyone, right?
It will be. And the problem now is that because it's still in that very early beta, you have to be in an area with absolutely no cell coverage. And I have this one spot near me. So like you, Scott, I'm a budding aviator. So I'm taking flight lessons. I'm not as far along as you are, but my airport is in a dead zone. So I was able to communicate from our little airport.
And
Great.
there goes.
Now, if only you could file a flight plan that way from ForeFlight, it would solve a lot of problems.
It sure would.
Or cancel a flight plan, actually.
Right. Exactly.
They have payphones at every airport because people need to be able to cancel their flight plans.
Let's see. The 8th and last one.
Yeah. We're getting closer to the wire one there.
This wire
Please?
is going to like have no significance whatsoever, and it's going to be so annoying.
Well,
it's got me glued to the edge of my seat. What is the wire?
Maybe someone
You know what's
dropped
funny?
their phone charger whilst loading the Starlings. I don't know.
I could watch this all day long.
Wait, even if they had a full load here, they would be able to launch them all during a single orbit, even at this slow rate.
That's
so
right.
They don't need to make this any faster.
Yeah. It's
So
also
yeah,
this
that's
wonderful
them all
period
gone.
of quiet
And-
after such a period of such intensity of the launch. It's nice to just check out watch some Starlings being deployed.
Right. So they're all out. Now, do they close the door now? Is that the next step?
Yep. So hopefully we'll see this actually closing on the outside. Or hopefully we'll see something, yeah. I mean, I would like to see what would happen if the door failed to close. Like, would they do, re-entry with a sunroof? That would be pretty funny.
That'd be pretty funny. I wanted the Star Wars force field. Look how excited they are for that.
Yeah.
I was excited about it
closing.
too. This is great.
Yep, there it is
goes.
closing.
All right.
And
Nice.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Okay, the pod bay doors are indeed closed.
That's right. and Hal is letting us continue to fly the ship, so we're doing well here.
I think Hal is flying the ship.
That's right. So what's next?
We're going to have a whole other bunch of time, I think, until we get to an engine test, right? Is there anything else that we're going to test that I've forgotten about?
yeah, another 10 minutes, 11 minutes actually until that. So,
okay.
Bit of time.
And it looks like we'll be appearing on here in a minute here.
Okay.
There we go,
Sorry.
back to cameras.
Sorry,
There
a
we go.
little bit sniffly after getting totally soaked earlier trying to stop my house getting flooded.
That's okay.
Oh, that's not great.
We're having a similar issue where I live in Connecticut. We've been rained out here with wind and all sorts of crazy stuff. So, in case you're just tuning in, we had a spectacular launch of Starship. This is the 11th flight test, and it looks like they're every launch gets a little better, right? And this one was just picture perfect on the way up. We got the booster back, and of course we had what I call the RAD, which is the Rapid Authorized Disassembly. So you saw that a little bit earlier, a beautiful explosion, which was planned. And we saw some amazing tests now of that booster landing burn where they lit up, I think, 11 engines and then brought it down.
13.53, none.
There we go. And that's why Scott is on the call, because I will never remember all those numbers. So far, so good. We're now kind of in the coast phase, and what we're doing now is kind of in a suborbital trajectory. We deployed a number of dummy Starlink satellites. Elon needs to start making some money with this rocket system. So as Starship develops, as future missions go up into orbit, they will be able to deploy Starlink satellites and maybe earn a little bit back on their investment here. And following this, we're going to see some fireworks next, right, Scott?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've already passed through apogee, and we're starting to descend if you look at the numbers. The speed is going up, altitude is slowly going down. So, yeah, we're going to fly over Africa, and around, some point between there and Madagascar, I think we're going to start to see some re-entry heating. Ooh. Like re-entry heating isn't something that turns on instantaneously. It's something that built up very slowly. Even at this altitude, you've got some amount of heating from the very tenuous amount of atmosphere here. But yeah, we've got an engine test first before that because, they need to verify it'll work. Like NASA did this with the early Mercury Redstone missions. They fired the deorbit boosters to make sure that they worked before they sent people up there into orbit. They had a very short amount of time on the Mercury Redstone missions to actually test these things. But, they got through that.
And now we're just going to cruise along here. And while we're cruising, we've got a special merch plug that I believe Ryan is queued up to deliver us. We have a tribute to the OLM, which is the last time we'll see a Starship launch from the OLM that we just saw it launch from. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about that, Ryan?
Orbital-ish launch mount, maybe, because of course, as I mentioned many times throughout that launch commentary, this is the final ever flight from this configuration of Starship pads. So if you want to celebrate a wonderful celebratory design as usual, we are renaming OLM from Orbital Launch Mount to Original Launch Mount because, of course, it was the original design that got a little bit destroyed on the first flight of Starship. They then kind of jerry-rigged a metal plate in there to try and make sure it didn't get destroyed on all of these subsequent flights. But this design, although kind of janky, although kind of bodged together, it served the test of 2 years of time, right? It served SpaceX well for 11 flights from what is kind of a glorified test stand, but it's done its job. It's done its job well.
It's there on the left.
I can also see this is so small on my preview. I'm literally zooming or kind of getting really close to my prompter here. Is that a human for scale or is that Jack Bauer for scale? I can't quite tell.
It could be both. Unless Jack Bauer isn't a human. Are you suggesting that Jack is something else?
Well, I'd imagine when we have Jack Bauer for scale, we'd show like the average height of a human and then Jack, because Jack's really short. You won't appreciate.
And he'd have him in orange, right?
Well,
that's true.
If it's
I
Jack,
like
he's
it.
holding up a piece
That
of,
is wonderful.
That's really, and he's got to have the bacon up for scale too.
And we've also got the danger van getting struck from that first flight. Beautiful sticker design. And of course, this is pinned in chat. So if you want to get our celebratory merch, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The link is pinned in chat. I mean, we also have all of our other merch, but especially if you want to celebrate this final flight from what has become, let's say, an iconic launch pad design, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've also got the patch. Over 50% of those sold already. When they're gone, they're gone. We've said this a million times before. You guys know the deal. Pinned in chat. All of that stuff. The collection is live. Yeah, some wonderful designs I will certainly be picking up myself.
I wish I had merch. I'll just say that. You guys do an awesome job. Like,
fly safe and all that. I mean, you do have potential.
It is so
Scott.
hard to do this well. I am in envy, in awe of the work that you put into this stuff, and you have so many awesome designs.
You and me both, Scott. I have a coffee mug. That's all I got for my show.
Yeah, I have a coffee mug that says, as a pilot, it says "I love ailerons." That's how I roll.
Hey, that's good.
That's how we roll.
I just have my logo on mine, so that's good stuff.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I got a super chat here from Chris Peck from Berwyn, Pennsylvania, who says that the OLM disassembly begins in 12 hours. Is that right?
I guess with the first shift tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, they're just getting right to work on it.
They should cut it up and sell pieces as merchandise.
There you go.
That's
how they're going to fund Block 3 Starship. They're just going to slice up the launch pad and sell bits of it on their website, the SpaceX fan. I mean, there are some people who would spend, many, many times more than a bit of seal's worth on some launch pad proven steel.
Well, maybe we could all go out and do that. We could sell it through our store. That may be kind of fun. Get that taken down pretty quick. Daniel Green with a $10 super chat. A shout out to D Wise for some awesome footage that he was able to get from us. That shutdown was amazing. So thank you very much for that. And Bidford with a $20 super chat to thank us for the coverage. And here's one from Ron Smith for Scott Manley. Think we will get a Starship reference mission 3B. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Maybe you do.
Oh.
I'm not sure what he means by Starship reference mission 3B. Would that be part of HLS? I think that would be that's the only thing I can think of he's referencing here.
Maybe you can let us know in the chat there. We'll get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, why me? It just sounded to me, I don't know, Scott, if you remember this sort of like, what's it called? A reference mission, like Mars reference mission plannings or things like that NASA has done like every 10 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like that. I don't know. That's why I chuckled.
There's so many other things that they will do.
And we've got 10 gifted memberships from Elizabeth Hopner. So thank you very much for that. And what we're doing right now is we are in the cruise phase here. We're waiting for plasma is what we're waiting for next, because that's when the real fireworks begin. I'm curious, gentlemen, exactly how much of a toasty rocket we're going to see here. We've seen on the last number of successful missions that we're able to get back into the atmosphere that those grid fins get, or the what do they call them, flaps? What's the right terminology for the? I should know this as the host of the show.
I mean, they're not really flaps. I call them control fins, but they're not actually acting as fins. They're kind of like air brakes. Yeah, there's probably a technical name for these. Flapperons. I don't know.
Flapperons. There we go. I like it. I'll take that. And you know what's been crazy the last couple of flights that got into the atmosphere was the fact that they were burnt to a crisp. You know, you could see the steel just melting off of it, and yet they were still able to direct the ship. And as Scott, you talked about earlier, there's some adaptive coding in the master computer here that keeps it on track. Do we think we're going to see more of this? I mean, I would imagine on the last flight they were probably weakening the thermal protection system in some portions just to see how far they could push it. But
yeah, I think the real question we've got is, will we have those explosions in the vents that damaged the rear fins? Because if you remember, there was these two, black bangs, and that damage propagated out to those rear fins, flapperons, whatever. And if the front ones didn't have that problem, they were fine. So I think that's what we're going to be looking for. If that doesn't happen, will be great. Sure, they may have pulled some fins here, some tiles in the fins, whatnot, but that's the that's the old one in the corner. I'm like, wait a second.
But we are seeing a flash there, but that flash is probably just the reaction control thrusters keeping things level. Is that what we're seeing here?
It's never quite clear what that is, but we would expect that when you blast a bit of gas out into the atmosphere, it's going to get heated up very quickly because it's slowing down. So, like the reaction control thrusters, because it's just cold gas, they're not producing light. But when you blow it out into the airstream, which is very tenuous, that will generate light because you're massively increasing the surface area of the cross-section. So that's what I think that is. Either that or it's a camera which has some weird settings. But I think this is just due to periodic vents and stuff. But I would love to figure that out.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat phenomenon there. And Ryan, what do you think SpaceX is doing right now as they're cruising through space here?
I think everyone in mission control is just sitting tight and getting ready, because we are a few seconds away, about 40 seconds away, from one of those Raptor sea level engines reigniting for that in-space burn demonstration. So I think they're probably, maybe getting a little bit nervous, but fingers and toes, Alex, are going to be crossed in mission control as they get ready for this burn in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, if this doesn't happen, it could be bad in the long term,
Right.
Yeah, they need to be able to deorbit Starship. This thing is huge. Imagine this thing. People get upset when the Chinese leave huge boosters floating around on uncontrolled trajectories. Imagine a Starship doing that. So they want to be able to prove they can deorbit Starship.
Yeah.
Right, and as we've seen, a lot of it survives when it comes back down. So,
and you can see the attitude on the bottom right. Oh, there is.
Is the ignition
indicator?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There it is. Looks like the,
there we go.
The video is lagging. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, and we get some chunk stuff popping around there. Presumably ice.
The third attempt, and we just did it 3 times in a row. So
3 times in a row is pretty good odds at this point.
Yeah.
And we're going to hopefully get 4 times in a row with the debut of V3.
And Scott, should we be, from an engineering standpoint, are they concerned at all about ice getting ping-ponged around the inside of these rockets, or is it's moving?
Sure, I mean, I think it's probably fine. These things deal with some pretty high, powerful environments, but I think they're more concerned with ice that gets trapped in places and stops venting. I think that's a bigger potential problem, because the ice can only get projected out by high pressures. So if it's plugging up something, then it's possibly causing a problem upstream. There's no place for it to project ice that could damage the external thermal protection system. So I don't think they're worried about that. But sure. You could always imagine a scenario where it goes bad, and now we're really starting to see some nice colors.
Yeah, there we go. It's starting.
We are seeing also on some of the other reviews, by the way, just real quick, cars have head out to the pad, so that's great news. The pad is good. And also, it's rather quick. Like, we're less than 40 minutes. The ship is still in flight. Usually, it's like an hour and a half until they're back on the pad. So that's great news. The transport stands that were there on the roadblock also moved away. So great news all across, of course, on the ground. But the show here is the ship.
And we see our man in Florida still watching this, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
They're like, gotta post this right away.
And here we've got a great shot, I believe, if I look at my notes in the chat from our internal chat here. This is from Julia Bergeron with a shot from US-1 on the Space Coast. So even when rockets are not launching from the Space Coast, they're getting beautiful shots on the Space Coast. So there's always something to see on the Space Coast. Not very often do I get to see anything in Connecticut, which is where I am, especially when I'm locked in my basement lair.
Me neither.
Although I've had some good ones. Yeah, that's right. Although we do get from Wallops, we will occasionally get some really good views. We had a great one of a couple of years ago that we streamed up to NSF. Actually, my first activity with you guys was to send you some stuff from Connecticut. So now we're starting to see a little bit of plasma, gentlemen. Ryan, is that what we're looking at here?
And we're seeing clouds, so we're moving towards daylight.
Mm-hmm.
So, the last launch was in the middle of summer now, or was closer to summer. Now we're closer to winter, so the southern hemisphere has more daylight.
But yeah,
and that impacts the launch time decision too, right?
They want to launch and land in daylight. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's why they moved from those super early morning launches, which I'm sure none of us are too sad to see go. But yeah, that's why they pushed to the evening launch, because of course evening in Texas is morning in the Indian Ocean, which means they get the daylight buoy cam and drone cam. Will we get buoy cam again? Fingers crossed it's still out there. I wonder if they replace it or if they put a new buoy. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, would you be able to tell if they replaced it? I think they put them out there and it sits still, and then they bring them back, and if it survives, kiddie pool in the middle of the ocean.
I just think it's remarkable that they can hit the spot like that. And
right,
get the shot.
That was the big question always with this, re-entry capability. Could they learn to control it first, and then could they control it to the precision required to make these precision touchdowns? And I think they've conclusively proven that they have this capability, even with damaged spacecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible if you consider the fact this thing has traveled 2/3 of the way around the planet, and it lands mere meters from its target.
Right. It's not a pure ballistic entry. It's a gliding re-entry that they are able to control to place it exactly where it means. They have terminal energy control, basically, to adjust their impact point and then slow themselves to essentially zero horizontal velocity over the target, and then descend and do the flip and burn.
I think Dean might have found themselves some friends in Key West, because there's some people who seem to be very interested in what's happening on the stream right now in the top right-hand corner.
It's a rocket thing. You wouldn't understand.
They're in good company now. And we can see that glow starting to I guess, get brighter,
intense.
glow more, more intense, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's telling that you can no longer see the clouds behind it. So it's got so much more intense that the thin clouds that we saw down there are now being, like, blinded or whatever.
I do recall, Scott, I don't know if you remember, like, there were some shuttle flights where they tried to fly the shuttle, like, in orbit, but really low. And there was this weird interaction between, I think it was, like, the atomic oxygen in the upper atmosphere and the shuttle itself. And it had this same glow during the night. Like, it was super cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because you're in this tenuous atmosphere, and you know, it scales every 8 kilometers it goes down by a half. So, you know, even a small difference of like 50 kilometers has a huge difference in the amount of atmosphere you're encountering. It's vacuum as far as your body is concerned, but when you're slamming into it at 7 kilometers per second, it has an effect, a noticeable effect, visible effect, but not real much in the way of drag.
Right now we're in the orange phase, soon to be the multicolor phase, right? Use my layman's vernacular here.
Right, I mean, so what's happening is as they're coming down, the energy levels of the atmosphere, like they'll get more and more ionized, and so you get different colors as you start to get deeper and deeper in.
And go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, you know, once you're really deep in, you get like a traditional kind of black body, and it's just looking white. But these are the much more tenuous things where you're having atomic transitions producing like the different colors.
Yeah. And looks like they're starting entry, and everything is great to go. Good attitude.
Yep. So yeah, it's basically pointed straight up with a 90-degree or like 10-degree angle to the airflow. Essentially stalling its way down. And this is, of course, their ideal orientation. They get a little bit of lift, and then it's enough to lift their descent vector up, allow them to flatten out and maintain altitude at about 70 kilometers, I think, is what they aim, as they bleed off most of the speed. And that's the phase when they'll actually perform these turns to try to control, you know, their target point.
And one big difference that we're seeing here compared to last flight is that it doesn't seem like the aft flaps got damaged yet. I guess it's the key word,
That's right.
It looks
pretty good. Had an explosion.
Yeah, no explosion yet. It happened at T plus 47 minutes, so we'll keep an eye on things. But so far, so good, right?
An awful lot better. And Scott, there are some. Looks like there's some tiles on the back of the flap,
and they're damaged as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what their thinking is with putting those there, because, I mean, I guess it's nice. If you get some spare tiles, we don't want to put them on the front. We've tested those. Let's stick them on the back.
Right.
Yeah, apparently they are testing different ways of pinning them on like they're trying to test for future versions and things like that, like different ways of pins and mechanisms, and a few of them seem to not have worked, and so they fell off already. But that's really interesting, right? It's but like
those are the ones that seem to
it's
get
free
damaged.
state.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like everything here is experimental, and if you can get away with performing as many experiments as possible, you know, you use it.
Might as well. I remember early on in the program, I remember joking to Dan from SpaceX. We had like, you guys should put some experiments on those flaps, because you can really do a lot of things during reentry.
Stick some Oreo cookies on there.
Yeah. It looks like they listened to you by putting some stuff on there.
Yeah.
So things are looking good. So how long does it take to go from where we are now to splashdown?
What's the timetable say? It's like 15
it's a
minutes?
nerve-wracking. Exactly, you're right. The splashdown is expected roughly 1 hour and 6 minutes after liftoff, but the bulk of the entry, it's like it ends roughly 15 minutes after the start. So, but it spends quite a while in belly flop, right? So it takes
it's
a while.
a gliding re-entry, essentially. They're controlling it, so they're trying to keep it above the thicker part of the atmosphere to reduce the stresses on the heat shield. This is what the shuttle did, right?
Right.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
This is where it really starts to pick up.
Hear a call out when the ship.
Happy SpaceXers.
I think
And
one of the
also-
tiles on the aft flap just flew off.
We quickly.
I mean,
we
it's
brought
kind
back
of
up the
wild.
news
Oh,
on the
look,
left
there's
in the
another
top
piece
left
going.
of the chopsticks, because the chopsticks are going down as well. So we just thought we'd show that to you momentarily.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
So
we
the
see
chopsticks are going
chunks
down.
coming off in that the trail there. It is like when you see those pieces coming off, you see that they sort of slowly move backwards. That just gives you an idea of how low density the atmosphere is that they're moving through. Because these things, they're like styrofoam, polystyrene, right? That's their density. Think how quickly those would slow down if you threw them out of a car, right? They would stop instantly. But this air is so thin at this altitude that they barely accelerate backwards. And yet, something goes on that causes them to break off the rocket. So what are the forces that are doing that?
One thing I'm not seeing are sparks like we saw. Maybe it's still early for that, but before, as things were failing, we were seeing sparks from the stainless steel getting hit with this plasma. So far, this looks a lot healthier.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
we
they've
haven't
not
had
reached
an
the
explosion.
ablative just yet.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're missing tiles, so I would expect a few sparks, but maybe it's not yet there, right?
So where are we looking for missing tiles? Oh, there's a spark. There we got one.
And sorry, Ryan, you were about to say something, and we have a little bit of a delay here in our internal comms.
Yeah, I was just saying, we've got about 10-ish minutes just over to go until splashdown. I mean, that flap cam on the right-hand side is quite evident of how many tiles have disembarked the ship, shall we say. But it's still continuing to push through.
We're finding out these are the experimental ones, right? These are not needed for re-entry.
So how many of those were there after we reached orbit? How many have fallen off since we got to orbit? Versus how many fell off during ascent? Yeah?
Or just about. There was more on the right-hand side than there is now. But it looks like perhaps the ones that are staying have they have some good material there. So they'll... But
differential
it looks a lot
testing.
better. Mm-hmm. But what's remarkable,
But I mean, yeah, like during ascent, that's when you're going to get the most dynamic pressure on these tiles on the backside.
Right.
So if they've fallen off now, it's not air pressure or airflow that's doing this. It's some other process. Like, it could be that these just sort of vibrate or something and they shake off. Boy, I would love to know exactly what goes on with some of these things.
And one thing that we're not seeing is the fin here melting, so that's good.
Yep.
Usually we were seeing a lot more intrusion of plasma at this point, so that looks to be like they've made some progress on that weak spot.
Yeah, we haven't had any camera views from inside the engine bay since re-entry started. That's we had a few of those.
It's looking great so far.
Remembering back to the last flight, there was that little energetic event, I called it at the time, in the engine bay. So it's peculiar that we haven't seen that particular view since the in-space relight. Fingers crossed it's going okay.
Oh, I love that color.
Yeah.
Now we're up to the purple phase.
Ah, yes. And yeah, we're starting to see some more sparks.
Yep. When you see sparks, it means something is ablating away, right? To be expected, because we have missing tiles.
Through peak heating now, apparently, from SpaceX.
Yeah, so they bring it down to about 70 kilometers and they try to cruise at that altitude for a while.
I think they're going into daylight because we can see a few clouds there rolling on the right-hand side.
Yep.
Yeah, I get some much better views.
Wow.
And now their G-loading is...
There we go, engine bay cam.
Yay, finally! And so again, that's looking
bright.
up...
Whoa.
But it looks intact. Question mark as things fly about.
Right.
So, wait, is the camera's on the other side this time, right? Because previously the engine bay camera was looking up, wasn't it? Now it looks like it's looking down.
We'll have to go back and look.
I think I remember that.
Apparently,
maybe they just flipped the video.
Could be.
Apparently they had an issue with the engine chills. They're confirming now that indeed the little boom that they had last flight was due to a blockage there, and static buildup ignited it.
Wow.
And that's what happened.
I don't know how you can get ignition from any of this.
So they're not, but what they're saying is they're not having a problem with the engine chill on this flight. That sounds like they're going to crash. That's what I thought you were about to say.
They modified apparently a few of the... I couldn't hear exactly the full explanation, but they modified some of their processes to be able to solve that.
So
Look
we're
at the
reaching about
clouds
1
go.
G of deceleration now if you count that speed going down.
Yeah, and you can really see now that we're hitting daylight. I mean, this ship is booking it right now through 66 odd kilometers, right? They are going, I mean, they're going over 22,000 kilometers per hour, under 70 kilometers in altitude. I mean, this thing is going so fast. And in under 10 minutes time, or about 10 minutes time, this thing is going to be 0 meters per second.
Yeah. You'll notice how it's now pitched forward a bit. So it's now, I think that gives it a little more lift rather than the ultra high angle of attack. So it's near like 45 degrees, which is like an optimal attitude for basically lift.
Yeah, it's keeping the altitude as you said there. It's very solidly in 65.
Yeah, this is like intentional again.
Wow.
So the question, what I'm looking for now is it going to roll left or right to adjust its downrange, its like steering?
Look at the flap. Wow. It's starting to glow.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's not melting this time.
Yeah, we saw that last time, for sure.
Yeah. And Scott, this might be an elementary question, but I would imagine that some of what was learned on the space shuttle has probably made its way into the design here, because to some degree there are some similarities in at least the high altitude aerodynamics here in how you slow down and how you approach entering the atmosphere with a large craft that's somewhat able to glide. Is there anything learned here from the shuttle that's made its way into this, or is this something SpaceX started from scratch with?
I mean, look, I think, you'll find that SpaceX were talking about how they needed to have this packing, this crunch wrap around the edges of the tiles to stop heat penetrating. That's literally something that Space Shuttle had, right? All of these tiles are very similar. This approach and terminal, energy management is very, very
it's a bit
similar. Right?
Turned, right?
Yeah, it does look like it's turned a little to the south. And I know that they're supposed to do some maneuvers, but I wasn't quite clear on when they were going to do these maneuvers. At this point, they just need to make sure they hit their target site. So, they're basically controlling their cross range and their down range.
Apparently, from what they've been saying, don't be surprised if you see the ship turning when it's in belly flop. So it's during the belly flop maneuver, right? When it's in that skydiving portion. I'm really looking forward to that.
They're just going to spiral it down like the space shuttle did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ideal, right? Because you want to arrive over your target and essentially spiral down, remaining within range. That's what the space shuttle did. They had this whole these cones that the space shuttle would fly around, and if they didn't have enough energy, they would use a tighter cone, and if they had too much energy, they would use a much wider cone. And I'm presuming that Starship has similar set of constraints and similar strategy for terminal guidance.
Heading alignment
Very
cone.
similar to an engine out on your aircraft too, right? I mean, it's a similar kind of process. You just
don't turn away from the airport.
Right.
Get close and then spiral down. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the mount points on the bottom.
The
near the timer.
Pin.
Yeah, the catch pins. That's it. Yeah, those are really showing some heating there, and would expect that because that is not a wide surface. That's a much smaller surface, and therefore a tighter radius of curvature.
On the indicator,
really
on the bottom
low
right?
angle now. Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
Now, are we
That's
past
crazy.
the peak heating point?
We are, but still getting it's getting hot, right, Scott?
Yeah, and we're also at a higher G loading now, so we're, you know, as you
Exactly.
go through peak heating, the next thing you have is the highest dynamic pressure, the highest deceleration. And we all know that tiles can get damaged just due to that. Ooh, that looks like fire!
Yeah.
Angry fire!
Getting toasty now.
Yeah, this is the point where it's like the air is dense enough that you're not getting these nice, colourful atomic
Wow,
transitions.
it's turning the other way.
Right, it's like black
Yeah,
body
look at
radiation.
this banking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, look at that!
So that was the maneuver we were expecting here, and that's what's different here with this flight was this dynamic. What do they call this? Dynamic.
Temperature's coming down.
Dynamic bank.
Dynamic banking, right? Look at that.
So yeah,
That's
they're
crazy.
So they're doing this to see how much cross range they can get. You know, and they did this in the space shuttle. Like, particularly flight number 2 was the one where they like pushed all the, you know, the stuff.
Ooh, G-force.
Oh yeah, we finally like our G-force 1.6.
Max Q.
Yeah, max Q on the way down is at a higher altitude and higher velocity.
I will say, so far it's looking better than it has on prior flights, as far as things not melting away or exploding.
Wow.
So that's good.
The engine camera is crazy right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's a different engine camera compared to the one we saw some time back.
I think they might have two, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe one that's like 60 degrees offset. I'm not, or 120
makes
degrees
sense.
offset. Yeah.
One
It's
looks
just
at
like
engine
based on the
3,
stuff flowing. Yeah.
Well, I
and the
do have
other
it.
seem to look at engine 1.
I do want to put this super chat up here real quick. Who from a viewer who calls them ailerons, elonerons.
Elonerons.
Elonerons. There you go.
I think I'm not sure he came up with those. I'll say that. We've had air brake steering in for a long time.
Yeah,
Those are really nice G's.
Like the B50,
1.6,
the B2
that's all right.
steers with little air brakes on the wingtips. Not really, but they do use brakes. And the space shuttle had that as well, but they were like the tail that would split for
right.
And that's how it would control its speed during its final like circle around and land. But these are
Speaking
different
of which,
again.
We're still pretty high here, but it looks like the heating is largely. Oh, there.
Yeah,
Little
now
spark
we're
there,
only going about Mach 9.
Only.
Only, yeah. The G-forces were really, really nice. Like I did not see those going up beyond 2. Ooh!
Oh, aerial assets. Here we go.
Aerial
Looks like the drone
assets.
cam is going to return.
Let's go.
So we are going to have our second, hopefully our second
Ready and waiting.
rad
Let's go.
of the day here.
And we are about 6 minutes away from splashdown. So that's
we go.
splashdown. The flip is 1 minute 6 seconds, 1 hour 6 minutes flat. The excited landing is 25 seconds later.
Exciting.
So Ryan, let me ask you this: if you know when I think of this
banking
flip,
maneuver.
There we go.
Okay.
I'll ask you
What
after
are
the
It's
banking
apparently,
maneuver.
yeah, about to start.
Okay. What's it gonna do then?
You see the clouds. Beautiful, beautiful Indian Ocean.
Yeah. Doesn't look too rough.
They're calling it a half moon turn something, and a twist at the end. I don't know. It's a weird explanation. SpaceX, we love diagrams. Please.
Yeah. I would like
Give
to
us
know.
one.
I'm wondering if it's the Kerbal thing where you basically flip it upside down so you suddenly start descending more quickly and you get much tighter precision on your landings. I would do that all the time.
Yeah.
It's because it's so easy to overshoot your target, so you would just, flip it around.
Just drop it.
Yeah. We're close! Drop it!
So Ryan, what would the belly flop and the flip feel like for an astronaut inside one of these things? I can't imagine on the way down that being comfortable.
Yeah, I would say unless they have some sort of like gimbaled seats, I wouldn't really want to experience it. Yeah, I mean it depends where you're. It depends where you're sat. If you're near the center of rotation, then maybe it's not that bad. But it doesn't seem like it would be the most comfortable thing if you are unexperienced. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some astronauts who
Here
would
we
be more
go.
than happy to try it out.
Look at it go. Look at it
we
go.
got
It's
the
doing
buoy cam.
something.
It's sideways. It's literally sideways.
It's turning sideways. But, yeah, I actually flew an aircraft recently which did a similar flip maneuver for takeoff and landing.
Oh, really? How did that feel?
Once you're used to it, it felt totally natural.
Look at the attitude.
It's turning.
On the
wow.
on the
It's
indicator.
like it's on its side.
Yeah. It's like doing, rotating away. I don't know. It's weird. But it's doing what I said, right? Like it's facing now a bit south, right?
Yep. And this is controlled flight here. This is part of the maneuver that they wanted to test today. So this is all.
So is this perhaps so that they can land at Starbase without dropping massive sonic booms on Mexico? Or sorry, America, because they don't care about Mexico.
It could be. Right?
Yeah,
it's all part of that. Right,
Okay,
this is all part
let's
of the
see.
plan to get it. Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Looks like it's going a bit more flat now into that belly flop.
Yeah.
But it is. They're actually turning it during this belly flop, which is we
Transonic?
saw that previously. Yeah, it's now subsonic, and we're starting to see bits come off.
And belly flop.
Right.
So it's now oriented south. Look at that.
Wow.
It's now oriented the way that it should to be able to land on Tower 2. Because Tower 2 is
looks
facing
like-
south.
Yep.
So when it
We
does
got
the
some
belly
pieces
flop,
flying off
the
there.
landing burn.
So.
Oh, now it's rotating
Crispy.
back. Notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, when it's in the belly flop orientation, it does have like forward velocity to it. So that's how they would steer it in. It's not much forward velocity. It's like probably like 10% of its vertical speed, but like when they fire up the engine, it picks up a lot more.
Right. And is it
Look
enough
at
for
that
it to have
fin
some
flipping up
tiles?
and down there.
Yeah.
It's trying to like cancel out some oscillations or something.
Well, I think Chris B is going to be very happy to see that we've got some space shuttle-esque activities going here. We have a glider, and we're
That's
we're in
right.
controlled flight, controlled glide. It's amazing.
Raptors are
Finish it
still
down
down for
again.
ignition.
Yep.
So everything is
go.
prepared.
So we're about 1 minute, just over 1 minute away from ignition and the
It's still
flip.
turning.
Yeah, it
See
looks
that?
like it's hunting for some
Oh,
position.
we've lost some tiles.
Yep.
Yep.
It doesn't matter at this point. Well, except
Yeah, they've done the job.
unless
They've
you're
got the
trying
tiles.
to make it rapidly reusable.
Making
That is
its
the
turn
thing.
for final approach.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, glide slope of 80-degree glide slope.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, this wider angle. Oh
This is
my
as if it
goodness.
was
Wow.
behind the launch tower, apparently. So it's simulating that.
This is a lot like my
And
landing,
coming up
Scott.
soon. Yeah. Coming up soon should be that landing burn.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. 20 seconds until the landing burn and flip.
2 kilometers, 6,000 feet.
It's a pretty fast drop.
Deep breaths.
Buoy.
Buoy cam is
1,000
activated.
Landing burn!
feet. Landing burn!
Through the clouds.
There it
Whoa.
goes.
Oh,
Whoa.
here it goes.
Bits,
The
bits.
shedding tiles.
Oh dear. It's kind of fun to see that from the camera.
And
There it is.
And we
There it
got
is.
a landing shot.
And where's
Touchdown.
the rad?
And it's
There
not
it goes.
looking orange this time.
No.
Explosion?
Which is-
Question mark.
There
There
it
it
is.
is. We can
Oh,
see
yeah.
it. We can see it.
Hey!
There it is.
Wow,
The
there's a
cloud
lot of stuff
explosion of Starship 38.
See that?
That was incredible.
That was amazing. So we promised 2 explosions, and we delivered, everybody. So
Yeah.
there you go. Planned explosions, not ones that were not anticipated. So it looks like I think we can call this one a success. Everybody, what do you think?
Yeah.
They did what they planned to do.
Yeah. And onward to the next revision. So amazing. So this was another amazing flight. I mean, I'm trying to collect my thoughts here of everything we just witnessed. But so are we going to see another Starship launch, Ryan, before the end of the year, or this is it for now?
That was the big question, you know. This is what we were all asking, shall we say, before Ship 36 blew up, and then with the delays, everything kind of looked a little bit more unfortunate. But there are some rumors you might have seen on social media. You know, Elon Elon would really like a flight before the end of the year. Whether they'll actually do a flight before the end of the year, I mean, what's the date now? October 13th? The pad isn't finished. The vehicles aren't finished. They're still playing with test tanks. I mean, I have to say it's looking unlikely, but we played a video earlier in the stream saying, when do you think the first Block 3 launch will be? I have to say, the average from that video was kind of like springtime, say February, March, and my gut is going with February, March as well.
It's going to be so much taller.
Yeah.
It
is. How much taller? I know we talked about that a little bit earlier, but for those tuning in.
Just a tiny bit.
Tiny bit?
But it's got a lot of, that tiny bit, counterintuitively, it really adds a lot. We got replays already?
Already? Wow.
Really?
Alex, it's been an hour and 8 minutes, and you're like, got replays already?
Yeah, some of these other missions have, of course, the mission ended a lot sooner than an hour and change. So here we've got the liftoff here. And Scott, they always take a little bit of a turn there to clear the tower. Is that the maneuver that's planned?
I believe that's now intentionally planned, yes, to avoid anything falling back onto launch things, because we've seen bad things happen for sure.
Yes.
And a lot of bad can happen when you've got a fully fueled rocket of this size.
Yes. You don't want to get too close to that one.
Oh, man.
Just amazing.
I'm sort of glad that we've managed to get through like 11 launches and not had one explode on the pad during takeoff.
Knock
it
on
may
wood on
happen
that
one
right?
day.
Right.
I think this is
beautiful
one of our North Beach robotic trackers here. I mean, that is just incredible. You just see it, that pad avoidance tilt, and then off it goes. It unfortunately goes out of range of our tracker there, but that's definitely coming in the trailer for the next flight. I'll put it that way. That was beautiful.
Here's another view. The water deluge is even
south site.
Yeah.
And I just
always this is the last time This is the last time we'll see that water deluge system because it's retired. Pad 1 is retired. That kind of last minute bodge they put in for flight 2, it did the job.
Yeah. Right. And you think about all that work they had to go through with the regulatory agencies and everything else to make that happen, and they're moving on to something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shower head had its own character.
Right.
I like that it would kind of squeal or scream just before takeoff as it blew all the air out.
Amazing.
It's like the rocket would howl.
And to the left there is the new pad?
No, that's the old... well, you mean to the left of the replay, yeah.
Yeah, right,
I thought you meant the left camera view.
No. Yeah. It's now obscured by rocket exhaust. So there you can see a better shot. On the right now is the second.
Is Dee preparing some kind of behind the scenes there with somebody in Florida?
Is somebody shooting stuff for their social media?
Right. For
maybe.
Yeah.
But look at that. That's from the hotel. This is what you will see at the Margaritaville hotel. I don't know the full name. I'm really sorry. Do a bad promotion. But yeah, it's a long name, Margaritaville. There.
Are they paying you? So
they let us put our cameras there, so that's really nice.
You better make sure you get that name right.
Right. Well, I must say that's a great amenity to be able to see those rocket launches from the hotel.
This is an easier place to name because this is from the SpaceX lot, the danger lot. They let us put our cameras there as well.
Yeah. Awesome.
Wow.
Whoa, you can see the whole maneuver
pitch,
there.
Yeah. Is this outpost?
Oh,
yeah, this is from Outpost at the Rocket Ranch as well. Another place you can watch these launches from. Little promo as well because they let us also put cameras there, so thank you as well for that.
Yeah.
Again, I love the flashing of in the bottom left there, that image.
Oh, yeah.
As the pressure waves go through and cause stuff to pop in and out of the vapor phase.
I'm seeing a lot of darker smoke. Is that exhaust or is that dirt mixing fallout from the from the dirt around
That's
the pad?
dust. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's a great
This is
shot.
being tracked remotely. This is one of our remote cameras, and it's being tracked by one of our people on SBL, on Starbase Live, by Matt C. Look at that. And you can see how it rolls as it sort of pitches
There
down
you
range.
go,
It's
yeah.
always super cool.
You know, it's amazing when you look at how so many other startup rocket companies are struggling. SpaceX makes it look easy, but the complexity at this scale has got to be ridiculous. To get 33 engines to light like this, to have your ground system survive, to have the rocket actually go where you want it to. I mean, this is just
I mean, the advantage is that you're testing 33 engines in every flight, so you get a lot of tests.
Right. Yeah, you get a lot of data.
You know, I just saw one of our previous guests, Eric Berger, pointing out that this is a really great outcome for this flight, right? Because it's like they had a few issues earlier on in the year, and now, you know, they're racking up those W's, as he's saying.
Right.
Right. It was pleasantly uneventful, really.
Exactly.
And,
It was still
and most
cool.
remarkable, yeah. And you know, and I think the thermal protection system might be the story of this launch, right? I mean, you know, we'll wait to hear what they say, but we did see tiles flying off at the last mile there. There we go. Great.
All the
remote
people
shot.
watching from Isla Blanca Park.
Very cool. But the TPS really did its job this time. We didn't see our ailerons getting
I mean, it did its job every time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But the finer details of it, right? We didn't see things melting away or exploding, which I think was probably a
Yeah, the explosion I think was unrelated to the TPS. It just and it made it harder for the TPS. That's the thing.
Oh, is that row open on the top middle screen?
It looks like people driving.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a nice one. There's the quick disconnect.
Yeah.
Wow. So I don't know if anyone knows, how many cameras do we have down there?
I believe the number live cameras was 30 live cameras.
30.
That doesn't count
30.
stills cameras and behind the scenes cameras, but that's just 30 cameras on site to bring you live from nearly every angle possible.
But you haven't got enough cameras for every engine.
That's right. We need a few more. And some of these are remotely operated by a human, but others are fully autonomous?
Well, fully autonomous is a strong word. We have some static robotic cameras, of course, like this one.
Yeah.
Static robotic camera in the dunes. Of course, we couldn't convince Jack to stand out in the dunes during the launch itself. No, I'm just kidding. That area, of course, is a hazard zone. It's blocked off.
Yeah.
But we have static cameras. We have robotic cameras that are remotely robotic, controlled remotely. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And we of course have the human flesh cameras. We had Jack, we had Caesar, we had Max. I'm probably forgetting someone, but we also have DYs in the Florida Keys, of course, and we have people with proper cameras pointing them at the rocket from Rocket Ranch, from the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, from loads of places. So yeah, all of the stops are pulled, as Jack says, for Starship launches.
Oh
wow!
You should try to get a deal with that Elon dude to have like Optimus holding a camera in the danger zone.
Yes, exactly. That'd be a great test of Optimus to be able to do that. Hey, we got another NSF team member joining us, Ryan Weber. Weber? Sorry, I always mess it up. But welcome.
We can punish you, Lon, by putting the replay bug in your face. Don't worry.
There we go.
Right there.
Boom. So you are joining us for some reactions. So what'd you think today?
I mean, it was a perfect ending to Block 2 and Pad 1. You know, I think it was as the the call out said right as it launched. It was thanks for all the historic launches, and it's kind of how it feels. The last time we ever get to see a launch go out of it there, I always love these views here. It's always amazing. I just can't wait to see for the next pad. But it's definitely it's a bittersweet ending to the pad, to this configuration. But I cannot wait to see the Block 3, the new pad, and everything go. But my favorite part of this entire launch by far is the banking turn that Ship did. That is by far one of the coolest things I've ever seen anything do, considering the speeds that it was going at while doing that. They may need to fix some of the tiles because they started to fall off a lot, but
Yes.
that's details. They can fix that on Block 3.
Right, and that's a space shuttle problem too, isn't it, Scott Manley?
Oh god, that goes back forever. Yeah, these things, they want to be rapidly reusable. Well, the space shuttle would spend minimum 2 months getting refurbished, because just these tiles would fall off, like the skin would flex and the adhesive would fail. They took a long time to figure out how to do that, and they never fully solved the problem. And when you have something this large, at least they have a structure which is almost all the same shape. The space shuttle didn't have that advantage.
Right.
But if you're going to make it rapidly reusable, you need to be able to go through, replace all this stuff, and refly it. So you can't have all this stuff falling off.
And we did see a number of them fall off on that last mile there, and then some may have fallen off just because they were in a test mode, as we saw on the back of the ailerons there. But we're continuing with our awesome replays here.
Yeah, and so considering that the next launch mount is going to be the new one, we should fully expect that when they're going for the next launch that they're going to have a lot of gremlins in the ground service equipment that they're going to have. So, we're going to go and we're going to sit and watch the countdown, and there's going to be scrubs. I predict multiple scrubs before they launch, because it's a whole new rocket, a whole new set of GSE.
It's a clean sheet pad design. It's a clean sheet booster, more or less. The ship is relatively the same. The aft section, or drive section as I like to call it, is a little bit changed. But yeah, the pump farm is entirely changed. The pad itself is entirely changed. Of course, 2 QDs for the booster now. There's definitely gremlins that are going to have to be worked out of that system. So it'll be fun to watch them go through all that testing and the wet dress rehearsals. I expect a few, because they're going to have to learn how to load that rocket in like 30 minutes. Because based off of the subcooling capacity they have, the pumping capacity they have, and the size of the lines, they're gonna cut this down from 53 minutes to like 30. It's gonna be nuts. I cannot wait to see them do that.
They got to do it. Fast turnaround is going to be the name of the game here. So these are the jack tracks, by the way. At least that's what I'm seeing in our back channel discussion there. Some great tracking. When you feed Jack,
are they firing the deluge? Look at the pad.
Oh, they are.
They're firing the deluge.
One last go. One last moment of glory.
Right, it's the retirement. It's like when the pilot retires, right? You got the fire trucks out, and
it's going.
There it goes.
It's
going.
I think they're just emptying the tanks.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing there. They're emptying out the tanks so they can start demo right away, because that is not a normal length. That is really long.
That's what they should cut up and offer pieces of.
I'll take it.
Yes, I'd buy one. My wife would love it in the house.
It's
somewhere.
like what they do with the boats, right? Like celebration with the water and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how they call it, but yeah.
It's still going.
Yeah, they're emptying everything that they have in those tanks. That's funny. That's a nice send off.
It is a nice send off. And if you want to commemorate the send off here, we have our metal prints ready to go at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Look at that. Like right out of the gate. That's how fast we can turn things around at this place. So beautiful shots here.
Ooh, from
taken
Tyler.
From Tyler. This is from
Tyler
the NSF team. So beautiful metal prints. They look great on the wall. Great gift-giving idea. Look at that. Mock diamonds and everything. Beautiful
I might have
detail.
to get that, back there somewhere.
Yeah, that picture that you have there, it's my background.
yeah, that one. I might have to get that there. I'll choose a place to put it.
there's plenty of room on that wall there. You can,
Yeah,
you can,
yeah.
you can
You
stock
can
up.
put it there. Yeah, I'll find a place, but I might have to get that one. Yeah.
Just a suggestion: you guys not sell like hexagonal shaped versions of this, like heat shield tiles with images?
Ooh,
that's a good
Lindsay,
idea.
write it down
There you
if
go.
you're watching.
That would look. Yeah,
That would look amazing.
I would do. Yeah, I'd do that. Yeah.
And we've
And
got our
there you
patches,
go.
of course, and these are limited supply. So when they sell out, they're done. But these are beautifully designed for the end of the era, which is the end
Beautiful.
of this block of Starship. Beautiful
I
stuff
just-
at shop.
This one goes to 11. How many Spinal
Yes.
Tap references do you have?
There you go.
I'm
I mean, this is
surprised
like
we
a-
have not had that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Starship is just like a giant monument, somewhat like Stonehenge.
Right.
I can't believe we didn't
And-
make any none more black comments while it was in space. Oh, there's a whole
And here we've
generation
got-
of kids out there that don't know Spinal Tap.
Here's the
Land
other
and burn.
part
Yep,
of
there
this
it is.
flight that was awesome with how clear it was outside. Like,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
man,
It was beautiful
Especially at-
to watch this.
Especially at golden hour, no less.
yeah. The hover, just to watch it drop here.
5
once
engines?
it's just off.
Yeah.
And
Down to 3?
3.
Look at me
It's just
hanging
stationary.
there.
It looks so surreal.
And
It really
drop.
does. End scene.
And boom.
Kaboom.
And look at all the tiny pieces flying away.
Yeah.
Yeah, the splashes happen just over the horizon. You need a drone. Go higher,
Right.
So,
yeah.
like-
They got to put a buoy out there.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you all this question, because of course there are flight termination hardware on these spacecraft. And this is from the Cape camera, by the way.
Oh yeah,
After that-
from
Yep, from Florida.
From the Cape.
Never a dull moment on the Space Coast. But the when these rockets explode, like we saw the booster there, that's not the flight termination hardware. That's just the impact.
I
Yeah,
would
that's-
hope that they trigger the flight termination just before impact, because it would suck to find unexploded stuff on the bottom of the ocean.
That's a good point.
Well, they
don't-
safe that is what they usually safe that before it hits down. Maybe the
Yeah.
exact concussive of it set it off. I don't know. Who knows? But
Explosives don't
probably
tend
not.
to. Yeah, they
Yeah.
tend to be pretty stable. This is a great shot, though. I'm so
Yeah.
glad that you guys did that.
It really gives a sense of how much speed Starship is at that point, right? You don't often get that appreciation. And here's Sawyer in South Florida.
Now, is this real time? This
think
looks like
so.
a time lapse, but you know.
I don't
Maybe
know. It's
Sawyer
going.
can tell us.
They
Real
Ooh,
time.
real time.
Oh, look at
This
that.
is real time. Yeah.
I was about to say. I mean, it might look like a time lapse, but you have to. We all have to remember this thing is going almost to orbital velocity. Like,
It's also
almost-
lower down than the typical rocket at this point in its trajectory.
That's amazing. There's another one. Is this? This one's coming from. I'm getting. This is Sawyer. This is Sawyer again. Sawyer is on it today. Look at that. And it's not easy to track these rockets. Even,
D.
Even,
ooh, that's a nice shot.
there's D. shot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
RVAC shut off, I think, is what that was. Maybe.
These are great.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we've got a slow-mo coming up here.
I think
Yeah, this
that's
is a
already
slow-mo.
RVAC's off.
So this one is. This one's.
Oh, it's like beautiful
we're laughing 'cause it-
intertwining lines. Of
Yes, this is a
plasma
4.5
and
minute one.
It's creating Starship
That's
Nebula.
RVAC shut off, I
Yeah,
think. That is amazing.
and purge and everything.
Yeah, and this one's not real time, right? This is a slow-mo.
Slow-mo. Yep.
Beautiful.
I was gonna say, because Scott said, it's great that you guys were able to catch this. One of the things that we thought, it was like, look, it's gonna fly between Cuba and Florida. Maybe we have a chance to see it, right? So we put
Right.
in one of the cameras that we use for Cape launches, and we were like, let's put it south and see if we see something, and we saw
Right.
it.
There you go. Very similar to like how Mars is looking for that interstellar object, right? There's one of the NASA spacecraft in Martian orbit
Atlas
was-
3I.
Atlas, yep. That is beautiful.
And
we got our nebula, our jellyfish.
Well, T plus.
It's more
1
like
hour.
a starfish. Starship fish.
It's a T plus 1 hour 27 minutes. Road is open again. So
the road is
there you
open.
go.
Great.
They're on the way to rapid reusability if they can reopen the road that quickly. So if you're just tuning in, Starship is no more, but that's okay because it was a successful mission. Everything worked as expected. And what we're doing right now is we're going through the bounty of our journey here, playing back some awesome replays. This is a slow motion replay from Florida of the engine shutdown of Starship, if I'm not mistaken, along with some of the reaction control systems and ventings and pretty amazing.
Bridges and all that, yeah.
Yeah, because when they go to shut down the RVACs, and then I'm trying to remember, it's like a solid 20 seconds later or so, they shut down the sea levels, and then what they do is they purge the engines after they do that, and then they start a LOX dump. They do that after the burn because they learned on Ship 25 that you don't do the LOX dump during the burn. Things happen, you get fires, and you lose a ship that way.
Right.
So they then do a LOX dump to empty the main tanks, and they only use the headers for the in-space burn and the landing burn. So at least on the suborbital flights, when they get to orbit, of course, they'll probably keep stuff in the main so they can circularize their orbit and do all that fun stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, and having fuel in the main will also help with like not having holes in your rocket.
Keep it cooler, yeah.
Right. And Scott, I would imagine then that holes in your rocket are not a good thing.
Generally, it's not a good thing in the hole.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, Starship has definitely handled it. It is fascinating that because it's at this scale, it can handle like flows through the structure and not have anything like fail. Whereas in the space shuttle, obviously, even a small hole would penetrate through and start to weaken the structure underneath.
Right. So let me ask you all this question because we're now reviewing a very successful mission, 90 minutes after launch. It was probably one of the faster 90 minutes of my life here. It's amazing how fast everything happens. What's next? We've been talking about it, but maybe we should kind of formulate the organization of events here that we can anticipate happening next year. I don't know who wants to take this first. Maybe our guest Scott to start, and we'll.
I mean, as we heard, they're going to be demolishing old hardware, out with the old, in with the new, and I don't actually know what changes are needed at Starship beyond what all the stuff we've heard. But yeah, they're going to presumably start rolling out V3 hardware for some tests, and I don't know what the timeline for that will be. Like, I don't know when we're going to see our first actual hot fires on site, but I expect it will be a longer, slower process than we've seen because they have to test new hardware. And
Alex, I would imagine, Elon being Elon, we've got now 2 back-to-back successes. I think he's not going to want to. He's going to want to put his foot on the gas here and get moving quicker to really get this system functioning.
Yeah, they have a bunch of testings to go through, right? They even feature some of that commentary a little bit before launch and all that. So hopefully, they go through all of those, and we get to the flight vehicles and start, those pre-launch campaign tests, things like cryo testing of the booster and ship, installing those Raptor 3 engines. First time they put those on flight vehicles, and then those static fires and everything. Hopefully, in the next few months, we're going to see that rolling out one by one.
Awesome. Well, that's what we want to see. And Ryan Weber, anything that you think for the next steps here?
I mean, it's kind of along the lines of what Alex and Scott were saying. They're gonna start the demo of Pad 1. There's approvals they have to get before they really start, upgrading it and changing it over, because there's a lot of land that they have to get in order to do all that. So that approvals has to go through. So they'll just start the demo and probably the mods on the tower to start with. And then there's a lot of test tanks that got to get finished off. It doesn't seem like they're done with the booster raft test tank. As we saw, they showed us footage of them testing B18.3, which is their hot stage test article for booster. Literally just this morning at 4 a.m., they rolled Ship 39's nose cone and payload bay over into Mega Bay 2. So they're starting Block 3 ship stacking now. But I think they still need to test the aft on that. That's a test tank that still has to get made. So they're pushing along. There's a lot of work to be done. Massey still has to get finished off. But, they're going. And I do think it'll take a little while to finish it off. But I'm hoping for a launch by, April is my hope. But, earlier, I wouldn't complain,
Right.
Oh, okay.
It's just one of our cameras.
I see a shoe.
Looks like we had a little bit of an incident. Danger. Oh, it's still live. That is Danger camera. Still live. It's upside down. But it got hit by a rocket exhaust, and look at that. It's still functioning. So it has done its duty, and it's earned its stripes today. So there you go. Scott Manley, thank you very much for joining us on NSF today. It was great to have you here. As I mentioned at the outset, I'm a big fan of yours. It's great to be able to interact with you a bit, and we appreciate all of your insights here. And before you go, I got a super chat addressed to you from KCJ. My thing here disappears. KCJ Bomber for the win. What do you think will change when Starlink V3 goes into orbit, and when will they launch them?
Starlink V3, that'll be like actual V2. Yeah, I mean, they're going to start throwing these into... They're all going to start having... basically, we're going to see a reduction in cell size. So that will translate into more bandwidth. Because, the whole thing is that for limited bandwidth range that you have, the only way you can carry more customers is by shrinking down the cell size on the surface. So the bigger satellites will enable them to do that. Just massive increase in capacity that we're going to see, because fewer people are going to be sharing the same chunk of radio spectrum. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see like longer lives on any of these things. It'd be an interesting question to find out, like, is it worth them extending putting more fuel on board to make them last longer, or is just the natural hardware life cycle compatible with like a 5-year lifespan? These are all these things we're going to be watching. I don't know how many are going to have direct to cell, but obviously they're bringing a whole bunch of new different frequencies online in coming years with the new spectrum acquisition, and I don't know how many of the new Starlinks, what proportion will be doing direct to cell, but yeah, we're going to see a lot more things out there, and just Starlink's just not getting worse, it's just getting better and better. And I don't know how you're going to compete with that if you're Kyper.
Absolutely, it's going to be quite a competitive marketplace for satellite-based phone service. So, well, Scott, thank you again for joining us. Of course, you've got your YouTube channel. Where can people find you on YouTube?
Yep, Scott Manley, YouTube. That's the best way to find me. I'm also on Twitter. I think I post on Instagram. I have a Patreon. And I quit my day job like a couple of months ago, so I could really use more views. And if any of you guys have merch ideas,
I really know that you're gonna probably, you're gonna run now and you're gonna do your own reaction video or whatever. I'm gonna watch it. Just say it.
My reaction video is gonna be the right kind of boring. That's what it
exactly.
is. So, absolute credit to the SpaceX engineers who made this a nice, simple, boring flight.
That's right. Indeed. And it was still exciting. It's still exciting to watch. And Scott, did you say you have some other book in the works or something too? You're working on something.
Oh, right? I just saw your other guests all have written books, and my wife has been getting on at me forever for finishing up the book that I started writing 5 years ago. And the draft title is "It's Not Rocket Science," because you know what? Most of the world is not rocket science.
That's right. And I think you've done a lot through your channel to get people an understanding of things that it's not as complicated as they make it out to be. So
yeah, I think that you can
yeah.
explain anything to somebody with a modicum of education. You know, nuclear physics, I do a lot of that. I'm doing that right now. Yeah, Starship reaction video discussion, that's what's going to happen after I help my wife with dinner. I check that my house is not flooding anymore.
Right. Yeah. Well, we'll let you get on with that. We really appreciate you coming on with us today, and hopefully we'll get you on in the future. So thank you very much.
See you all. Fly safe.
Fly safe. All right. And we have some more super chats here coming up. G. Jacobson, great coverage as always. Thank you very much for your super chat there. We also had a, let me click the button here again. Sometimes our little cue thing doesn't get you up right away. There we go. Austin Skirvin, can we break the host with super chats and tips? We have a huge queue here. We're not going to be able to get to everybody, but thank you. Keep them coming. We'll do our best here to
it happened on the last flight too.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. We didn't have a lot of holds or delays or anything. It just kept moving today. So it was good stuff. So thank you very much for that. Let's see. We've got one here from Varangian. In my opinion, this is the first test flight that has looked clean, no jank, just full control of the vehicle. I agree with this. Through weird new reentry profile, such a milestone for the program. So it's this one just looked better. It just felt like it could have gone the distance in orbit. What do you think, Ryan Weber?
Yeah, it's one of those things. They probably could have gone to orbit, and they probably could have deorbited it. But SpaceX is always erring on the side of caution. It's just one of those things. They're erring on the side of caution. They don't want to put a vehicle on orbit they're not 100% sure that they can bring back safely. Because the last thing you want to do is put this in orbit, and then all of a sudden you can't do a deorbit burn. And now you have a 160 ton stainless steel object with a heat shield on it that is tumbling through space and could re-enter at any point. You don't want that. So it's why they do these suborbital trajectories, to be safe.
I don't think my homeowner's insurance has coverage for that either. So
for a falling rocket.
I bet you, though, Elon would buy me a new house. I think he would do that for me. JK Video suggests that we attach some bacon to the inside of Starship, which I think would be effective for feeding Jack down there. So that is good. So that is a great tip from there. And I can't tell you how much support we have here. We're going to do our best to get through as many of these as we can. If we don't get to you, we apologize. We are going to run... for the record, inside the spreadsheet, it says, once again, good luck.
Because we had like reminders to clear support after the flight, and it's like, good luck. And then another
good
one,
luck with that.
Once again, good luck.
Right. But we will do our best here as we work our way through here. And then we have Merrick Kotrick, 200 CZKs, about $9.51. That entry was Tokyo drift style. It certainly was. It was amazing, really, how it was able to maneuver in the air like that. Jason Watley 3, congratulations on Michael Chiklis to join you guys tonight. You guys rock. Here's a super chat, a shout out to a dad who loves space, I'm assuming. Shout out to Gilbert, the best father. Life is about reflights. Keep your eyes on the prize, Mars and beyond. Absolutely, and that's what we're waiting on here is Mars. That's the next step. We got to get in orbit here, and then we're going to Mars. Here's a question from Jonathan McKinney. Does SpaceX have any projected times for launches starting at the Cape for Starship? I don't know who might be able to answer that one. I think Brian is... Ryan's on
Ryan.
I can do it. I would say we're for that pad to be ready sometime mid next year. As for launches from there, I would probably put it at Q3, maybe Q4, somewhere around that time frame. We know they're building the LR-13,000 right now to lift the mount. Give it another 5-6 months and they should be close to being able to test that. The problem is, on top of that, they need a booster to then test on that, as well as a ship. So they need to come up with all the systems and everything to get them over there and test it all. So I think it's around Q3 is when we should expect one, maybe 4.
All right, we'll hold you to it. And I'm looking forward to going down to Florida to check out one of those launches, especially if it comes back. I want to be able to see that. And when you're at the Cape, you're 3 miles away from the launch site. I love Elon Musk and this incredible. Oh, it's Gwen Shotwell.
Yeah, he interrupted the SpaceX stream.
Right. Oh, I see. That's what somebody was talking about before. Photobombing the crew. You're 3 miles away from the pad, but this rocket is so big that you may as well be right on top of it. I was there for Artemis 1's launch, and the scale of these rockets is such that 3 miles away is not that far. We got a great one here from Helge Comfort, 23.99 euros, and just thanking us for being here. And it's an honor to be here. Actually, I'm really I'm humbled being here with the team here because I come in and help keep the trains running on time, but the work that gets done behind the scenes, in front of the camera, our experts here like Ryan and Alex. Just amazing that I throw them these random questions that pop in my head and they can answer them, which is not what would happen the other way around if they were to ask me the questions. So we really appreciate everybody's support here. Here's a question from Justin Vollenweeder over Super Chat. Does anyone know the composition of the tiles? And it doesn't look like we had any orange this time, so something didn't burn up like it did last time, I'm guessing. I don't know who wants to grab that one. Alex?
It's just a silica fiber. It's a proprietary material as well. Like it's got some descendants as well from like what they used on the shuttle tiles. It's not the exact same material, but it sort of has that heritage. Yeah.
And here's a quick one from Telstar86, who's asking, did it get off the pad faster than last flights? And Ryan, I would say probably not, right?
It's the same.
Yep.
Next flight, we'll see. It's got it's got more powerful engines next flight, and they're not putting that much more propellant in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Flight 12 goes off that pad faster. We'll see.
We'll see. Nice super chat here from Ninja Decimator. I love the names people come up with here.
Pew, pew, pew.
$10 super chats. Thank you very much.
Are we showing really a Michael tweet here on NSF now?
Mr. Baylor?
It brings us memories because this was a former producer for those that are a lot newer to NSF. And
that's right.
He was stolen by SpaceX.
SpaceX keeps hiring everybody from this place. It's hard, right?
Yeah.
A few.
A couple of them here and there that we may know. It's good that, but you know what though? It's like you have a friend on the inside now, so we can get stuff, right? Get better access to camera angles and everything that we bring to you. David Littlejohn, 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that. And what I'll do also as we're going through the queue here is I'll put up a bunch as well as we're running through. And this one, so we're getting back to about an hour ago. Jeremy Chin said there was a buoy and a ship at the landing zone, and we saw both of those as it came in, along with that awesome RAD, which again stands for Rapid Authorized Disassembly, and we had no RUDs this time. ODST Moody. What's that?
This is SpaceX Vice President of Launch.
We're just,
okay.
Just showing posts from like all the big SpaceXers.
Is that for
SpaceXers?
Is that meaning 4 ships? Because it's got like ship 30, 31, 37, and 38. The 4 that landed on target.
Could be.
Because those 30, 31, 37, and 38 are the only ones to land on target. Yeah, which also kind of goes to, if that's the case, I should say, it kind of goes to show that and with how close it was to the buoy and the mark and the cameras, that dynamic banking turn worked perfectly, and they landed on target, which means, if Flight 12 goes well, Flight 13 splashdown off the Gulf with a catch on 14, assuming it goes well. Maybe. That's optimism from me. We'll go with that. Hey, there you go.
Right. All right. And somebody's wondering where Jack is. Well, Jack was on earlier. He had a great interview with a couple of great journalists earlier, so that was great to see. And I'm sure Jack was busy getting all of that great footage. We did have a great Jack track a little bit earlier, so good stuff there. And we'll keep putting these super chats on here. Some people are seeing, had some great views of Starship from Florida. The good thing about the Floridians is that they're so used to seeing rockets in the air that we don't have all these news stories and social media posts about UFOs launching, right? Because they all know what it is. They've all seen rockets before. So great
Funny
stuff
enough,
there.
in less than an hour, there's a launch from Florida of a Falcon 9.
Oh, is there really?
Yes.
Wow. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, from SpaceX. No.
Right. And we got one here, a quick one. Just D needs a table and chair, so there you go. We've got that going there. But yeah, this is great. And again, we greatly appreciate everybody's support here, and we're going to be trying to get as much of you recognized as we can before we close out here. But it was just a great mission today, and great to have everyone's support. And I should also mention, too, that we have social media places where you can watch us. Of course, we're on X and Facebook, and I'm sure we're on most of the major social media platforms. So look us up there, NSF or NASA Spaceflight, because all of these replays that we have been showing you are going to be posted. So you can watch them over and over again. You can share them with your friends, and definitely check out all that stuff. Everyone is working hard right now doing that, getting that stuff out there. So we're very good at spreading the word here, and
yeah, and look at that.
Stuff.
That's our cameras out there at the danger lot where SpaceX let us put some of our cameras. That's their property, but they say, hey, you can put that stuff because you're media and whatever. So this probably needs fixing, and the fixing is thanks to your support.
Right.
Danger. This is
Danger Dune.
Danger Dune. Okay. So
Danger
it's
Dune.
the other place. Okay. I got it wrong. Sorry.
Right. And this is the thing too. Is when we look at the next iteration of the Starship ground systems, we don't know exactly. We know where the flame trench is, of course, but we're not sure what will happen to our cameras there. Right. This is going to be a whole new dynamic for us. So it's going to be fun. But we've got more here. It just keeps coming and coming, which is great. We greatly appreciate everybody's support here. Sloth here was up at 4:30 in the morning watching our stream. So it is good that we weren't up that early this time. At least I wasn't. But we're grateful for people all over the world who tune in here. And we're also looking forward to version 3, which is on the horizon here. And 20 Red Team memberships here from Joe Pistrato. Hope I got that right there.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and we'll keep going here. Here's a question that one of you can answer while I put some more up on screen here. What are the pump vanes made of in the pumps that move the LOX and the CH4 to the booster and the ship? They have to handle some extremely low temps and not shatter from being brittle. Who wants to handle that one?
If I remember, okay, I got to remember what style pump they are off the top of my head.
That's a quite complicated question, to
well,
be fair.
I don't remember what style pump they are off the top of my head, because I know for high pressure you use piston style pumps. You can also use centrifugal pumps. I don't remember specifically what cryo pumps use for it, because they have to be, and are also dependent on what you use it for. So like, the cryo pumps, say, for liquid oxygen are different from the pumps you would use for, say, methane, because one is more dense than the other. So, like, when you're looking at pad 2 and you see all that line of 8 methane pumps, those can only do methane. You couldn't go ahead and load nitrogen really into, do a cryo test on pad 2, because those can't really load nitrogen. They can't really pump nitrogen to the vehicle because, they're not really designed for that. They're more designed for methane. I don't remember the exact pump style, but it's dependent on the fluid, and it is kind of a relatively complicated process because you have to make sure they're chilled down so you don't, thermoshock them like the lines as well. And you can only run them at, a certain speed, because if you run them too fast, then you could cavitate them, or you could actually it cause friction heat, which would also heat up the fluid and might even start vaporizing it. And there's a whole load of things to what it takes to cryo load, liquid cryogenic propellants onto vehicles. So it's complicated. Go with
complicated.
That. Yeah.
It is very complicated. Here's another question. This one was, remember years ago when Starship was first being talked about, by Elon long before he owned Twitter, but he was tweeting about this. They had this concept video of point-to-point travel on Earth using Starship, where you could jump in a Starship, travel to Japan in 30 minutes. Alex, what happened with that?
Yeah, so we have here a tweet, post, whatever you want to call it, from NASA Acting Administrator Sean Duffy,
sorry.
talking precisely about this flight. Sorry, yeah, I had to obviously talk about what we're showing on screen.
This is news. Yep, that's okay.
Yeah, from a few minutes ago, another major step toward landing Americans on the moon's south pole. The progress SpaceX demonstrated with today's Starship test is critical for our Artemis missions. While we prepare for Artemis 2, every flight strengthens our progress on Artemis 3 and beating China back to the moon. This is pretty much like we were talking about, on that panel discussion with Jag and Eric and Christian and Ashley, where it's like, this flight is critical to enable all of that stuff that, SpaceX has a contract with NASA, right? And there's this whole geopolitical thing with China beating to the moon. Whatever your stance is on this whole discussion, right? It's very clear that the success of today's flight really goes a long way to enable a much quicker way to get H-list on the moon and not having any more delays or anything like that. That's really great.
One step closer.
Indeed.
So that's what it is. And so related to that, how long is it going to be, Alex, until I can get in a rocket in New York and go to Tokyo in a half an hour?
Well, that's probably a long while ago. Yeah, Chris, he loves point-to-point.
Through the ends of the
earth.
earth.
I do too. Yeah, I mean, well, you think how long it takes to get to Japan from New York. I mean, half hour versus what, like 12-hour journey and layovers, and I just want to get there.
Yeah.
And we had a great super chat tip here from Everyday01. Yeah, that was a great interview with the authors earlier today. If you haven't seen it, go back in the stream and check it out. Lots of discussion, a lot of discussion about the modern space race here, which is what we've got going on. And of note, not only is there a space race brewing between the United States and China, but also commercially, right? We've got Jeff Bezos, who's really looking at the moon as where he wants to be building hardware for. Elon's looking at Mars. And the question is, if Jeff gets a little closer to the moon first, is that going to get SpaceX moving towards the moon faster too? So perhaps all this competition, with this nested competition against the larger global one, will get us to the moon faster. I don't know what you think about that, Ryan.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing with all the different with all the different players and whatnot. I love the competition and everything like that. If one company gets closer and it pushes the other company to keep going faster, and we get to places sooner, it's cool. As long as it's all done safe and everything like that. I've said many a times. I mean, Starship's really cool. It is a game changer for the industry. But there's also a lot of things that Starship isn't great for. Like, it isn't great for, like, single-launch high-energy missions. That's, like, New Glenn is a really good rocket for that because of its hydrogen upper stage. Starship's really great at lot of mass to LEO. But if you want to go beyond that, you got to refuel it and do all that other stuff. And, of course, all the other newer rockets going out there like Terran and Stoke and everything else. There's a lot of options, and I can't wait to see all of them fly.
And that's one of the things as well, Ryan, because you mentioned New Glenn, and still New Glenn is partially reusable. Like, at least the booster comes back, it gets reused, and, well, at least we hope it gets reused.
It's going to eventually.
It's still not done that yet, but we hope it'll land. Probably launching a second launch here soon, about a month or so, hopefully, right? And that's the thing, like, it's not just going to be SpaceX doing this, it's going to be other companies. Stoke, it's also building their own fully reusable rocket, right? It's not going to be just the booster, it's also going to be the upper stage. Lots of different players as well working on orbit refueling, like even Blue Origin themselves, they're doing that with their lander. I think that's the new paradigm shift, right? Like, it's like we used to be in an era where every rocket was expendable. We threw it in the ocean and it was just gone, and it's super expensive and things like that, and you don't have that flexibility that now you can get. Sure, it takes a while to build up the depot and everything and try to refill the ship and all that, but that's just part of it. We need to get used to it, right? Like we're seeing now, as I said, less than an hour ago from now, we have a Falcon 9 launch. It's like the fifth launch or the fourth launch of Falcon 9 this month. Like it's a lot of times, right, that they have launched this. We're going to see the same with Starship and many other rockets as well.
Got it. All right, we're running out of time here, so we're just going to do a speed run. So Plutonium-239, thank you for your support there. Hey, a quick question. I have to ask this one because we're on Flight 11. The next one's Flight 12. There was a super chat that came in and asked this question. Will there be a Flight 13 or will they go to 14 because of the number 13? Go. And I'll put more of these messages up. And thank you, Bidford, for the $20 super chat. Keep going.
There'll be 13.
There
will be 13.
13. It's a lucky number.
All right.
For
Got
reasons.
It. All right, there you go. So that is it. So here's Tao, who's asking, how likely is it for China and U.S. to work together, in NSF's opinion? You know, I think at some point you will have some cooperation that will occur. It happened with the Soviet Union and the U.S. Back in the 60s. There is something about, you know, working together in space that leads you to that point. I think what's going to happen is both countries will develop their own technology and their own systems. They're going to compete against each other to get there first, and then you might see some cooperation with very separate systems. That's my prediction. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's my thought. So I think once you get out there, it's like being out in the ocean, that there's a camaraderie of explorers that I think will happen. But the race to get there first will be there. Yeah. All right, we're going to keep clearing out our messages here, but greatly appreciate everybody's support. It's been it's really amazing the level of support that we get here. So just incredible. So I'm just going to keep putting these things up here. Let me ask you while I'm running these things, Alex, what would you say? It seems like this was, from my eyes, as kind of a layman that follows this closely, this was a very successful flight. Would you say that this was a perfect flight, or were there things that you noticed on the way up that were not perfect?
I mean, there were a couple of things, of course, as usual, right? Like I saw a few of the covers on some of the ramps and everything and protections that were flaking off, right? But we've seen that in previous flights. It's not super duper critical for the flight itself. It's critical way in the future when they start reusing this and they want to do the whole rapid reusability, because you don't want those things to just be loose and flappy and all that. For reusability, that's not great, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But for the flight itself, it looked great. I mean, there were obviously tiles that were falling off. My guess is that because they had already removed tiles beforehand, there was damage there, and as the heat seeped through the already removed tiles, they probably pushed off some of the already the tiles around those. But yeah.
And Ryan, what do you think after watching this today?
It was pretty close to perfect. They completed every single objective they needed to do on that front. Of course, the tiles falling off. It's they've got a new style pin that they're using on the new block. So we'll see how that fares in flight. And then for booster, like the only blemish and the only one is one engine went out on the boost back burn. Did it relight on the landing burn? I got to remember that. Did they go above 13? Yeah. So I mean, and there's the other thing with booster too, is it's hard to even call it a blemish, because many a times they've lost an engine, or an engine has basically gone out or turned itself off, whether it's on like landing burn or should I say like on boost back or anything, and then come back on the landing burn. So I mean, I guess that's like the only blemish for the booster, but it turned back on, so maybe not,
Right. And I guess, Alex, what would cause a booster to not light on one go around, but maybe on the second? Maybe they have some safeties that kick in if it doesn't ignite right away?
Yeah, they sometimes do talk about, for example, because Raptor is super complicated to ignite, right? So they have these igniters on the pre-burners, because it's got like mini rocket engines inside of the rocket engine, and those are the ones that keep the pumps running. And so you need to start the pumps, start the mini rockets on the big rocket engine, and then you've got the bigger combustion chamber that also needs to light up. So if that sequencing does not go great, and it's a lot easier for that to not go great when you are in flight and flipping around and do all of the rocket gymnastics, if you will, right?
Right.
So it just takes one thing to be a little bit off, that the automated systems are like, nope, I'm not lining up. right? So that can be part of the process. We've seen this in the past from them explaining, this did not light up because it was like some condition on ignition or whatever, and it was like, yep, it didn't want to light up, but then it did. The conditions were right for the landing burn, right? Like that's
Right.
the whole thing with these safety systems, and that's great. That's what we want.
Right, we want RADs and not RUDs, as we've been looking at today. And I'm still working to go through this amazing supporter queue. I'm looking down because we're making sure everybody gets acknowledged here, and we do our best to do that. It is sometimes you become a victim of your own success, and that so many people want to support the channel here, and we really appreciate everyone's support today. As you saw, we took some damage out in the field, and we need to replace some equipment after every one of these launches. We've got, we got to get Jack's bacon to keep him fueled, and all of the other expenses that go into running a YouTube channel of this size with camera equipment literally all over the country. So it is quite the task here. So, but we'll get through all of these, and again, thank everyone for their support today. So what's tonight's Falcon 9 launch, Ryan? Is this another Starlink mission?
It is Kyper.
Kyper. Oh, the
close, I guess.
Yeah.
Internet satellite.
It is internet satellite still, but it's not your ordinary Starlink.
Because it's not
Starlinks are ordinary, the saying we always love to have. But it's Kyper launch, so I don't even know how far away we are from that at this point. I haven't even looked.
About 30 minutes or so. Yeah.
They keep going. And I did see some of the Kyper dishes at CES this year. So as many of you know, I have a consumer electronics YouTube channel. That's my main gig. And there's a number of different satellite terminals that they're envisioning for this. And I'm interested that they have gone to their competitor to launch them, Alex. Is that because of Blue Origin not getting up to speed fast enough, or is it just the kind of cooperation that tends to happen commercially?
They have a lot of different launchers where they can launch, and they've got like Ariane 6 from Arianespace. They've got the Blue Origin New Glenn, right? They've got also Vulcan and Atlas from ULA, right? They started already launching. They have already done 3 missions on Atlas 5. They're probably going to start with Vulcan soon. But yeah, Blue Origin New Glenn, that one, it's still, only on its second launch. They still need to ramp up the cadence. Ariane 6, they're already getting there. I think they're already preparing for the 5th launch of Ariane 6, but they need to clear out a lot of, European satellites and everything that they had in the backlog. So yeah, they went to SpaceX and said, hey, we want at least 3 missions. Maybe we'll see some more in the future.
And they're in the business of launching, so why not, right? So it's good to see that.
Yeah.
And what's remarkable too, and I think this is one of the things that you can look to Starship with, is that Falcon 9, of course, had its many RUDs, mostly on the landing side, but even in development. And it built, Ryan, a very robust launch system that's become kind of really the workhorse of the launch industry internationally. There's nobody launching more than SpaceX in the world. Nobody's put more tonnage to orbit than SpaceX. And around the time SpaceX was forming, the U.S. had very little of the commercial launch business, and now we've got the most reused rocket, the only one out there, the Falcon 9, but also just launching every 2 days at this point, at least twice a week.
Yeah, it's every I think it's 2.5 days. I know Alex has got the spreadsheet with the exact average on it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I can pull it up if you will.
I was going to wait for Alex to pull it up.
Yeah, let's see.
I know we've talked about it in the past, but it is kind of interesting to think about where the space industry would be without SpaceX, and their drive to push forward with reusability that then pushes forward Blue Origin, that's pushed forward Stoke, relativity, and Firefly and a bunch, and I mean there's Astra too, but you've pushed a lot of other rocket companies forward to try to launch rockets, and some are using reusability, and it's really cool, and I'm really glad to see it.
And the whole industry kind of sprung up around SpaceX, and the fact that NASA looked at having commercial providers, starting with cargo and then onto crew. And when I first got into this business, actually the year that I met Chris Gephardt, one of our former alums of this organization.
Another one that went to SpaceX.
Yes, another SpaceX employee. So if he's watching, hi Chris. We hung out in the press room there at NASA, and I wrote a story, co-wrote it. Right before the last shuttle launch, SpaceX was very aggressively courting the press. They were taking us by the busload over to their fledgling Cape Canaveral launch site, and they had a lot of big claims. They had a former reporter from Orlando. His name was Bobby Block. I think he wrote for the local paper, and he was making these bold claims that we're profitable already. We're getting the biggest launches. We're going to bring the launch business back to the United States of America. You'll see. And it was funny talking to other people on at the NASA press site that week. Nobody thought it was going to happen. Everybody thought they were just blowing smoke, and look what happened. They ended up delivering on that. It was amazing. How it came to fruition.
I've got the number here because Ryan mentioned that, and I was like, I have it here. So right now the cadence is 2.25 days per launch. So about 4 launches every 5 days, I guess that will be.
Wow.
No, hang on. Oh my God, it's too complicated.
Yeah.
Anyways,
right.
2.25 days, little bit of 4.5 every 2 launches. Yeah, something like that.
It's nuts. Just go with that.
It's
a crazy number. We'll go with that.
Right. And I do see some questions in the chat about, are we going to go to that launch after this? My understanding from the back channel here is that is the plan. So we will wrap, and then we'll like whatever we do here, transition over to the launch.
The SpaceX stream and everything, because they have their own thing going.
You will be able to see that. So definitely stay tuned for that. But yeah, it's pretty amazing just how all of
There we go. I think they were trying to put up the clock. There we go. Thank you, Kevin.
There we go. So
and they showed everything except the clock.
Right, except the clock. So we got one going up and one going down. So at some point we will depart the virtual air here, and then we will transition over because the work is never done here at NSF, which is why your support is so appreciated. Because people want to know, are we going to be able to watch this Kyper launch, and how different is it going to be from a Starlink launch, right? It's a whole different set of satellites.
I was looking here at my spreadsheet and I thought, hang on, I did not update this. I need to update it because we have Starship already flown, right? So I need to introduce that on my spreadsheet, and then hopefully soon, in 24.5 minutes, we'll have Kyper as well. So I need to update this.
I gotta update my Starship spreadsheet with the flight for the ship, the booster, plus the full stack, as well as the turnaround time and everything. And I gotta update the launch article with a recap of the flight, and then write the the full recap article tomorrow or the next day. So there is stuff I gotta do too. So I mean,
wow.
we work here.
Speaking of updating, I may put Kevin in a pickle, but this is the point of the stream where we should. Can we check out if next spaceflight has been updated? Because I feel like it should have been updated by now. Let's see.
We'll have to check that and see if it's been if it's been uploaded.
I put him now on the spot.
Right. But next spaceflight is for those who are watching and don't know what next spaceflight is. There it is. All right. So this is the go-to if you want to know when a launch is happening, and they happen often. There you go. So that is the countdown. Look at that. It's in sync with our. How about that?
Yeah.
It's in sync with our clock here. So it is good stuff. So we've got that going here. And Ryan, I would say too, coming back to the SpaceX launch cadence, there was always been questions about how much money do you save reusing the booster if you have to refurbish it? And I would imagine you save money, not as much as people might think, because there is probably some labor involved in turning them around. But the fact that you don't have to build a booster for every mission in itself has got to be more economical, because you can reuse them.
I don't know how much money or labor it requires to turn around a booster, because I do know that SpaceX, at least I'm pretty sure it is, there are certain times in a booster's life where SpaceX does a little bit of refurbishment and then goes in flights, and like every 5, 10, 15 flights, when you hit when you hit every 5 or every 10 or whatever it is, I don't know what their program is. They probably dig into the booster a little bit more, check certain welds, check other things, because they've been flying these a lot, and they understand the boosters and how everything goes together at this point. I think a Falcon 9 brand new is like $50-60 million or something in that range. I don't know if Alex knows, but you don't have to spend that money. You don't have to make the material. You don't have to do any of that. You only have to remake the second stage. They save about $5 million per fairing saved, because those are not cheap to make. Those are carbon fiber and whatnot. So they save a ton of money with the fairings and bringing back the boosters. And with Starship, you're bringing back both. All you're expending is fuel. That's it. With Starship, once it's fully operational.
It's a 747. It comes back and.
I also wanted to mention that it's not just the boosters or even the rocket itself. It's also the ground systems, because you've got the launch pad itself, right? It gets turned around, like Slick 40, for example, at Florida, the one where Kyper is going to be launching in a few minutes here. That one, the turnaround time, it's usually like 4 or 5 days. For this one, it's a little bit longer because they've been waiting on weather to clear and things like that. Looks like it has cleared enough for today to do that attempt. And I think that's Kevin.
Wow,
Hi, Kevin.
Is that Kevin?
But
I need to go see this place.
Yeah, hi, Kevin.
So as I mentioned earlier, we are space nerds as much as we are video nerds, and I just need to be where Kevin is to see this. I just love what I'm looking at. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, and also we've got, for this mission, for example, they changed the drone ship. So originally it was going to be just read the instructions, but they changed that because we think that what they're doing is they're probably going to be putting aside the drone ship for a little bit, that drone ship in particular, and being able to do major maintenance. The next flights, like if you look at the SpaceX website, they all say a shortfall of gravitas, all of them. They're just going on that drone ship. So they're just going to be landing now for a little bit for the next few Falcon 9 launches from the Cape. They're going to be using just one of the drone ships, and the other one it's going for maintenance. Just as Ryan was mentioning, sometimes they do that with the boosters. The hardware itself where the boosters land also does that too, because they do upgrades, major maintenance, and things like that. That is allowing the little ones where they just quickly go out of the port and head out again for flight.
All right, so where we are now is we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes past the successful launch of Starship test flight number 11. And we saw it go up. We saw parts of it come down and explode as planned. And we also saw an amazing re-entry, an amazing maneuver as it brought itself down to the landing zone in the Indian Ocean, where it too exploded on schedule, planned, so not a failure. Lots learned here. Very positive developments here towards more reliability. And with the next version of Starship coming, we're inching closer to getting boots on the ground on the moon again, which is what this program is striving to be able to achieve, among other commercial objectives. And what you're looking at on screen are one counting up clock and one counting down clock. So because we cover rocket launches here on NASA Spaceflight, NSF, there will be another launch coming up in 18 and a half minutes from Cape Canaveral, and that is going to be the Project Kyper launch, which is an Amazon Starlink competitor that's launching on SpaceX. It's business, right? So that'll be coming up. And that's on Falcon 9. So the SpaceX folks are not resting. They are constantly launching and doing their thing. So Alex, what launches did you see when you came to town?
I saw the Turksat. I think it was 5A or something like that, or 6A. There's been a few of the Turksat launches because I think they've done 3 of them. Let me see, hang on. Turksat 6A. And then they had a failure from Vandenberg, and then I did not see any more flights of Falcon 9. But at least I got one when I went to Florida. Yeah.
That's great.
At least that.
And Ryan, how many launches have you been able to see? None.
Oh
no, really?
I think when I was really, really young, I saw an Atlas 3, but I don't really remember it. I do plan. I am trying to set up and plan for a Cape trip hopefully in November or something like that. I don't know if I'll hit New Glenn or whatnot, whether or not it goes, then. But of course, if you set aside like 4 days or 5 days, you're likely to hit one or two,
Exactly.
Starlink launches at some point. So that's kind of the plan there. And then maybe, just maybe, go down for flight 12 or 13, one of the two. So I do have plans set aside right now. Maybe. Hopefully.
Good. You got to get out and see it. You know, it's amazing. What really struck me when I first saw, two things struck me when I first saw rocket hardware up close and personal. So I was fortunate enough to, this is what started my whole space adventure, was the NASA Tweet Up program. Y'all remember that? STS-133, I applied to be a tweeter, and they took me. So, you had to pay your own way to come down. And I got the full experience because we had to go back like 5 times because they kept scrubbing STS-133. That was the, I think that was the last launch of Discovery. It took a while. So we were supposed to launch in October. It didn't launch until February the following year. And what struck me there was the size and scale of the shuttle. When you got up close, they took us out to the pad to see it. And it was remarkable just how big it was. And the fact that this rocket that's the size of a building goes into orbit was just mind-blowing to me. The second thing was just how bright it was when it launched. That rocket plume, you can see it on our cameras. It is blindingly bright. It's really, you just have to experience it. Those are the two things that really stuck out in my mind. And then, of course, seeing Artemis in a night launch was incredible. So
I really want to see that for Artemis too.
Yeah.
Whether
Exactly.
it's in person or on camera, I cannot wait to see a Starship launch, especially seeing those. And I will say this: we just got updated new footage of Raptor 3 firing, and as I thought, it looks like it's going to be more blue because of the way I think they've reduced some of their film cooling. Is what they might have done. So we might have a more pure burn, more along the lines of, I think, BE4. So we might have instead of like the purplish hue we see now, we might have like a 33 engine blue spotlight from Super Heavy during the night, which that would be absolutely insane. And I cannot wait for it to happen, and especially a catch at night. Unfortunately, there will be no catches at Starbase during the night. That is out of the EA. They can't do that. But over at the Cape, they can. So
they can, right?
A catch at the Cape at night, just seeing those engines light up at that tower, man, I can't wait to see any of that. That's going to be amazing.
Oh, you're going to love it. It turns night into day. It's really remarkable. I had some shots. My first night launch was Artemis, the first Artemis launch, and it was mind-blowing. And even Falcon 9 lights up pretty bright. So we, on my last trip, I got to see one of the crew missions going up, and that was a lot of fun. And the mosquitoes were relentless. So Sawyer has some really good bug spray. So just be sure to hit him up. He'll keep you from getting eaten there. So Alex, do we have some thank yous? We have so many people to thank. We have our supporters, of course.
I think it's the time now to do all of that because we're getting close to that launch of Kyper. We don't want to do that while the launch is happening. So shall we roll through all of them? Let's see. I'm waiting for production.
Let's do it. Oh, we gotta wait for.
Yeah, we gotta wait for production because we have the cards running and everything. Let's see.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the queue.
Yeah, while we're waiting, I will bring up again just how important
there we go.
There we go.
So yeah, we start with Ann Zucker from our McGregor operations. He also did a little bit of a weather check-in at the beginning of the launch stream, so that was nice. Adrian Bile as well. He was not on today's stream, but he's still kicking along. Just for the record. Then of course you got me. You got stuck with me, I guess. It's okay. Nobody cares about this person.
No, you're talking about it. No, believe me. We love you.
But Brady as well. Thank you as well. so some of the thumbnails that you see from us, that's Brady as well. Just saying. So yeah, and then Carson as well, producing the show. He did a little bit of the stakeout also as well, doing some of these launch stream productioneering, I guess. Chris Bergen, of course, the Bergenator. Thank you. You know, because this thing is here because of you. This thing called NSF, NASA Spaceflight. You started it all. So thank you, Chris, and I'm sure oh my God, I got a shout out. D-Wise as well for that amazing track, that jellyfish that, from Florida, from the Keys. Really, thank you so much for that. Of course, amazing slow-mos as usual from them. And then let's see, let's run through more. EJ, of course, because we are, alphabetically. He was for 5 hours of the 6 hours of the stakeout. So huge shout out to EJ, and thank you for that. Amazing commentator, really long endurance, if you will. But Alicia, she was also on the videos as well. She hosts This Week in Spaceflight, so you'll probably see her this Friday night. Let's see. Let's keep on rolling. Oh, Rusty's. Well, we also got Fleet Cam out there. Fleet Cam 1 and 2 at Rusty's at Port Canaveral. So thank you for their support, I guess, as well, letting us put those there. Flight Club.
Out there.
We got the data from Flight Club. We use that for some of the stuff that we do for next space flight as well. So that's great too. Flight Radar, I guess. I mean, we did use Flight Radar, I think. We're just rolling here.
We're just kind of going. This is kind of where we're going here.
You got going.
What's next?
What's next?
Oh,
Gage 2. I mean, the amount of people in the field, but also Gage, like he's been trying to track stuff, put cameras out there. It's really complicated to be able to do all of this. Of course, he's been out there for all of that. Let's see. Let's keep running. Gav, he's being also he was part of he's part of the Space Coast Live operations, so he was also one of the folks that was turning away some of the cameras that we have there to be able to see the Starship. Gene Rowley, he was also on the stakeout stream. I really wish I had his voice, 'cause, man, yeah, it's Hopper. It was also Hoppy.
Yeah.
He was part of the show, of course, out there. Jack Beyer, of course, as well. Thank you so much, hosting that amazing panel. Jake, of course, yeah. Animal cat support, I guess, for Sawyer. Let's see. Let's keep rolling. Jake Keegan, producer, live stream operator, also developer. Thank you for your work, because he was operating the end of the stakeout. Jerry is not directly being today on stream or anything like that, but he supported a lot of the operations there at Starbase, and he also is supporting Space Coast operations as well. Huge shout out to Jerry. Das is on vacation, so he missed all of this. But
He's
also huge thanks
so
to Das. He's probably there in Scotland and everything. He's probably watching.
Oh,
wow. But yeah, thank you, of course. Julia, she caught the ship from Florida. That was a really good shot as well. Thank you so much. And I really hope she gets to actually take pictures and video of Starship from Florida. Laika, of course, support dog, I guess, for Jack and company out there in Starbase. Let's see. Let's keep rolling. Lon, that's you.
Lon,
Thank you.
There he is.
You join us not just for the launch stream, but also for the Canon to launch streams. The two Canon to launch streams that we had this week. So really, thank you so much. We're trying to do this quickly. People are pointing out less than 9 minutes. Yes. Yeah. So let's keep going. Mary, the OG. Boca Chica Gal. As you probably have heard, she's now going back to Michigan with her family. So, thank you for your work. It's, again, just like Chris, the start of NSF, NASA Spaceflight, right? Mary, the reason why this channel was started. So thank you so much. Thank you for all of your work as usual. Let's keep rolling. Max Evans, Max as well. Yeah, out there taking pictures. I think he was also tracking this one. There were so many people out there like tracking either remotely or in person that I cannot really recount. But thank you for that as well. And of course, we cannot forget about the NSF socials. X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all of the places. Of course, Elisar and the team, Maritza. So many people. Of course, the pun tokens. Those fly left, right, and center. But yeah, we don't need to thank those. Ryan Caden as well. He was doing some stuff in the background. You might see him soon on our secondary channel, Breaking Space. But thank you for supporting the live stream, both producing, commentating, hosting, like all of the things.
I don't know how he did it. I mean, he's doing 12 things at once. It was amazing.
And then Ryan Weber, look, if you raise your head a little bit, you fit like in the box where your face should be.
Right, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect. There, lined it up. Nailed it.
Thank you as well for being here. Sawyer as well, he was hosting part of the Stakeout stream. Thank you so much. He also got shots of the ship as well from Florida. Again, really excited for that. Tanner as well, developer and also operator on Starbase Live and McGregor Live. I think he was also tracking, maybe? I don't remember exactly. Again, so many people tracking. No, we don't need to mention Ship 26.
Hey,
no.
guess what? It's completely
dead.
destroyed now. It's
completely
completely dead.
dead.
So
it's gone.
Anywho.
Tyler Gray, amazing prints as well in the store. He got a few amazing shots of the launch. He was out there as well taking pictures for us. Let's see. Let's keep rolling. we're getting there because we are on T. Was that it? Was that it?
That might be it.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, we have Kevin.
There we go.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Right.
We've got Kevin.
Forget about
yeah.
Kevin. Hey, there he is.
Of course.
There he is.
There he
With
is.
the mini screens.
He's like,
Thank you so much.
It's a Starship. Look, that's a Starship. That's the Starship.
And
Kevin.
of course, our
And of course,
guest, Scott Manley. I think content creator, he just falls short of what he does. But Eric Berger as well, author of Reentry, Liftoff, and everything. We also got Christian Davenport as well, author of Rocket Dreams and Space Barons. And then, of course, we had Ashley Vance as well, author of When the Heavens Went on Sale, and many more. So 5.5 minutes. And, of course, I guess you can thank the patch. And buy it.
Pad.
I don't know.
I
And the
guess
pad.
we can just say we can say a big. Okay.
Yeah.
I will really quickly say I just want to say a thanks to the pad. This pad. I mean, pad 1.
This
so
pad
many
and that pad.
memories.
Mhm.
This
Like
pad
EG
and that
says.
pad, as EG likes to say. It has so many memories, and it got the program to where it is. We definitely, this program would not be here without it. The booster test stand turn launch pad. It's definitely, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Absolutely, and we'll see how long it takes for them to, unfortunately, tear it down. But,
Somebody mentioned, it's true. We don't have the store people. Shout out to the store people, Lindsay and company. Shout out to Matt and all, and all of these folks, because it's a lot of work to be able to ready like all of this stuff that we got. Like this, I got it because a bunch of weeks ago she sent it to me, and it got in the mail. We already had it prepared so that we can, show it to you here live while we are here, of course. Also, getting the patches out instead of pre-ordering. They are already. You can get them. They are shipping already. I got my email this morning saying, your patch is on its way. So shout out to the store teams. Again, to the socials as well. We're showing some of those orders that you guys got while we were here. And yeah, that rocket is there, getting ready. This is from FleetCam.
All right. So this is the Kyper launch that is due to launch in about 3 minutes. So we're counting down. And
the SpaceX
work never stops here.
stream
We just keep going.
Yeah.
Yes, for whatever reason they pulled their stream. So I don't know if it's
oh.
in a hold or something. Yeah.
So we don't know
No
what's
idea.
going on with it just yet. We'll keep an eye on it here.
We'll figure
as
it
we're
out.
waiting. Yeah, we'll wait for it. Our team is not there right now, but our cameras are, so we will keep an eye on things. I see some venting.
The clock is still going on their website.
Yeah, I think the second stage there it's venting, so I think it's getting loaded, and yeah, and the countdown is still going on their website. So I think they just had an oopsie, I guess, on their stream. But either way, we have the cameras on the Space Coast, so we will be able to see it in 3 minutes.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it, and we could kind of treat this as like as a normal Falcon 9 launch, Alex. So what's the milestones that they reach at this point in the launch countdown for a Falcon 9?
Yeah, they should have wrapped up a bunch of the propellant load sequencing and everything. Like by now, they should have already loaded all the kerosene. The Stromback should have retracted already, and they should be wrapping up liquid oxygen load on both the first and second stages. In fact, the first stage is probably already loaded, and they are getting ready for the second stage liquid oxygen load to end. But other than that, at T-minus 1 minute, they enter startup. The ground computers hand over control of the countdown to the onboard computers on Falcon 9, and then hopefully a few seconds later we're gonna have the go for launch. Of course, with no coverage from SpaceX. I don't know why that's the case, but without that, we'll just have to wait and see when this thing just lights up the engines and lifts off the ground.
So right now we have.
Let's say the stream is back, but it's in that. Oh, there it is. I think we got a SpaceX.
Let's see.
Stream.
All right.
Do we? Okay. Yeah, I see it. Maybe let's see if our teams
there it goes.
can pull it up. There,
Right,
we go.
there we go.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So
that was
clock
fast,
is
by the
still
way.
So what we're looking at right now is the SpaceX stream, but of course we have our cameras trained on Falcon 9 as well. And on the top there is a Project Kyper satellite. Is it just one or is there multiple?
24 satellites, yeah.
24. Okay, so this is
24 Kyper satellites.
Very similar kind of launch to what we normally see with Starlink, but this is the competing Amazon-backed service of Project Kyper. And sometimes SpaceX is the only game in town to get your satellites up there. So
I think they put all their. I think they put all their streaming resources on Starship.
On Starship, right?
I mean, with them, but quickly before it goes, I should say, with them launching this, it's kind of like basically the board they need to get Kuipers up. They need to get like a certain number up, and using Falcon 9 is really the only way to do that because all the other rockets that are going to fly like Falcon, Ariane 6, New Glenn aren't really flying right now, and Atlas V doesn't fly a lot, so. Yeah.
So if you've been watching us the whole time, this is a double header, right? We got Starship and a Falcon 9 in the same stream.
Yeah.
This is a first, I think, for us.
Welcome to the future.
Yeah.
Both SpaceX launches too.
Yeah. Yep. They're just firing them off every hour or two. Well, at some point, that's what it's going to be like, right? You're going to be going to space. I want that point-to-point thing. Here we go. 5.
Okay.
4, 3.
I'm
2.
seeing Liftoff on Space Coast Live.
All right. There we go.
There it
24 Kuiper satellites for the competition going up on a Falcon 9.
Is that a rumble from our own? Yeah, it's listening. Baby squeal. Space Coast Live. Here we go. Looks like it went through max Q.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up speed and velocity and altitude. By the way, shout out to our trackers there, remote trackers, Stephen and Daniel, tracking all of this from our cameras there at the Space Coast. But yeah, this is not like they are there in person. This is remote tracking from many miles away. I don't even know how far away they are in space and everything. But they are far away, and this is remote tracking. So shout out to that, because that's really hard. It's already hard in person. You know, when you are far away, it's even harder.
Right.
That was Miko. We're now seeing the SpaceX version of that. Main engine cut off. Stage separation. Looks like there we go. Ignition of the MVAC engine.
Now, are we going to have a stubby nozzle or a full one this time?
It's a full one, but unfortunately they don't cover that with Kyper missions.
Oh.
I don't know what the deal is with Amazon. They don't want us to see their satellites, their coverage of the second stage. Yeah.
Which is odd, because they're giving the satellites to their chief competitor. You would think that would be who you wouldn't want to see it, right? Well, at least we get to see the landing here.
Yeah.
This is a landing and not a catch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we can have that discussion if you want, Lon.
Right, we can have the debate again. Ding, ding. And if you're just tuning in, this is not the Starship launch, which we did cover 2 hours and 38 minutes ago. What you are watching now is yet another SpaceX launch of a set of 24 Kyper satellites, which are the competitor to Starlink. And question on our back channel from Pizza. It looks like it's got an infrared camera on this stage. Is that normal for night launches, or is it just maybe it's just a
either infrared or like it can see maybe a little bit into the infrared, like maybe not pure infrared, but like maybe the sensor can sort of catch a bit of that side.
Right.
By the way, we had fairing separation there on the timeline. One of these fairing halves has actually flown on the previous 2 Kyper Falcon missions, because this is Kyper Falcon 3. It's the 3rd launch of Kyper satellites on Falcon 9. The first one was also supported by that same fairing half, and the second one was also supported by that fairing half. It's serial number 15. Excuse me, not 15, 155. It was also its 30th flight, the 30th flight of a Falcon 9 fairing half, and yet it's not a record. The record it's like 31 or 32 by now on fairing halves, but it's not just the boosters, it's also the fairings. Just saying.
Right, those fairings are expensive, Ryan, right?
Yeah, those carbon fiber, specifically molded carbon fiber fairings, they're not cheap. They have to be put in a specific autoclave and everything like that. So they save a lot of money by reusing these. Like you just think about that. Basically, they're saving $5 million every time they do this.
Wow!
And it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, those aren't. They're not quick to build. They're not relatively easy to build. They're very strong and they do their job well. And the fact that they can recover them is incredible savings for SpaceX.
And they have little parachutes on them too, right?
Yep, they have their own thrusters to be able to maneuver in space. Yeah, because when they deploy in, they start tumbling, right? Because they get pushed away and then they start flipping back and forth, right? They need to re-enter in the right orientation in order to be able to survive re-entry, and so they have the curved version, the curved part that sort of faces out, right? They reorient themselves, and sort of it's like a surfboard, so to speak, through the atmosphere.
Yeah,
Speaking of through the atmosphere.
Yeah, here we go. Entry burn. Up here. The thing that Super Heavy doesn't do.
Exactly.
Yeah. The one thing, if you ever look at, I know there are pictures of them out there, is when you look at a picture of a fairing, you will see where the chutes are packed, and you'll also see COPVs around it. And those COPVs are for not only the pusher system, that deploys the fairings apart, because they don't use like explosives or anything. They push it apart. It's also for nitrogen and whatnot for gas thrusters to control it. So they reorient it in the correct way for reentry. So,
Yeah. And once they go through the atmosphere, they pop out the parachutes, and they are able to gently splash down. And
they gave up on that whole net thing. Remember, they were trying to catch it with the net on the ship, and now it's just pluck it out of the ocean is a lot easier.
Yeah, as long as you recover them quickly after touchdown, right? It's a quick dip and go.
And in case you're just tuning in, this is not the Starship launch. The Starship launch did happen. It was successful. And we'll have some great footage on all of our socials from all of the milestones of that mission. And it just so happens that there was a doubleheader tonight. And right after they got done with Starship, they sent up this batch of Kyper satellites. And it's currently nighttime, as you may have seen on the screen here. But very shortly, we will see a landing burn. And you will be able to see this Falcon 9 first stage land on the drone ship. There's that landing burn.
There we go.
Still amazing to me that they can do this.
And
we should be seeing that drone ship very shortly here.
There it is through the clouds.
Yeah, and
That's
then
awesome.
the landing legs have deployed. And
there we go.
There we go. Another day at the office for SpaceX. All right. So there you go. That is your launch of the Project Kyper. And is this just
we already have?
This is talk about an operation here. Like, our team is nonstop. What a great shot. Who took this one?
Julia.
Is this Julia? Yeah, it's got to be Julia.
Streak shot. Awesome.
Amazing.
As always.
That's awesome.
That was a quick turnaround.
Always. Very quick turnaround.
Yeah.
But that's what you
Rapidly
get here
reusable
at NSF.
photos.
Yes. The rockets and the photos quickly turn around. And of course, you can find all sorts of cool metal prints of this and other things at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So, so that was your Project Kyper launch. They don't show us the deployment of the satellites for competitive reasons. Again, odd that they are okay with their competitor launching the satellites, but not showing us the satellites. I don't know how to build a satellite. I don't know about you. Well, actually, Alex probably could.
No, I don't. It's not my thing.
Not your thing. Just the rockets. Well, in any event, what
my
you're
thing
looking
is
at now.
Updating spreadsheets.
All right. Well, I think we've definitely done our work for today. 2 rocket launches, both successful, apparently. And there you've got what is soon to be the end of this particular pad over at Starbase to make way for a new one. And I think we're going to close up shop here for the evening. But should we thank some folks? I think we need to thank some people. We already did our thanks for the team. Definitely want to thank all of our supporters and all those of you who are members here on the channel. Definitely follow us across all of our different socials. If there is a social media platform, we are on it. Look for NSF or NASA Spaceflight. You'll see a lot of great footage that was shot today. It turns around quick, as you just saw. And on behalf of the 2 Ryans and Alex and Scott Manley and our crew behind the scenes, Kevin and everybody else. What's that?
Already 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah,
Alex is at 4 a.m., so he's ready to call it a night. And on behalf of NSF, this is Lon Seidman. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll have more coverage of more rocket launches because they're happening all the time. So hit the subscribe button and you'll see a lot more from us. That will do it for now. And until next time, thank you all for tuning in.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off.
It's orange!
Oh my god!
Décollage!
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is meant to be igniting flare, correct?
Ship 36 just blew up. Yikes.